The Renegotiation Clause. By Aressa. Chapter 1, Terms and Conditions. The DM sat in Chelsea's inbox for 47 minutes before she could bring herself to open it. Not that she was avoiding it. She'd just been busy. Genuinely busy. A client call ran long, then she'd needed coffee, then her neighbor had stopped her in the hallway to complain about the building's new recycling policy, and honestly, who had time to? Her phone buzzed. Phoebe's name lit up the screen. Stop staring at it and just open the message. Chelsea typed back, "How did you know?" "Because you texted me." Riza sent me a DM 20 minutes ago and have been radio silent since. Open it. Chelsea set the phone face down on her desk and stared at her laptop instead. The message preview showed exactly 3 words, "Hey." Quick question. Professional. Neutral. The kind of opener that could mean absolutely anything, which was probably intentional. 2 years. 2 years of silence, and now, "Hey." Quick question. She clicked. "Hey." Quick question. "Marcus, restaurant consultant we both know, mentioned your name when I told him about a project I'm working on. Month-long cafe pop-up with potential to go permanent if it works out. I need a business partner. Someone who knows the financial side, operations, investor relations. Wondering if you'd be interested in talking about it. No pressure. Just thought I'd ask." Chelsea read it twice. Then a third time, looking for subtext that wasn't there. It was so carefully worded it almost hurt, the kind of message you'd send to a professional acquaintance, not someone you'd once planned a future with. Not someone whose apartment you'd left at 2 in the morning with a hastily packed duffel bag and a head full of reasons why staying would be a mistake. She closed the laptop. Opened it again. Stood up and paced to the window of her apartment, small, expensive, with a view of other people's windows, and tried to remember how to breathe like a normal person. Her phone rang. She answered without looking. "You opened it," Phoebe said. "How?" "Your location stopped moving. You've been standing in one spot for 6 minutes." "What did it say?" Chelsea leaned her forehead against the glass. "She wants to talk about a business opportunity." "Business. Cafe pop-up. Needs a partner. And you're going to say yes." "I didn't say that." "You're going to say yes," Phoebe repeated, "because you've been miserable for 3 years and this is the first time I've heard you sound alive since you left." "I sound alive?" "I sound like I'm having a panic attack." "Same thing with you." The sound of Phoebe's keyboard clacking came through the phone. "When does she need an answer?" She said no pressure. "Chelsea." Chelsea pushed off from the window and resumed pacing. "I don't know." She didn't specify. "It's a very professional message. Very neutral." "What are you afraid of?" "Everything," Chelsea thought. The way Riza's voice had sounded when Chelsea told her this wasn't working. The look on her face when Chelsea explained, very rationally, that they wanted different things and it was better to end it now before they hurt each other more. The 3 emails Riza had sent afterward that Chelsea had archived without reading because reading them would have meant acknowledging that she'd made a mistake, and Chelsea didn't make mistakes, she made strategic decisions based on available data. Except the data for the past 3 years said she'd been wrong. "I'm not afraid," Chelsea said. "I'm being practical. It's been 3 years. We don't talk. I live in a different city now. Getting involved in a business venture with an ex is objectively a terrible idea. Is it an ex if you never actually dealt with the breakup? We dealt with it. You sent her an email at 2 in the morning and then moved 4 hours away. That's not dealing with it. That's fleeing the scene." Chelsea's hand went to her collarbone, fingers pressing against the hollow of her throat. "I had a job offer here. That you took specifically because it was here and not there." "Phoebe. I'm not judging you, babe. I'm just saying you've spent 3 years pretending you made a clean break when really you just made a break. And now she's giving you an opening. So the question is, are you going to take it?" Chelsea stopped pacing. Her reflection stared back at her from the darkening window, 32 years old, successful by any reasonable metric, living alone in a city where she knew exactly 4 people well enough to call them friends, dating occasionally and meaning it never. She'd convinced herself this was fine. Better than fine. She had freedom, flexibility, no messy emotional entanglements to navigate. She could take any job offer, move anywhere, answer to no one. She'd told herself that was what she wanted. I need to think about it, Chelsea said. You've been thinking about her for 3 years. At some point you're going to have to actually do something. After Phoebe hung up, Chelsea stood in her apartment as the last light drained from the sky. She thought about Riza's careful message, the way it revealed nothing and everything. The fact that she'd reached out at all. She opened her laptop and started typing a response. Deleted it. Started again. Hi. Thanks for thinking of me. I'd be interested in hearing more about the opportunity. Are you free for a call sometime this week? Professional. Neutral. Revealing nothing. She read it over 6 times before hitting send. The reply came faster than she expected, less than 3 minutes. I'm around this week. But if we're going to do this, we should probably talk in person. Actually talk. Not just email. Chelsea's heart kicked against her ribs. You're right. I could come back this weekend if that works. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Saturday? Coffee shop on Madison, the one near the old place. 10 a.m. The old place. Their apartment. The one they'd shared for 8 months before Chelsea had systematically dismantled their life together with a series of logical arguments that had made perfect sense at 2 in the morning and none at all in the 3 years since. I'll be there. Chelsea closed her laptop and sat very still in the gathering dark. Then she opened a new browser tab and booked a flight home. No. Not home. Back. She didn't live there anymore. It wasn't home. She booked a flight back. Her phone buzzed with a text from Phoebe, told you. Chelsea didn't respond. She was too busy staring at the confirmation email, at the one-way ticket she'd accidentally booked instead of round trip, at the cursor blinking in the return date field. She closed the laptop again. She'd fix it later. Book the return flight later. After she knew what this was, what Riza actually wanted, whether this was really about business or something else entirely. After she figured out if she was brave enough to find out. The apartment felt very quiet. Chelsea's reflection in the window looked small and uncertain, nothing like the competent consultant who'd built a whole new life in a whole new city. Nothing like someone who knew what the hell she was doing. She picked up her phone and texted Phoebe, one-way ticket. I'll figure out the rest when I get there. The response was immediate, that's my girl. Chelsea set the phone down and pressed her fingers to her collarbone again, feeling her pulse jump and scatter beneath her skin. Saturday. 3 days. She had 3 days to prepare for a conversation she'd been avoiding for 3 years. 3 days to figure out what she was going to say to the woman she'd loved enough to leave. 3 days to decide if she was ready to stay. Chapter 2, The First Negotiation. Riza changed her shirt 3 times before she gave up and went back to the first one. The coffee shop on Madison wasn't neutral territory, not really. She'd chosen it on purpose, the place where they used to meet on Saturday mornings, back when Saturday mornings meant something. Before Chelsea had decided that what they had wasn't worth the risk of staying. Her phone buzzed. Noor, tell me you're not doing this. Riza, I'm doing this. Noor, she left you. With an email. Riza, I know. Noor, at 2 a.m. Riza, I was there, remember? 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Noor, I love you. I think this is a terrible idea. Call me after. Riza pocketed her phone and checked her reflection one more time in the hallway mirror. She looked exactly like someone who'd spent 3 years getting over a breakup and approximately 3 days realizing she hadn't gotten over anything at all. The café was already half full when she arrived, 10 minutes early, which meant Chelsea would probably be there already, because Chelsea was always early to things that made her nervous. She was right. Chelsea sat in the corner booth, the same one they'd always claimed, laptop open in front of her but her attention fixed on the door. She spotted Riza immediately and something complicated crossed her face, relief and panic in equal measure. Riza made herself walk at a normal pace. Made herself smile like this was a business meeting and not an excavation of everything she'd buried. Hey. Chelsea stood awkwardly, like she wasn't sure if they were hugging or shaking hands or just existing in the same space. Hey. Riza solved the problem by sliding into the opposite side of the booth. You're early. You know me. Chelsea sat back down, fingers already moving to close her laptop, then stopping, then closing it anyway. I mean. You used to. Know me. I still know you. The words landed heavier than Riza intended. Chelsea's hand went to her collarbone, the tell she'd never managed to break, and Riza looked away, giving her space to collect herself. I ordered you a latte, Chelsea said. I can flag down the server if you don't drink those anymore. I still drink lattes. Good. Okay. Good. They sat in silence for a moment that stretched too long. The server appeared with their drinks, bless her timing, and Riza wrapped her hands around the warm ceramic, using it to anchor herself. So, Chelsea said. The pop-up. Right. Business. They were here for business. Right. Riza pulled out her own laptop, opened the file she'd prepared. 30-day trial run. The space is on Fletcher, near the university. The landlord's name is Russell. He's older, thinking about selling the building but wants to see if he can get a sustainable tenant first. Good foot traffic, existing equipment, needs some work but nothing structural. Chelsea leaned forward, and Riza watched her shift into consultant mode, the sharp focus, the way she processed information like she was already building spreadsheets in her head. What's the catch? Chelsea asked. No catch. Just a tight timeline and a lot of variables. There's always a catch. Chelsea's fingers drummed against the table. Why me? You could partner with anyone. You've been running your catering business for what, 2 years? You know people. There it was. The question Riza had been preparing for since she'd sent that first message. Because we're good at this, Riza said carefully. The business part. You're the best at what you do, and I need someone who can handle the financial side without me having to hold their hand. Someone I can trust to make hard calls. We haven't spoken in 3 years. I know. I don't even live here anymore. I know that too. Chelsea sat back, studying her with that X-ray focus that used to make Riza feel completely seen and also completely transparent. What are you really asking me? Riza took a breath. This was it. The moment to be honest or to play it safe, and she'd promised herself 3 years ago that if she ever got another chance, she wouldn't manage Chelsea's feelings, wouldn't try to make things easier, wouldn't smooth over the hard parts. I'm asking if we can work together without it destroying us. She met Chelsea's eyes. I'm asking if you're willing to find out if we've both changed enough to do this right. And if we haven't? Then at least we'll know. Instead of just wondering. Chelsea's hand was at her collarbone again. That's not really about the café, is it? The café is real. The opportunity is real. Everything I sent you in that first message was completely true. Riza paused. But no. It's not just about the café. Riza. I'm not asking you to get back together, Riza said quickly. I'm not asking for promises or commitments or anything beyond 30 days. I'm just asking if you're willing to show up. And if at the end of it, we can't work together, then we walk away clean. No email at 2 in the morning. No ghosting. We actually finish something instead of just running when it gets hard. The silence stretched between them. Chelsea's coffee sat untouched, steam curling up between them like a visible boundary neither of them had crossed yet. I ran, Chelsea said quietly. Last time. I ran. I know. And you want to trust me not to do that again. I want us both to be different than we were. Riza's chest felt tight. I wasn't perfect either. I pushed for things you weren't ready for. I tried to manage your feelings instead of just being honest about mine. I made it easy for you to leave because I never actually asked you to stay. Chelsea blinked, and Riza saw the exact moment that landed. I don't have a good track record with staying, Chelsea said. I know. What if I mess this up? What if you don't? Chelsea's laugh was quiet and a little broken. That's a hell of a gamble. Then let's make it less of a gamble. Riza pulled out her phone, opened a new note. What would you need? To feel like you could actually do this? What? I'm serious. What would make this workable for you? What boundaries, what check-ins, what rules? Chelsea stared at her. You want to negotiate this? I want us to be really clear about what we're doing. No assumptions. No unspoken expectations. If we're going to try this, let's try it like adults who actually communicate. Something shifted in Chelsea's expression, surprise giving way to something that looked almost like hope. Okay, Chelsea said slowly. Okay. I need to know I'm not going to wake up one morning and realize I've hurt you again. I need clear boundaries between business and personal. I need to know that if this isn't working, we say it out loud instead of letting it fester. Riza typed as Chelsea talked, organizing her thoughts into a list. And I need to know you're going to tell me when I'm being too much, Chelsea added. When I'm making unilateral decisions or trying to control things because I'm scared. I need you to call me on my shit. I can do that. Riza turned the phone around. What else? They spent the next hour building a framework. Not a business plan, they'd get to that later. This was something else. A set of agreements about how they'd work together, how they'd communicate, what happened if one of them wanted out. 72-hour response rule for hard conversations, Chelsea said. If one of us brings something up, the other has to actually engage within 3 days. No avoiding. Riza added it to the list. We say, I need space, not, I need out. If we're going to end the partnership, we say it clearly. No hints, no passive-aggressive emails. God, no emails, Riza said, and Chelsea had the grace to look embarrassed. In my defense, I was having a complete emotional breakdown. You sent it at 2 a.m. and then turned off your phone. I said I was having a breakdown, not that I handled it well. Riza found herself smiling despite everything. This was familiar, the dry humor, the self-awareness that Chelsea weaponized to deflect from actual feelings. But this time, she didn't let it slide. Clause, she said. We don't use humor to avoid hard conversations. Chelsea's eyes widened slightly. You're really doing this. We're really doing this. Riza met her gaze. If we're going to try again, and I mean actually try, not just pretend we've moved on, then we need to be different. Better. We need rules. Rules for a relationship. Rules for whatever this is. Riza took a breath. 30 days. At the end of it, we renegotiate. Everything. The business, the personal stuff, all of it. We see where we are and we're honest about whether we keep going or walk away. Chelsea was quiet for a long moment, and Riza could see her running calculations, looking for the risks, the potential failures, all the ways this could go wrong. What happens after 30 days? Chelsea asked. We renegotiate. Everything. And if I run again? Then at least I'll know I asked you to stay. Chelsea's hand moved to her collarbone, pressed there, dropped. She looked at the list on Riza's phone, at the careful framework they'd built, at all the ways they were trying to protect themselves from repeating history. I have one more clause, Chelsea said. Okay. If we do this, if we really do this, I'm moving back. Not to your place, I'll get my own apartment. But I can't do this long distance. I can't do this halfway. Riza's heart kicked hard against her ribs. That's a big commitment. I know. For a 30-day trial. For a real chance. Chelsea's voice was steady, but her hand betrayed her, fingers drumming nervously against the table. If we're going to find out if we can actually do this, I need to be all in. No exit strategy. No job offer in another city to fall back on. Just, here. Trying. Riza looked at her, really looked at her. At the woman who'd left with barely a goodbye, who'd spent 3 years building a life somewhere else, who was now proposing to upend all of that for a maybe. Are you sure? Riza asked. No, Chelsea admitted. But I haven't been sure about anything in 3 years, and at least this is something worth being unsure about. Riza pulled up the document again, added the final clause. Then she turned the phone around so Chelsea could see the full list. Is this really happening? Chelsea asked. Do you want it to? Chelsea read through everything they'd written, every boundary, every agreement, every way they were trying to build something intentional instead of just letting it happen to them. Yes, she said finally. I want it to. Then we're doing this. Riza held out her hand across the table. Partners? Chelsea took her hand. Her grip was firm, deliberate, the handshake of someone making a real commitment. Partners, Chelsea agreed. For 30 days. And then we renegotiate. They shook on it, and Riza felt the weight of the moment, the risk and the possibility, the way they were choosing each other in a way they'd never quite managed before. When do we start? Chelsea asked. Monday. I'll text you the address. I'll need to give notice at my current job. Find a place here. It might take a couple weeks to actually move. That's fine. We can start prep work remotely. Riza paused. You're really doing this. We're really doing this, Chelsea corrected. Then she smiled, quick and uncertain. I'm terrified. Me too. Good talk. Very productive. They sat there for another moment, still holding hands across the table, both of them acutely aware that they'd just agreed to something that could either fix everything or break them both completely. Chelsea was the one who let go first. I should go, she said. I have a flight back tonight. Need to start making calls. Right. Of course. They gathered their things in awkward silence, the business meeting pretense dissolving now that the actual negotiation was done. At the door, Chelsea hesitated. Riza? Yeah? Thank you. For asking me to stay this time. Riza's throat felt tight. Thank you for saying yes. Chelsea nodded once, sharp and definitive, then walked out into the afternoon sun. Riza stayed at the table, staring at the list on her phone. All their careful agreements, their negotiated boundaries, their attempt to build something sustainable out of 3 years of silence and regret. Her phone buzzed. Noor, well? Riza, she said yes. Noor, to the business or to everything? Riza looked at the door Chelsea had just walked through, at the empty seat across from her, at the cooling latte Chelsea had ordered without asking because she still knew, after everything, exactly how Riza took her coffee. Riza, both. I think. We have 30 days to find out. Noor, I'm here when this inevitably goes sideways. Riza, I know. I love you too. Riza closed her laptop and left cash on the table, enough for both their drinks and a generous tip. Outside, the city felt different than it had an hour ago. Lighter, maybe. Or maybe just more possible. She pulled up the list one more time, read through every clause they'd agreed to. Then she added one more, just for herself, don't protect her from your feelings this time. If you're going to do this, do it honestly. She saved the document and started the walk home. In 30 days, they'd renegotiate. In 30 days, they'd know. For now, she had a café to plan and a second chance that felt more like a first chance, because this time, they were both walking in with their eyes open. This time, they were choosing it. Chapter 3, Drafting the Agreement. Chelsea's apartment looked like she'd already started leaving. Which was accurate, technically. She'd given notice at work on Monday, 2 weeks, professional, no drama, and spent Tuesday looking at sublets back home. Wednesday was job interviews with consulting firms that wouldn't require relocation commitments. Thursday, she'd called her building manager about breaking her lease early. It was Friday night, and she was sitting on her floor surrounded by half-packed boxes, staring at her laptop screen and the blank document titled Partnership Agreement, Riza and Chelsea. She'd written the title 3 days ago. Everything below it was still empty. Her phone rang. Phoebe's face filled the screen. "Are you spiraling?" Phoebe asked without preamble. "I'm organizing." "You're spiraling. I can hear it in your voice." Chelsea looked around at the controlled chaos of her apartment. "I'm being efficient. If I'm going to move, I should start packing. If I'm going to pack, I should sort through things I don't need. It's logical. It's 11 p.m. on a Friday and you're stress cleaning. That's not logical, that's avoidance." "I'm not avoiding anything. What's the actual business plan look like?" Chelsea's cursor blinked at her from the empty document. "We're still finalizing details. Chelsea. We had the framework conversation. Now we need to operationalize it. Have you talked to Riza since Saturday?" The cursor kept blinking. Accusatory, somehow. "We've texted," Chelsea said. "About practical things. Timeline, logistics, that kind of stuff. But not about the actual agreement you're supposed to be writing." Chelsea pressed her fingers to her collarbone, caught herself, dropped her hand. "It's complicated. That's why you're supposed to be talking about it." "I am talking about it. I'm talking to you right now." "That doesn't count." Phoebe's voice softened. "What are you afraid of?" "Everything." Chelsea was afraid of everything. She was afraid of moving back and realizing she'd made a mistake. Afraid of not moving back and spending another 3 years wondering what if. Afraid that the rules they'd agreed to were too rigid, or not rigid enough, or completely pointless because feelings didn't follow contracts and hearts didn't respond to negotiation. "I don't know how to do this," Chelsea admitted. "The relationship contract thing. It feels real? Ridiculous. Like we're trying to logic our way through something that fundamentally doesn't work that way. Or like you're finally taking something seriously enough to actually plan for it instead of just running when it gets complicated." Chelsea closed her laptop. "I sent her an email at 2 in the morning and then moved to a different city. I don't exactly have a great track record with serious commitments. Which is why you're trying something different this time. What if different doesn't work either? Then at least you'll know you tried." Phoebe paused. "But you actually have to try, babe. Which means writing the thing you're avoiding writing and having the conversation you're avoiding having." After Phoebe hung up, Chelsea sat with her laptop closed, surrounded by evidence of a life she was already dismantling. The smart thing would be to finish packing, go to bed, handle this in the morning when she was less tired and less liable to make decisions based on feelings instead of logic. Instead, she pulled out her phone and texted Riza. "Chelsea, are you awake?" 3 dots appeared immediately. "Riza, unfortunately. Catering order got complicated." "Why?" "Chelsea, we should write the contract." "Riza, now?" "Chelsea, if not now, when?" The dots appeared and disappeared 3 times before the response came. "Riza, give me 20 minutes. I'll call you." Chelsea spent the 20 minutes pacing, then sitting, then reorganizing one box, then giving up and just staring at her phone until it finally rang. "Hey," Riza's voice was warm and a little tired. "Sorry. Had to finish plating." "It's fine. I'm just sitting here. In my apartment. With boxes. You're already packing?" Seemed efficient. "You're spiraling." Chelsea laughed despite herself. Phoebe said the same thing. Phoebe's smart. There was a rustling sound, like Riza was settling into a chair. "Okay. Partnership agreement. Where do we start? Chelsea opened her laptop, pulled up the blank document. I've been thinking about structure. We should have clear sections: business operations, personal boundaries, conflict resolution, exit clauses. Exit clauses? What happens if one of us wants out? Before the 30 days are up, or after? We should have a plan. That's very you, Riza said, but there was no judgment in it. Just recognition. I like plans. I know. Okay. Business operations first. They worked through it systematically. Division of responsibilities. Riza would handle day-to-day operations and community building. Chelsea would manage finances and investor relations. Decision-making process. Major financial decisions required both of them. Operational decisions could be made independently but had to be communicated within 24 hours. What counts as major? Riza asked. Anything over $500? Or anything that affects the core concept. That works. Riza's typing sounds came through the phone. Okay, next section. Personal boundaries. Chelsea's cursor blinked at the empty space below the header. We work together, she said slowly. We're professional during business hours. We don't let personal stuff bleed into operations decisions. And after business hours? What about them? Are we dating? Not dating? Figuring it out? Riza's voice was carefully neutral. We should probably be clear about that. Chelsea stared at the screen. This was the part she'd been avoiding, the part that couldn't be solved with spreadsheets and timelines. I don't know, she admitted. I don't know what this is. Me neither. The honesty of it settled something in Chelsea's chest. They were both uncertain. Both scared. Both making this up as they went. What if we don't define it yet? Chelsea suggested. What if we just let it be undefined for now? That seems like avoiding the question. No, I mean, we're clear that there's something here. We're not pretending we're just business partners. But we're also not jumping into relationship mode and pretending the last 3 years didn't happen. We're just, intentionally in the middle. Seeing what develops. Riza was quiet for a moment. Okay. But we need check-ins. Regular ones. So neither of us is wondering where the other one's head is at. Weekly, Chelsea said. Sunday nights. We sit down and talk about how things are going. Business and personal. And if it gets weird? If one of us develops feelings the other one doesn't reciprocate, or if we realize this isn't working. We say it. Out loud. Within 72 hours of realizing it. Chelsea could hear Riza typing. This is really structured for something that's supposed to be about feelings. Structure doesn't mean we're not feeling things. It just means we're not letting feelings make all the decisions. Is that what happened last time? Feelings making decisions? Chelsea's hand went to her collarbone. I felt scared, so I left. That's a feeling making a decision. And I felt like I was asking for too much, so I never actually asked for what I needed. Also a feeling making a decision. So this time we're... Chelsea trailed off, trying to find the right words. Making conscious choices, Riza finished. Instead of just reacting. Right. Exactly. They kept working. Conflict resolution protocol. If they had a disagreement, they'd table it for 24 hours to cool down, then revisit with the explicit goal of understanding each other's perspective, not winning the argument. Communication guidelines. No passive-aggressive comments, no weaponizing vulnerability shared in private, no making unilateral decisions that affected them both. This is kind of intense, Riza said. For a 30-day trial. Is it too much? No. It's just, we're really doing this. Actually trying. Chelsea saved the document. You sound surprised. I think I am. A little. Riza paused. I didn't think you'd say yes. I didn't think I would either. What changed? Chelsea looked around her apartment, at the boxes, at the evidence of a life she was systematically disassembling, at the coffee cup from this morning that she'd absently placed on a stack of books she was planning to donate. I realized I'd been waiting for 3 years, she said quietly. Waiting to feel less scared. Waiting to be more sure. Waiting for it to be easier. And it never got easier. I just got better at pretending I was fine. You seemed fine. Your social media made it look like you were thriving. Social media is propaganda. I was miserable. Really? Completely. Chelsea laughed, but it came out bitter. Great job, nice apartment, went on dates with perfectly nice women who I felt absolutely nothing for. Phoebe kept telling me I needed to deal with my shit, and I kept insisting I had dealt with it. I just moved on. This was what moving on looked like. But you hadn't. No. I just moved away. Riza was quiet on the other end of the line. Chelsea could picture her in her apartment, probably in the kitchen, the one with the good natural light, sitting at the small table where they used to have breakfast on weekends. I'm still scared, Chelsea admitted. Of screwing this up. Of hurting you again. Of proving that I'm fundamentally incapable of doing this. Me too. Different specifics, but same general terror. So why are we doing this? Because being scared and trying is better than being scared and running. Riza's voice was steady. And because I spent 3 years being careful, being safe, not taking risks with my heart. And I hated it. I was fine, I was functional, but I wasn't happy. I wasn't alive. Chelsea's throat felt tight. We're really putting a lot on 30 days. We're putting honesty on 30 days. And clear communication. And showing up even when it's hard. The rest. Riza trailed off. The rest we'll figure out. They finished the document at 1 a.m. Chelsea's eyes burned from staring at the screen, but the thing was done, all their careful clauses, their negotiated boundaries, their attempt to build something sustainable. Should we sign it? Chelsea asked. Make it official? Not yet. We should both sit with it for a day. Make sure we're not missing anything. Then we can finalize it. That's very reasonable of you. I have my moments. Chelsea saved the file, sent Riza a copy. I'll read it over this weekend. We can touch base Sunday. Sunday works. Chelsea. Yeah. Thank you for actually doing this. The writing, the talking, all of it. I know it's not comfortable for you. Nothing about this is comfortable. But it's... Chelsea searched for the right word. It's worth it. The discomfort. I think. Me too. After they hung up, Chelsea sat with the document open on her screen. She read through it one more time, slowly, taking in everything they'd agreed to. All the ways they were trying to protect themselves while still being vulnerable enough to actually connect. It shouldn't work. People didn't negotiate their way into healthy relationships. Feelings didn't follow contracts. You couldn't logic your way through something as fundamentally irrational as love. But maybe, Chelsea thought, you could create a framework that made it safer to feel things. Maybe structure wasn't the opposite of emotion. Maybe it was the container that let you actually experience emotion without drowning in it. Maybe this could work. Her phone buzzed. A text from Riza, just a photo, cardstock, the nice kind that came from the art supply store downtown. Below it, a message, Riza, found this in my supply drawer. Thought we could print it on something that feels more official. More real. Chelsea smiled at her screen. Trust Riza to think about the aesthetics of their relationship contract. Chelsea, perfect. We'll make it official on Monday. Riza, Monday. Get some sleep, Chelsea. Chelsea, you too. Chelsea closed her laptop and looked around her apartment. Tomorrow she'd finish packing. Sunday she'd review the contract one more time, make sure they hadn't missed anything crucial. Monday they'd sign it, make it real, commit to 30 days of actually trying. 30 days to prove they could do this differently. 30 days to see if structure and intention could hold space for all the messy, complicated feelings they'd never managed to navigate before. 30 days until they renegotiated everything. Chelsea pulled out her phone one more time, added a reminder, Sunday, 8 p.m., final contract review with Riza. Then she added another, in 30 days, renegotiation. She set her phone down and finally let herself believe that maybe this time would be different. Because this time, they were both choosing to stay. Chapter 4, Opening Day. The cafe smelled like old grease and possibility. Riza arrived at 5 in the morning, coffee in hand from the place 3 blocks over, a running joke they'd already established. She and Chelsea couldn't open a cafe without being coffee snobs about everyone else's coffee. Chelsea's car was already in the small lot behind the building. Of course it was. Chelsea had probably been here since 4, running her own private anxiety spiral, checking and rechecking the equipment they'd inventoried together yesterday. Riza unlocked the back door and found her exactly where expected, standing in the middle of the empty space, tablet in hand, lips moving slightly as she worked through some internal calculation. "Morning," Riza said. Chelsea startled, then recovered. "Hey. The espresso machine needs descaling. I added it to the prep list." At 5 a.m.? I couldn't sleep. Riza set down the coffees and surveyed the space. 2 weeks ago it had been a closed-down sandwich shop with years of accumulated grime and broken dreams. Now it was clean, reorganized, equipped with the basics they'd need for the 30-day trial. Nothing fancy, but functional. They'd signed the contract on Monday. Today was Friday. Day 1. "We really doing this?" Riza asked. Chelsea looked up from her tablet, and Riza saw the same mix of terror and determination she'd been feeling since approximately 3 this morning. "Too late to back out now," Chelsea said. "Russell's expecting us. The staff is coming in at 6. We have our first official customers in 4 hours. Then I guess we're really doing this." The back door opened again, and Riza recognized Russell's gentle knock before she turned around. "Morning, young ladies," he said, smiling in that grandfatherly way that made Riza's chest ache a little. He reminded her of her own grandfather, gone 5 years now. "Thought I'd stop by before you open. Make sure everything's in order." "We're ready," Chelsea said, in the tone of someone trying to convince herself. "Equipment's functional, inventory's stocked, permits are posted." Russell walked through the space slowly, taking it in. Riza watched him notice the small changes they'd made, the chalkboard menu they'd installed, the way they'd rearranged the seating to create better flow, the plants in the window that she'd insisted on even though Chelsea had argued they were an unnecessary expense. "You've done good work here," Russell said. "My late wife would have loved what you've done with those windows." "The plants?" Riza asked. She always said a place without green was a place without heart. He turned to face them both. "You two know what you're getting into here?" 30 days to prove viability, Chelsea recited. "If we can demonstrate sustainable traffic and positive cash flow, we have first right to make an offer on the lease. That's the business part. I'm asking about the rest of it." Russell's eyes were kind but sharp. "Two people starting a business together, that's a relationship. Throw in all the other complications I'm guessing you've got, and it's a whole lot of relationship. You ready for that?" Riza exchanged a glance with Chelsea. They hadn't told Russell about their history, but apparently they hadn't needed to. "We have a contract," Chelsea said. Russell laughed, not unkind, just genuinely amused. "A contract? Well, that's one approach." "It's a practical approach," Chelsea said defensively. "Clear expectations, defined roles, conflict resolution protocols. And when the protocols don't cover it? When it's 3 a.m. and you're fighting about something that's not in the contract? Then we figure it out," Riza said. "That's the whole point. We're trying to be different this time." Russell studied them for another moment, then nodded. "All right. You've got 30 days. Make 'em count." After he left, Riza and Chelsea stood in the quiet cafe, the weight of what they were about to do settling over them. "A whole lot of relationship," Chelsea quoted. "He's not wrong." "No, he's not." The door opened again, earlier than expected, and a woman in her late 20s walked in with the confidence of someone who'd worked too many opening shifts in her life. "Kitchen's through there?" she asked, jerking her thumb toward the back. "Yes," Riza said. "You must be Zell." "That's me. Head barista, or so I'm told." She looked around the space with a critical eye. "You're the owners?" "Partners," Chelsea corrected. "I'm Chelsea, this is Riza." Zell's gaze flicked between them, lingering just long enough that Riza knew she'd clocked the situation. Great. Their first employee could read them like a book. "Right," Zell said. "Partners." "Got it. Where do you want me?" 10 minutes later, Devon arrived, calm and capable, with the kind of presence that immediately made Riza trust her. She took one look at the kitchen, asked 3 specific questions about the oven calibration, and got to work without needing direction. By 6:30, the café smelled like fresh bread and espresso instead of old grease and anxiety. By 7, they had their first crisis. "The POS system isn't connecting to the cloud," Chelsea said, her voice tight. "The backup connection should have kicked in, but it's not recognizing." "Can we run cards manually?" Riza asked. "Technically, but it defeats the purpose of having inventory tracking integrated with." "Chelsea." Riza kept her voice level. "Can we run cards manually?" Chelsea stopped mid-sentence, took a breath. "Yes. We can run cards manually." "Then we'll do that. You can troubleshoot the system after we close. Right now we have 40 minutes until we open and I need you to help me train Zell on the menu." For a second, Chelsea looked like she wanted to argue. Then she put down the tablet. "You're right," she said. "Okay. Manual cards. Training. Priorities." Zell, who'd been pretending not to watch this entire exchange, raised an eyebrow at Riza. Riza ignored it. They opened at 8. Their first customer was a man in his 70s, tall and upright despite a slight limp, with kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. "New management?" he asked, looking around. "New everything," Riza said. "We're doing a trial run. 30 days. I'm Riza. Lionel." He offered his hand. "I used to come here before it closed. Hoping you'll be better than the last folks. We're going to try. That's all anyone can do." He studied the menu. "I'll take a latte. And whatever she's baking," he gestured toward where Devon was pulling a tray of scones from the oven, "smells too good to pass up." Riza made his latte herself, wanting to get the first one right. When she handed it to him, he took a sip and smiled. "You know what you're doing," he said. "That's a good sign." He settled into the corner booth with his newspaper, and Riza felt something settle in her chest. Their first regular. Maybe. The morning rush was manageable, steady but not overwhelming. College students with laptops, people grabbing coffee on their way to work, a few curious neighbors checking out the new place. Chelsea handled the register with brisk efficiency, while Riza floated between the counter and the floor, learning faces and names and coffee orders. Zell moved behind the espresso machine with practiced precision, and Devon kept a steady stream of fresh pastries coming. Around 10, a young woman with teal hair and an oversized sweater sat up at a corner table with a laptop and a sketchbook. She ordered a single coffee and tipped $5. "You don't have to do that," Riza said. "I'm going to be here for hours," the woman, Bex, according to the name on her card, said apologetically. Seemed fair. "As long as you buy more coffee when you want it, you can stay as long as you like." Bex's face lit up. "Really? The last place kicked people out after 2 hours. We're not the last place." At noon, Riza found Chelsea in the back office, staring at the tablet with an expression that was either intense concentration or barely suppressed panic. "How bad is it?" Riza asked. "What?" Whatever you're calculating in your head. How bad is it? Chelsea set down the tablet. We're actually ahead of projections. Slightly. If we can maintain this traffic level and keep the per transaction average above $15, we'll hit our daily target. That's good news. It's one day. We can't extrapolate from. Chelsea. What? It's good news. Let it be good news for 5 minutes before you start catastrophizing about sustainability models. Chelsea's mouth twitched, not quite a smile, but close. I don't catastrophize. I plan for contingencies. You catastrophize. Strategically. Riza laughed, and just like that, some of the tension in the small office dissolved. We're doing okay, Riza said. The café. Us. We're doing okay. It's been 4 hours. And we haven't killed each other yet. That's a win. This time Chelsea did smile, real and unguarded. Fair point. Zell appeared in the doorway. Hate to interrupt, but we're out of oat milk and the afternoon crowd's starting to show up. I'll handle it, Chelsea said immediately, already moving. Wait, I can go, Riza offered. You're better with customers. I'll do the supply run. It's literally in the contract, you handle community, I handle logistics. Chelsea was already grabbing keys. I'll be back in 20 minutes. She was gone before Riza could argue. Zell leaned against the doorframe. So that's going well. What? The whole business partners thing. Zell made air quotes. Very professional. Very not complicated at all. Riza fought the urge to defend their situation. We're figuring it out. I've worked for 3 owners whose personal drama tanked their businesses, Zell said. Fair warning, if this goes sideways and I lose another job because grown adults can't communicate, I'm going to be pissed. That's fair. Good. Also, your latte art is solid, the espresso is dialed in pretty much perfectly, and Devon's scones are going to make us actual money. So don't screw this up. No pressure. Exactly. Zell pushed off the doorframe. I'm going to prep for the afternoon rush. Try not to burn the place down in the next 20 minutes. The afternoon was busier than the morning. By 3 o'clock, every table was full. Lionel had been joined by 3 of his friends, and Bex had spread her art supplies across her entire corner. The cafe felt alive, full of conversation and the hiss of the espresso machine and the warm smell of whatever Devon was baking for tomorrow. Chelsea came back from the supply run and immediately started tracking inventory adjustments. Riza made 17 lattes, learned the names of 8 new customers, and replaced the chalkboard special 3 times because Devon kept producing new pastries. At 5 o'clock, they locked the door. We did it, Riza said, leaning against the counter. One day, Chelsea said, but she was smiling. One day counts. Zell was already cleaning the espresso machine. Devon was packaging leftover pastries, half for donation to the shelter down the street, half for the staff to take home. First day thoughts? Riza asked them both. Decent coffee, good vibes, owners are a mess but trying, Zell said without looking up. Could be worse. I like the windows, Devon added. And Lionel's sweet. He brought me one of his late wife's recipes. Asked if I'd try making it sometime. Did you say yes? Of course I said yes. Are you kidding? Free recipe from someone who actually knows what they're doing? That's a gift. Chelsea was still on her tablet, but Riza could see her listening, absorbing the feedback, mentally adjusting whatever complex model she was running in her head. Same time tomorrow? Zell asked. 5:30, Riza confirmed. We open at 7 on Saturdays. After Zell and Devon left, Riza and Chelsea stood in the quiet cafe. Every table needed wiping, the floor needed sweeping, the register needed to be tallied and the deposit prepared. They had a checklist for closing. They'd made it together, negotiated every step. You take the front, I'll do the office work? Chelsea suggested. Actually. Riza pulled out her phone, checked the time. It's almost 6. We said we'd do Sunday check-ins, but maybe we should start now? Day 1 debrief? Chelsea looked uncertain. Here. Why not? So they sat at the corner booth, Lionel's booth, and pulled out the contract they'd printed on nice cardstock and signed 3 days ago. Check-in number 1, Riza said. How are we doing? Chelsea was quiet for a moment, clearly running through her mental calculations. We didn't kill each other. The POS thing was frustrating, but you redirected me before I spiraled. We worked well together during the rush. The staff seems competent and only slightly concerned about our inevitable implosion. That's Zelle's energy specifically. She's not wrong to be wary. Statistically, business partnerships with romantic complications have a higher failure rate. Chelsea. Right. Sorry. How am I doing? Chelsea paused, actually considering it. I'm terrified. And I almost made the oat milk thing into a huge deal because it felt like losing control. But I didn't. Because the contract said you handle community and I handle logistics, and going to get oat milk was logistics, so I just did the thing we agreed on instead of arguing about who should do it. The contract worked. The contract worked, Chelsea agreed, sounding surprised. My turn? Please. I'm also terrified. And I almost tried to fix the POS thing myself even though you're better at tech because I didn't want you to feel like I was criticizing. But I didn't. Because the contract says we're honest about what we need instead of managing each other's feelings. The contract worked, Chelsea repeated. Yeah. It did. They sat in the quiet cafe, surrounded by evidence of their first day, the dirty espresso cups waiting to be washed, the crumbs on the tables, the cash register that still needed tallying. 1 down, Riza said. 29 to go. And then we renegotiate. And then we renegotiate. Chelsea pulled out the contract, smoothed it on the table between them. Their signatures were there at the bottom, next to the date. 30 days from the day they signed it. Do we need to add anything? Chelsea asked. After today? Riza thought about it. Maybe a clause about celebrating small wins. We both defaulted to stress instead of acknowledging that we actually did something good today. Fair. Chelsea pulled out a pen, wrote in the margin, we acknowledge wins before moving to next crisis. Perfect. They finished closing at 7. Riza locked the front door while Chelsea set the alarm. Outside, the evening was warm, the neighborhood settling into dinner hour. You did good today, Chelsea said. So did you. They walked to their cars together, the way they used to, back when this was normal. Back before normal became complicated. Same time tomorrow? Chelsea asked. 5:30, Riza confirmed. Chelsea hesitated, hand on her car door. Riza? Yeah? Thank you. For doing this. The contract, the cafe, the giving me another chance part. All of it. Thank you for staying. Chelsea nodded, got in her car, drove away. Riza sat in her own car for a moment before starting the engine. She pulled up the photo she'd taken earlier, the two of them in front of the cafe's open door at exactly 8 a.m., hair in messy buns, matching anxious smiles, holding up the sign that said, now open. She sent it to Noor with the caption, Day 1, survived. Noor, proud of you. Still think you're insane. But proud. Riza, I'll take it. Riza drove home to her quiet apartment, ate leftover pasta standing at the counter, and fell asleep at 9 o'clock with her alarm set for 5 a.m. Tomorrow was day 2. In 29 days, they'd renegotiate. For now, they'd survived the first test. And the contract had worked. Chapter 5, The Rhythm Section. Day 3, Sunday morning, Chelsea. Chelsea's phone alarm went off at 4:45 a.m., which was ridiculous because the cafe didn't open until 7 on Sundays. But she was awake anyway, mind already running through inventory counts and the minor equipment issues she'd noticed yesterday. She made it to the café by 5:30 to find Riza already there, sitting on the back step with her own coffee, watching the sunrise. "Morning," Riza said without turning around. "You're here early." "Couldn't sleep." "You?" "Same." They sat together in comfortable silence, drinking coffee that wasn't theirs, watching the neighborhood wake up. Chelsea's phone was in her hand, ready to check the weekend traffic projections she'd built last night. "Put it away," Riza said gently. "I just need to check. The numbers will be the same in 20 minutes. Sit with me for a second." Chelsea put her phone in her pocket. They watched a cat cross the alley, sun painting the brick buildings gold. "This is nice," Chelsea said. "Yeah. It is." Later, when Lionel arrived for his usual latte, he brought 3 of his friends, all retired teachers, all with specific opinions about coffee and a running argument about James Baldwin that they continued across 2 tables for the next 3 hours. Riza learned all their names within 15 minutes. Chelsea watched her work the room, making connections, asking questions, remembering details. Community building, the thing Riza did effortlessly that Chelsea had to put on her calendar as a task to complete. Around noon, Chelsea caught herself smiling at Riza across the café, the way she gestured with her whole body when she talked, the laugh that was louder than she meant it to be. Then she caught Zell catching her, and quickly looked away. "Very professional," Zell muttered as she passed. "Very not obvious at all." Chelsea felt her face heat. That night's check-in happened at their separate apartments, over text, because they were both too exhausted to meet up. "Riza, how are we doing?" Day 3 edition. Chelsea, financially, we're beating projections by 8%. Operationally, the espresso machine needs maintenance this week. Personally, I smiled at you in a way that Zell definitely noticed and now I'm mortified. Riza, Zell, she's going to notice things. That's fine. We said we weren't hiding this, we just weren't defining it. Espresso machine, can you schedule that for Tuesday when we're closed? Financially, that's amazing. Did you celebrate it or immediately start worrying about sustainability? Chelsea, I'm celebrating it now. With you. Over text. At 10 p.m. on a Sunday. This is what celebrating looks like for me. Riza, we need to work on your celebration skills. Chelsea, noted. Anything you need from me? Anything I'm doing that's not working? Riza, actually yes. When you go into crisis management mode over minor things, I don't always know if you want me to help or give you space. Can we have a signal or something? Chelsea stared at her phone. This was the thing they'd agreed to, actual communication instead of guessing. Chelsea, what if I just tell you which one I need? I need space to solve this, or I need you to help me not spiral. Riza, that works. Okay. Good check-in. Get some sleep. Chelsea, you too. Good night. Riza, night. Chelsea set her phone down and stared at the ceiling. 3 days. They'd made it 3 days without imploding. She'd used actual words to communicate a need. Riza had asked for what she wanted. The contract was working. Day 7, Saturday night, Riza. 1 week. They'd made it 1 week. Riza sat in the cafe after close, Chelsea in the back office finishing the week's bookkeeping, and let herself feel it, the quiet satisfaction of having built something that was working. Not perfect, but working. The door chimed. Zell, who'd left 10 minutes ago, stuck her head back in. Forgot my phone. Also, I'm officially decreeing that you two have survived your first week without destroying each other, which makes this the longest-running owner partnership I've personally witnessed. Congrats. That's a low bar, Riza said. And yet here we are, celebrating that you cleared it. Zell grabbed her phone from behind the counter. For the record, you're still obviously a mess, but you're a functional mess. I can work with that. After she left, Chelsea emerged from the office. Did Zell just compliment us? I think so. It was backhanded, but I'm counting it. Chelsea pulled out the contract, which they'd been keeping in the office, updated with their margin notes and amendments. Weekly check-in time? Hit me. They went through the business metrics first, traffic patterns, average transaction, inventory needs. Then the operational stuff. Devon wanted to add a weekend brunch menu. Zell had suggestions for improving the drink workflow. 2 regulars had asked about evening hours. Then the personal stuff. I had a moment on Tuesday, Chelsea admitted. During the afternoon rush. You were helping a customer with something complicated, and I looked over and just felt it. Like, really felt it. How much I've missed this. You. Us. Riza's chest tightened. What did you do? Went in the back, breathed for 2 minutes, came back out. Didn't run. Didn't panic. Just felt the feeling and then came back to work. That's growth. It's terrifying. Also growth. Chelsea smiled, but it was uncertain. What about you? How are you doing with the undefined nature of whatever this is? Riza thought about it, really thought about it, instead of just giving the answer that would make Chelsea feel better. I want to define it, she said honestly. That's my instinct. Put a label on it, know where we stand. But I also know that's partly my anxiety talking. The need to control things by naming them. So I'm sitting with the discomfort instead of pushing for answers. That sounds hard. It is. But also, I think I'm actually okay. Like, I can feel that there's something here between us. It's different than before, more intentional, more careful, but it's real. And I don't need to name it to know it matters. Chelsea looked down at the contract between them. What if we added a clause? Permission to feel things without needing to immediately process them into decisions? Riza laughed. That's very specific. I'm making it up as I go. Okay. Add it. Chelsea wrote in the margin, we're allowed to feel things without requiring immediate action. Feelings can just exist. Perfect, Riza said. Anything else? I like our Sunday morning thing. Sitting outside before we open. Can we make that official? You want to schedule quiet time? I want to make sure it keeps happening. Yes. Riza felt something warm bloom in her chest. Chelsea asking for connection time. Requesting it explicitly instead of just hoping it would happen. Okay. Pre-opening Sundays are quiet time. Official. They sat for another moment in the quiet café. Through the window, Riza could see the neighborhood, their neighborhood now, at least for the next 23 days. I'm glad you came back, she said. I'm glad you asked me to. Day 11, Wednesday afternoon, Chelsea. The espresso machine decided to die during the lunch rush. Not break down, die. Completely, dramatically, with a horrible grinding sound and a smell that made Devon poke her head out from the kitchen to ask if they needed to evacuate. Chelsea felt the panic rise, swift and consuming and completely unproductive. They had 12 people in line. They were in the middle of their busiest period. They had exactly 3 weeks and 5 days left to prove viability, and their main piece of equipment just catastrophically failed. I need you to help me not spiral, she said to Riza, her voice tight. Riza was there immediately. Okay. What do you need? Options. Fast. Can we make coffee without the machine? Not espresso drinks. We can do drip coffee and cold brew. Okay. So we pivot. Zell, Riza turned to their barista, who was already assessing the situation with professional calm. Can you handle drip and cold brew for the rest of the day? Yeah. We'll lose the specialty drinks, but we can cover basics. Perfect. Do that. Chelsea, Riza's hand was on her arm, grounding. Call the repair company. Get them out here today if possible. If not, find out what it'll cost to rent a machine while ours is fixed. That's going to blow our maintenance budget. We'll figure it out. One problem at a time. Can you make those calls? Chelsea nodded, already pulling out her phone. Good. I've got the floor. Go. Chelsea made it to the office before her hands started shaking. She pulled up the repair company's number, forced herself to breathe, made the call. Professional. Calm. Crisis management mode. They could come out in 2 hours. The rental would be available tomorrow morning. It would cost more than they'd budgeted, but they could absorb it. When she emerged 20 minutes later, Riza had the line moving smoothly. Zell was cranking out drip coffee like a machine herself, and Bex, their regular with the teal hair, was explaining to confused customers that actually, the café's drip coffee was excellent and this was a great opportunity to try their cold brew. We're good, Riza said when Chelsea caught her eye. We've got this. Chelsea believed her. That night's check-in was in person, in the café after closing. That was intense, Chelsea said. Yeah. How did we do? You were perfect. I was a disaster internally, but I didn't let it show. The contract clause about asking for help worked. I used the exact words we agreed on. You did. And I'm proud of you for that. Riza paused. Can I add something? An observation? Always. When the crisis hit, you went straight to worst-case scenario. Total catastrophe, business failure, everything falling apart. Chelsea winced. I know. I'm working on it. No, I'm not criticizing. I'm saying, your worst-case scenario was business failure. Not us failing. You spiraled about the cafe, but not about our partnership. That's growth. Chelsea sat with that. Riza was right. 3 years ago, a crisis like this would have sent her into full flight mode, not just from the business problem, but from the relationship entirely. Today, she'd stayed. Asked for help. Trusted Riza to handle her part while Chelsea handled hers. The contract's working, Chelsea said. Yeah. It really is. Day 14, Saturday close, Riza. 2 weeks. Halfway through the trial. Halfway to renegotiation. Riza counted out the register while Chelsea ran the final numbers on her tablet. Devon was already gone. Zell was finishing her cleaning protocol with the efficiency of someone who'd done this 1,000 times. We hit our target, Chelsea said, looking up. For the 2-week mark. We're actually exactly where we need to be to prove sustainability. That's amazing. It's 2 weeks. Anything could happen in the next 2 weeks. Or we could celebrate that we hit our target and enjoy it for 5 minutes before worrying about the rest. Riza pulled out her phone, opened the camera. Come here. What are you doing? Documenting the win. Come on. Chelsea rolled her eyes but came around the counter. Riza held up her phone, catching them both in frame, tired, slightly disheveled, standing in their cafe. Say, 2-week milestone, Riza said. This is ridiculous. Say it anyway. 2-week milestone, Chelsea said, and Riza caught the photo just as Chelsea's reluctant smile turned real. Zell paused her cleaning. You two are disgustingly functional. It's weird. We're working on it, Riza said. Working on being functional or working on being disgusting? Yes. After Zell left, Riza and Chelsea did their standard closing routine. Everything had a place now, a rhythm they developed without meaning to. Chelsea handled the office tasks, Riza handled the front. They met in the middle to review the day. Check-in? Riza asked, even though it was Saturday and their official check-in was Sundays. We're a day early. We're celebrating. New clause, we're allowed to celebrate ahead of schedule. Chelsea added it to the contract without argument. They sat in Lionel's booth. It was unofficially his now. He'd claimed it so thoroughly that other customers naturally gravitated elsewhere, and reviewed their 2 weeks. Business stuff first, Chelsea said. We're financially stable. Traffic is growing. We have regulars. Lionel brought Devon 2 more recipes this week. Bex asked if we'd consider carrying her friend's zine. We're building community. And personally? Chelsea was quiet for a moment. I haven't wanted to run. Not once. I've been anxious, I've spiraled, I've had moments where I felt overwhelmed. But I haven't wanted to leave. That's new. Riza felt tears prick unexpectedly. That's really new. What about you? 2-week check-in. I've been letting myself want this, Riza admitted. The cafe, yeah, but also, us. Whatever this is. I'm not trying to protect myself from getting hurt by pretending I don't care. I'm just caring and accepting that it's scary. That's brave. It's terrifying. But also kind of freeing. They sat in the quiet cafe, their cafe, surrounded by evidence of 2 weeks of work. The chalkboard menu that Riza updated every morning. The spreadsheets Chelsea kept meticulously current. The corner where Bex always sat. The booth where Lionel held court. The plants in the window that were actually thriving. 15 days left, Chelsea said. 15 days until renegotiation. Are you scared? Completely. You? Absolutely. Good, Riza said. That means we care. It means we're going to fall apart spectacularly and traumatize everyone around us when it crashes. Or it means we care enough to keep trying even though it's hard. Chelsea's hand was on her collarbone, but this time when Riza pointed it out with just a look, Chelsea caught herself and dropped it. I'm working on it, Chelsea said. I know. They locked up together, walked to their cars together, said goodnight in the parking lot like they'd done every night for 2 weeks. Riza drove home, made dinner, fell into bed exhausted. In 15 days, they'd renegotiate everything. For now, they'd survived the halfway point. And they were still choosing to stay. Chapter 6, After Hours. Day 16, Monday night. The cafe was supposed to be closed. Chelsea had come back at 9 p.m. to fix the inventory tracking system, a task she'd been putting off because it required uninterrupted focus and the cafe was never actually quiet during business hours. She'd texted Riza about it, gotten a thumbs up in response, and let herself in with her key. She didn't expect to find the lights already on. Riza was at their usual booth, laptop open, surrounded by papers and what looked like a half-eaten sandwich from the deli down the street. Hey, Chelsea said. Didn't know you'd be here. Riza looked up, startled. I texted you. You sent a thumbs up emoji. No, I sent an actual text. About needing to work on the community event proposal. Riza picked up her phone, frowned. Which apparently didn't send. Technology hates me. Chelsea set down her laptop bag. Community event proposal? There's a neighborhood association meeting next week. I thought we could propose hosting a monthly open mic night or something. Build goodwill, attract evening traffic, show we're invested in the community. Riza gestured at her papers. But I'm not great at the formal proposal part. I can talk to people, but writing it down in official language makes my brain freeze. I can help with that. You came here to work on inventory. The inventory can wait 20 minutes. Chelsea slid into the booth across from her. Show me what you've got. What Riza had was a brilliant idea buried under overly casual language and a complete lack of structure. Chelsea could see it immediately, the potential, the angles, the way to frame it so the neighborhood association would see value instead of risk. Okay, Chelsea said, pulling out her own laptop. You have the substance. You just need to organize it. Let me, can I? Please. I've been staring at this for an hour and I keep second-guessing everything. They worked in comfortable silence for a while, Chelsea reformatting Riza's notes into something coherent, asking clarifying questions when she needed more detail. It felt natural, the way they'd always worked together before, Riza with the vision, Chelsea with the execution plan. You're really good at this, Riza said, watching her work. At making things sound official? At seeing what I'm trying to say even when I can't say it right. Chelsea looked up from her laptop. Riza was watching her with an expression that was warm and open and a little bit vulnerable. We work well together, Chelsea said carefully. We always did. Yeah. We did. Riza paused. Can I ask you something? Always. Do you ever think about what would have happened if you'd stayed? The first time? Chelsea's hand went to her collarbone before she could stop it. Sometimes. Good sometimes or bad sometimes? Both. I think about how maybe we would have figured it out. Maybe we would have been happy. Chelsea forced herself to drop her hand. But I also think about how I wasn't ready. How I would have kept running internally even if I'd stayed physically. And that would have been worse, probably. For both of us. Riza nodded slowly. I think about it too. How I pushed for things you weren't ready for. How I was so focused on what I thought we should be that I didn't pay attention to what we actually were. We were a mess. A beautiful mess, though. Chelsea smiled despite herself. You're romanticizing it. Maybe. But we were also 29 and in love and terrible at communication. That's not nothing. No, Chelsea agreed. It's not nothing. They sat with that for a moment, the acknowledgement of what they'd been, what they'd lost, what they were trying to build now. We're different now, Riza said. Right? This isn't just repeating the same pattern with better planning? I think we're different. I'm different. Chelsea gestured at the space between them. Before, I would have left the second this conversation got uncomfortable. Right now, I'm uncomfortable as hell and I'm still sitting here. That's growth. That's terrifying. Also growth. Chelsea laughed, some of the tension breaking. Okay. Community proposal. Let's finish this so you can wow the neighborhood association. They worked for another hour, refining the pitch until it was solid. Chelsea showed Riza how to structure the budget projection, how to frame the ask, how to make it clear that this was an opportunity for everyone, not just the café. You should present it, Chelsea said when they were done. You're better with people. I'll come as backup, but this is your thing. Community building is what you do. Will you help me practice? Right now? Why not? So Chelsea became the skeptical neighborhood association member while Riza practiced her pitch. The first run-through was nervous and hesitant. The second was better. By the third, Riza had found her rhythm, the warmth and authenticity that made people want to say yes to her. That was perfect, Chelsea said. You're going to kill it. Riza deflated into her seat. God, I hope so. I really want this to work. It will. You're good at this stuff. We're good at this stuff. This, Riza gestured between them, the working together part. We complement each other. We do. Riza was looking at her again with that open expression, and Chelsea felt something shift in the air between them. They were alone in the café. It was late. They'd just spent 2 hours working together seamlessly, the way they used to, back when working together naturally led to other things. Chelsea, Riza said softly. Yeah? I'm going to ask you something, and I need you to be honest. Not strategic, not careful. Just honest. Chelsea's heart kicked against her ribs. Okay. Do you want to kiss me right now? The question landed in the quiet café like a stone in still water. Chelsea could lie. She could deflect. She could make a joke and break the tension and go back to the safe territory of business partnership with undefined personal elements. She didn't do any of those things. Yes, she said. I've wanted to kiss you for at least a week. Maybe longer. Possibly since the Saturday you asked me to come back. Riza smiled, but there was nervousness underneath it. What's stopping you? The contract. We said we'd check in before escalating anything. We said we'd be intentional. That's very responsible of you. I'm trying this new thing where I don't just act on impulse and then panic about it later. How's that working out? It's deeply uncomfortable. Chelsea forced herself to stay still, to not close the distance between them. But I think it's the right thing. If we're going to do this, actually do this, we should talk about it first. Make sure we're on the same page. Riza leaned back against the booth. Okay. Let's talk about it. Here's what I'm thinking, Chelsea said, organizing her thoughts the way she'd organize a business plan. We're 16 days into a 30-day contract. We've been intentionally not defining the relationship part. But we're also not pretending there isn't attraction here. We're just in a holding pattern. Which is sustainable for 30 days but maybe not beyond that. Right. So we either need to actively choose to stay undefined, or we need to start figuring out what this is. And you want to figure out what this is. It wasn't a question, but Chelsea answered anyway. I want to stop pretending I don't feel things for you. I want to stop treating this like a business arrangement that conveniently also involves the person I'm still in love with. I want to be honest about the fact that I came back for the café but I stayed for you. Riza's eyes widened slightly. That's very honest. You said to be honest. I did. Okay. My turn. Riza took a breath. I want to stop protecting myself from getting hurt by keeping you at arm's length. I want to admit that the undefined thing was my safety net. If we're not officially together, it can't officially fail. But that's just another way of managing instead of actually participating. So what do we do? I think we add a new clause to the contract. Chelsea pulled out her phone, opened the document. What kind of clause? Permission to explore the personal side intentionally. We're not jumping into a full relationship, but we're also not pretending this is purely professional. We're actively choosing to see where this goes. With check-ins. Obviously with check-ins. And clear communication about if one of us wants to slow down or stop. Definitely. Riza leaned forward. But also with room to just be. To kiss if we want to kiss. To go on an actual date instead of just seeing each other at the café. To let this be what it wants to be instead of forcing it into a predetermined shape. Chelsea typed as Riza talked, organizing the thoughts into contract language. When she was done, she turned her phone around. New clause, day 16. We give ourselves permission to intentionally explore the romantic aspects of our relationship. This includes but is not limited to physical affection, dates outside of work, emotional vulnerability beyond business partnership. We maintain our weekly check-ins and our commitment to clear communication. Either party can request to pause or slow down this exploration at any time, and that request will be honored without judgment or defensiveness. That works? Chelsea asked. That works. Riza held out her hand. Partners in business and in figuring this out? Chelsea took her hand, the handshake formal and a little bit ridiculous given what they were actually agreeing to. Partners in business and in figuring this out. They shook on it, and then they were just holding hands across the table. So, Riza said. Now that we've officially agreed to intentionally explore the romantic aspects of our relationship through a carefully negotiated contract clause. Yeah? Can I kiss you? Chelsea laughed, surprised and genuine. You're asking permission? We just agreed to clear communication. I'm communicating clearly. Then yes. You can kiss me. Riza stood up, came around to Chelsea's side of the booth. Chelsea stood too, and for a second they just looked at each other, taking in the moment, the choice, the fact that they were really doing this. Then Riza kissed her. It was gentle and tentative and careful, nothing like the way they used to kiss, all heat and urgency and unspoken feelings. This was different. Intentional. A choice they were both actively making instead of something that just happened to them. When they pulled apart, Chelsea was smiling. That was nice, she said. Just nice? Very nice. Excellent, even. But also appropriately cautious for two people who are navigating a complex interpersonal dynamic with the aid of a relationship contract. Riza laughed. God, we're such disasters. Functional disasters. Getting there, anyway. They cleaned up their workstations, packed up their laptops. At the door, Chelsea hesitated. Do you want to get dinner sometime? She asked. Like, an actual date dinner. Not a working dinner. Not a business meeting that happens to involve food. Are you asking me out? I'm intentionally exploring the romantic aspects of our relationship. So yes, I'm asking you out. Then yes. I would like to get dinner with you sometime. Riza paused. How about Friday? After we close? That's still 4 days away. I know. But I want to do it right. Make a reservation somewhere nice, not just grab takeout because we're both too tired to cook. Actually plan for it instead of squeezing it in between everything else. Chelsea felt something warm bloom in her chest. You want to take me on a proper date? I want to take you on a proper date. Okay. Friday. After close. They walked to their cars together. At her door, Riza turned back. Chelsea? Yeah? I'm really glad you came back. Me too. Chelsea drove home with the taste of Riza's lips still on hers and a date on her calendar and a new clause in their contract. She texted Phoebe when she got home. Chelsea, I kissed Riza. Well, she kissed me. We negotiated it first. Phoebe, of course you did. How was it? Chelsea, really good. Scary. We added a clause to the contract. Phoebe, you're the only person I know who would negotiate a contract clause about kissing. Chelsea, it's about more than kissing. It's about intentionally choosing to explore the relationship instead of just letting it happen to us. Phoebe, that's very mature and healthy and I'm proud of you. Also please tell me you're going to stop overthinking this and just enjoy it. Chelsea, I'm going to try. Phoebe, good. Now go to sleep. You have a café to run in the morning. Chelsea set her phone down and pulled up the contract one more time. All their clauses, all their careful agreements. And now this new one, permission to try, to explore, to see what they could build together. In 14 days, they'd renegotiate. In 4 days, they had a date. For now, she had proof that intentional choices and clear communication could actually work. For now, that was enough. Chapter 7, Growing Pains. Day 18, Wednesday morning. Riza arrived at the cafe to find Chelsea already in crisis mode. Not panic mode, there was a difference. Crisis mode meant Chelsea was laser-focused, moving fast, solving problems sequentially with the kind of efficiency that was impressive until you realized she'd forgotten to breathe or eat or acknowledge that other humans existed. Morning, Riza said carefully. Supplier email, Chelsea said without looking up from her tablet. They're discontinuing our coffee blend. We have 2 weeks to find a replacement or reformulate or switch suppliers entirely. I'm building a comparison matrix of options but the variables are, she finally looked up. Morning. Sorry. Crisis. I can see that. Riza set down her bag. Have you eaten? I had coffee. Coffee isn't food. It's coffee. That's its entire purpose. Riza went to the kitchen, pulled out the leftover pastries Devon had packaged last night, put one on a plate and brought it back to Chelsea. Eat, she said. Then we'll handle the supplier thing together. Chelsea looked at the pastry, then at Riza, then back at the pastry. We need to make a decision by Friday. Then we have 2 days. Plenty of time. Eat first. For a moment, Riza thought Chelsea would argue. Then she picked up the pastry and took a bite, still scrolling through supplier websites with her other hand. I can make calls today, Riza offered. Get samples ordered, set up tastings. I already made a spreadsheet of our top 5 options with projected costs and lead times. Of course you did. I sent it to you 10 minutes ago. Riza checked her phone. There it was, a comprehensive analysis complete with color-coded risk assessment. She'd sent it at 5:47 a.m. Chelsea, Riza said gently. Did you sleep last night? Some. How much is some? 3 hours. Maybe 4. I woke up thinking about the supplier thing and couldn't get back to sleep, so I came here to work on it. Riza sat down across from her. Okay. New question. Is this actually a crisis, or is this your anxiety telling you it's a crisis? Chelsea's hand went to her collarbone. It's a legitimate business issue that requires immediate attention. I'm not saying it's not real. I'm asking if the level of panic is proportional to the problem. Chelsea was quiet for a moment, actually considering the question instead of just defending her reaction. Maybe 60% proportional, she admitted. Okay. So what's the other 40%? I don't know. General anxiety? Fear that if one thing goes wrong, everything will fall apart? The fact that we're 3 weeks into a 30-day trial and every problem feels like it could be the thing that tanks everything? And maybe some relationship anxiety mixed in there too? Chelsea's hand dropped from her collarbone. Maybe. Riza reached across the table, covered Chelsea's hand with hers. We kissed 2 days ago. And then we went right back to work and haven't really talked about it. Is that sitting weird for you? A little. Yeah. Me too. Chelsea blinked. Really? You seem fine. I'm very good at seeming fine. It's kind of my whole thing. Riza squeezed her hand. But actually I've been low-key freaking out about whether I pushed too hard, whether we moved too fast, whether you're regretting it. I'm not regretting it. Good. Because I'm not either. But I think we need to actually talk about it instead of just pretending it didn't happen and going back to business as usual. Chelsea looked at their joined hands. The contract says we're supposed to check in. We haven't done that since we added the new clause. We're doing it now. So, check in. How are you feeling about the kiss and the date on Friday and the intentionally exploring the romantic aspects thing? Chelsea took a breath. Terrified. Hopeful. Worried I'm going to mess it up. Excited in a way that makes me want to run because I don't trust good things to stay good. And underneath all of that, there's this quiet certainty that this is right. That we're right. That even though it's scary, it's worth being scared for. Riza felt her throat tighten. That's a lot of feelings. I'm working on actually experiencing them instead of just analyzing them into submission. How's that going? Terribly. I hate it. But I'm doing it anyway. Riza smiled. For what it's worth, I'm scared too. Different specific fears, but same general terror. And I also have that quiet certainty that this is worth it. Even with the relationship contract and the over-negotiated boundaries and my catastrophizing about coffee suppliers. Especially with all of that. Because it means we're actually trying. Not just hoping it works out, but actively building something intentional. They sat there for a moment, holding hands across the table in the quiet cafe. Through the window, Riza could see the neighborhood waking up, people heading to work, the bodega owner sweeping his sidewalk, a jogger with a dog. The coffee supplier thing is still a real issue, Chelsea said. I know. And we'll handle it. Together. After you eat that entire pastry and maybe drink some water. I'm fine. You're running on 3 hours of sleep and pure anxiety. Eat the pastry, drink the water, and then we'll tackle the supplier thing as a team instead of you trying to solve it alone at 5 in the morning. Chelsea picked up the pastry again, took another bite. You're very bossy when you're being caring. I'm very caring when you're being self-destructive. There's a difference. Fair. Zell arrived at 6:30, took one look at them sitting together at the table, and raised an eyebrow. Do I want to know? She asked. Coffee supplier crisis, Riza said. Ah. Fun. Zell hung up her jacket. We switching beans or switching suppliers? To be determined, Chelsea said. I'm working on a comparison analysis. Of course you are. Zell started her opening routine. For what it's worth, the current blend is good, but I've had better. If you want my opinion on samples, I'm happy to taste test. Chelsea looked up, surprised. Really? I've worked in coffee for 8 years. I know what I'm doing. Also, if we're switching, I'd rather have input than just find out one day that everything tastes different. That's really helpful. Thank you. Zell shrugged. We're a team, right? Might as well act like one. After she walked away, Chelsea looked at Riza. Did she just offer to help? She did. People do that when you build actual relationships with them instead of just managing them from a distance. Is that a dig at me? It's an observation. You're getting better at it. The Chelsea from 3 years ago would have made the supplier decision unilaterally and then been confused when everyone was upset about the change. The Chelsea from 3 years ago was kind of an asshole. The Chelsea from 3 years ago was scared and dealing with it badly. The Chelsea now is scared and dealing with it better. Chelsea's tablet buzzed. She glanced at it, then set it face down on the table. I'm going to finish eating, she said. And then we're going to handle the supplier thing together. And then tonight, we're going to have an actual check-in about the relationship stuff instead of just letting it sit in the background making us both anxious. That sounds perfect. And on Friday, we're going to go on our date and I'm going to try really hard not to overthink every single thing. Also perfect. They opened at 7. The morning rush was steady, Lionel and his friends, Bex with her latest art project, a handful of students cramming for exams. Riza made lattes and learned that one of Lionel's friends was a retired food scientist who had opinions about coffee sourcing. Bring me your samples, she told Chelsea. I'll tell you which one is worth your money. By noon, they'd ordered samples from 4 different suppliers, scheduled a tasting for Friday morning, and had 3 people, Zell, Devon, and Lionel's friend, volunteered to help evaluate them. See? Riza said when they had a quiet moment. Team effort. I still want to run the cost analysis. Of course you do. But at least you're not trying to do everything yourself. Chelsea's phone buzzed. She glanced at it, and her expression shifted, something uncomfortable crossing her face. What is it? Riza asked. Email from my old company. The one I left to come here. Chelsea stared at her phone. They want to know if I'd be interested in coming back. Permanent position, more money, flexible remote work so I wouldn't have to move again. Riza's stomach dropped. Oh. I'm not going to take it, Chelsea said immediately. I'm not. They timed this really well, that's all. Or really badly, depending on your perspective. What are you going to tell them? No. Obviously. Chelsea put her phone away. I made a commitment. To the café, to you, to this whole thing. I'm not running just because they offered me an exit. But you're thinking about it. No. I'm having anxiety about it. There's a difference. Chelsea looked at her directly. Riza, I'm not leaving. The offer doesn't change anything. Okay. You don't believe me. I want to believe you. Chelsea stood up, came around to Riza's side of the counter. The cafe was quiet, just Bex in the corner with her headphones on, too absorbed in her work to notice them. I know I have a history of running, Chelsea said quietly. I know that every time something like this comes up, you're going to wonder if this is the time I actually leave. And I can't prove to you that I won't, I can only show you through my actions over time. But I need you to hear me when I say, I'm not interested in the job. I don't want to go back. I want to be here, building this, with you. Riza wanted to believe her. She did believe her, mostly. But there was still that small voice asking what happens when things get harder, when the cafe has a bad week, when the relationship gets complicated. I'm going to say no to them today, Chelsea continued. Right now, if you want. You can watch me type the email. You don't have to prove it to me. I want to. Not because you're asking, but because I need you to see that I'm serious about this. About us. Chelsea pulled out her phone, opened her email, started typing. Riza watched her compose a polite but definitive decline, thanking them for the opportunity, explaining that she had commitments she was excited about, wishing them well. Then Chelsea showed her the email before sending it. Does that work? Chelsea asked. Riza read it over. It was professional, final, and left no room for negotiation. That works, she said. Chelsea sent it. There, she said. Done. No exit strategy. Just this. Riza pulled her into a hug right there behind the counter. Chelsea stiffened for half a second. Public displays of affection weren't her default, then relaxed into it. Thank you, Riza said into her shoulder. For what? For staying. For telling me about the email instead of just dealing with it alone. For letting me be scared and then showing me I don't have to be. We're trying the whole communication thing. It's working. When they pulled apart, Bex was watching them with barely concealed delight. She gave them an enthusiastic thumbs up before going back to her art. Subtle, Chelsea muttered. She's 22 and romantic. Let her have this. The afternoon continued. Riza handled a walk-in meeting with someone from the neighborhood association about the community event proposal. Chelsea finalized the supplier comparison spreadsheet. Devon tested a new scone recipe that made the entire cafe smell like brown butter and cardamom. At closing, after Zell and Devon left, Chelsea and Riza sat down for their promised check-in. Okay, Riza said. Real talk. How are we doing? Better than this morning. The supplier thing is under control. The job offer is declined. I had a minor crisis and didn't spiral into a complete disaster. And the relationship stuff? Chelsea was quiet for a moment. I'm still scared. But I'm also really glad we're doing this. The intentional exploration thing. It feels more sustainable than just falling into something and hoping it works out. What about Friday? Still want to do the date? Absolutely. I made a reservation. You did? At that Italian place you like. The one with the good wine list and the pasta you're obsessed with. Riza felt warmth bloom in her chest. You remembered. I remember everything about you. That's part of the problem. That's part of the magic, I think. They sat there in the quiet cafe, the day's work done, the evening stretching ahead of them. We're really doing this, Chelsea said. All of it. The cafe, the relationship, the whole complicated mess. We really are. And in 12 days, we renegotiate. In 12 days, we renegotiate, Riza confirmed. But for now, we're doing okay. Better than okay. Yeah. Better than okay. They locked up together, walked to their cars together. Before they separated, Chelsea caught Riza's hand. Hey, she said. I know I'm a lot. The anxiety, the catastrophizing, the spreadsheets at 5 a.m. But I'm working on it. I know you are. And for what it's worth, I like that you're a lot. It means you care. I care a lot. Good. So do I. Chelsea squeezed her hand once, then let go. See you tomorrow? 5:30. Like always. Riza drove home feeling lighter than she had that morning. The supplier crisis was manageable. The job offer was declined. They'd had an actual check-in and both admitted to being scared and neither of them had run. Progress. Messy, imperfect, sometimes anxiety-inducing progress. But progress nonetheless. Chapter 8, The Investor's Eye. Day 20, Friday afternoon. Chelsea had been preparing for Vivian's visit all week. Not just business preparation, she always prepared. This was different. This was the kind of high-stakes meeting that could determine whether they had a future beyond the 30-day trial, and Chelsea had channeled all her anxiety into making sure every single detail was perfect. Fresh flowers on the tables. Check. Financial projections printed and bound. Check. Zell briefed on potential questions. Check. Devon's best pastries timed to come out of the oven exactly when Vivian arrived so the cafe would smell amazing. Check. Her own outfit changed 3 times before settling on the professional but approachable blazer that Phoebe had helped her pick out. Check. What she hadn't prepared for was Vivian arriving 30 minutes early. Chelsea was in the back office, doing a final review of the numbers, when Zell knocked on the door. "Investors here," she said. "Early." Chelsea's stomach dropped. "How early?" 30 minutes. She said she wanted to observe the normal flow before the official meeting. Which was smart and also deeply inconvenient because Chelsea had timed everything for 2 p.m. and it was currently 1:30 and she wasn't ready and the pastries weren't ready. "Chelsea," Zell said. "Breathe. You've got this." "Right." Breathing. Chelsea could do breathing. She found Vivian at the corner table, not Lionel's booth, thankfully, with a laptop open and a coffee that she must have ordered from Riza. Vivian looked exactly like her reputation: sharp gray hair, expensive casual clothes, the kind of presence that commanded attention without demanding it. "Ms. Chen," Chelsea said, extending her hand. "I wasn't expecting you until 2. I like to see businesses in their natural state." Vivian shook her hand firmly. "And call me Vivian. Ms. Chen makes me feel older than I already am." "Of course. Vivian." Chelsea gestured to the seat across from her. "May I? It's your café." Chelsea sat, acutely aware that this woman held their future in her hands. Vivian had a reputation for backing sustainable local businesses, but she was also known for asking hard questions and walking away from anything that felt like a vanity project. "Your partner made me an excellent latte," Vivian said, gesturing to her cup. "She also gave me a brief history of the neighborhood and asked about my investment philosophy." "Smooth. Riza's good with people. And you're good with numbers, I assume." "That's usually how these partnerships work." "I handle the financial side, yes." Vivian took a sip of her coffee, watching Chelsea over the rim. "So tell me. What happens in 10 days when your trial period ends?" "We make an offer on the lease. Assuming we can demonstrate sustainable traffic and positive cash flow." "And can you?" "Yes. We've exceeded our projections for the past 2 weeks. Traffic is growing, our average transaction is stable, and we're building community engagement that should translate to long-term loyalty." "Should translate." That's a lot of uncertainty. All businesses have uncertainty. We're just being honest about it. Vivian smiled slightly. "Fair point. What about the personal side?" Chelsea blinked. "I'm sorry. You two are together. Or we're together. Or are figuring out if you're together. I can't tell which, but it's clearly there." Vivian set down her coffee. "That's relevant to my investment decision. Business partnerships are hard enough without romantic complications." Chelsea felt her face heat. "We're managing it. With a contract, I hear." "Excuse me?" "Riza mentioned it when I asked how you two navigate the dual relationship. She said you have a partnership agreement that covers both business and personal boundaries. That's either brilliant or a disaster waiting to happen, and I haven't decided which yet." Chelsea looked over at Riza, who was behind the counter making drinks and definitely couldn't hear this conversation. She'd told Vivian about the contract. "It's working for us," Chelsea said carefully. "Clear expectations, regular check-ins, defined roles. It removes ambiguity." "And emotion?" "We're not removing emotion. We're creating a framework that makes it safer to feel things." Vivian leaned back, studying her. "You really believe that?" "I do. Emotion without structure is chaos. Structure without emotion is sterile. We're trying to find the balance." "And if the relationship falls apart? What happens to the business?" It was the question Chelsea had been asking herself for 3 weeks. The question that kept her up at night, that made her want to maintain exit strategies just in case. "We have terms for that," Chelsea said. "In the contract. If the personal relationship ends, we have a clear process for determining whether we can maintain the business partnership or if one of us buys out the other." "Have you told your landlord about this arrangement?" "Russell knows we're complicated. We haven't formalized anything with him yet because we're still in the trial period." Smart. Vivian pulled out her phone, made a note. What's your plan if I say no? If I decide not to invest? Chelsea hadn't let herself think about that scenario in detail. She'd been so focused on making the cafe work, on proving they could do this, that she hadn't seriously considered the alternative. We find another investor, she said. Or we seek community funding. Or we scale back the expansion plans and operate with lower overhead until we can self-fund growth. No quitting. No quitting. Even if it gets hard? Chelsea thought about the job offer she'd declined 3 days ago. The easy exit she'd turned down because she'd made a commitment. Especially if it gets hard, she said. That's the whole point of the contract. We stay. We work through it. We don't run when things get complicated. Vivian was quiet for a moment, watching the cafe. Lionel had arrived with his usual crew. Bex was in her corner with her art supplies. A handful of students were studying at various tables. Devon emerged from the kitchen with a tray of fresh scones, and the smell hit immediately: brown butter, cardamom, the warmth of something made with care. You've built something here, Vivian said. In 20 days. That's impressive. We've built the beginning of something. The rest depends on whether we can sustain it. And whether you can sustain each other. That too. Riza appeared at their table, coffee pot in hand. Refill? Please, Vivian said, holding out her cup. Riza poured, and Chelsea watched Vivian watch Riza, the easy competence, the way she checked in with other tables on her way back to the counter, the smile she gave Lionel when he said something that made her laugh. She's good at this, Vivian observed. She's the best at this. The community building, the hospitality, the making people feel welcome. That's all her. And you're the strategy. I'm the strategy. Do you like it? The division of labor? Chelsea considered the question honestly. Sometimes I wish I was better at the people part. Riza makes it look effortless. But yes, I like it. We complement each other. She sees the human element I miss, and I see the structural issues she overlooks. Together we're better than either of us would be alone. That's true in business and in relationships. Yes. Vivian made another note on her phone. Then she stood up. Show me the kitchen. I want to see your setup. They walked through the cafe together, Chelsea pointing out the improvements they'd made, the efficiency of the layout, the places where they'd invested in quality equipment versus where they'd economized. Vivian asked sharp questions about workflow, maintenance schedules, supplier relationships. In the kitchen, Devon was pulling another tray from the oven. She looked up, smiled. You must be the investor, she said. Try this. She handed Vivian a scone. New recipe. Tell me if it's worth keeping. Vivian took a bite, and her expression shifted, surprise, then pleasure. That's exceptional, she said. Brown butter and cardamom. Lionel's late wife's recipe, with some modifications. Devon turned back to her work. We're trying to blend nostalgia with innovation. Honor what was here before while building something new. After Vivian left the kitchen, she turned to Chelsea. Your baker is a poet. Devon's special. We're lucky to have her. And your barista? The one with the attitude? Zell keeps us honest. She's worked enough bad situations to spot red flags early. If she's still here, it means we're doing something right. They walked back to the main floor. Vivian looked around one more time, really looked, taking it all in. You know what I don't see, she said. What? Fear. Most new business owners are terrified. They're so busy trying to look confident that they can't actually be present. You two are here. Really here. Building relationships, making adjustments, staying flexible. That's rare. We're terrified, Chelsea admitted. We're just terrified together. It's different. Show me the projections. The real ones, not the optimistic version you think I want to see. They moved to a table where Chelsea had set up her presentation. She walked Vivian through the numbers, realistic growth estimates, conservative profit margins, multiple scenarios for expansion or contraction based on different outcomes. "This is good work," Vivian said. "Honest. Not everyone is willing to show the less rosy scenarios. We'd rather plan for challenges than be blindsided by them." "Smart." Vivian closed the folder. "Here's my concern. This cafe could work. The numbers make sense, the community is responding, you've built something with real potential. But if the relationship implodes, does the business survive?" Chelsea had been expecting this question. She still didn't have a perfect answer. "I can't guarantee the relationship won't fail," she said. "But I can tell you that we've built structural safeguards. We have regular check-ins. We have clear communication protocols. We've negotiated what happens if one of us wants out. And fundamentally, we both want this to work, the cafe and the relationship. That shared investment is powerful. It's also risky. Shared investment means shared vulnerability." "Yes. But the alternative is holding back, protecting ourselves, maintaining exit strategies. And that's how we failed the first time. This time we're all in." Vivian was quiet for a long moment. Then she pulled out her phone again, made a longer note. "I'm not making a decision today," she said. "I want to see how you two handle the end of the trial period. How you renegotiate. Whether you can actually do what you say you're going to do. That's fair. But I will say this. I've invested in a lot of businesses. Most of them succeed or fail on execution. But the ones that really thrive? Those succeed because the people running them genuinely care. About the work, about each other, about the community they're serving. You two care. That's not enough by itself, but it's a necessary foundation." She stood up, extended her hand. "I'll be in touch after your trial period ends. In the meantime, keep doing what you're doing." Chelsea shook her hand. "Thank you for coming. Thank you for the excellent scone and the honest conversation." After Vivian left, Riza appeared at Chelsea's side. "How did it go?" she asked quietly. "She's not making a decision yet. She wants to see how we handle the end of the trial period and the renegotiation. So we impressed her but didn't close the deal." "We impressed her. That's something." Riza bumped her shoulder gently. "You did good. I could see it from across the room, you were confident without being cocky, honest without being self-deprecating. That's growth." She asked about the contract. "About us. I know. I mentioned it when she asked how we navigate the dual relationship. Was that okay?" Chelsea thought about it. "Yeah. Actually, yeah. It is okay. It's part of who we are now. The contract, the intentional communication, all of it. If she's going to invest, she should know what she's investing in. Which is two disaster humans trying really hard to be functional." "Exactly." The rest of the afternoon passed quickly. Lionel's friend, the retired food scientist, spent an hour with them tasting coffee samples and explaining in excruciating detail why 3 of them were acceptable and 1 was absolute garbage. They ended up selecting a new blend that was slightly more expensive but, according to their expert, worth every penny. At 5 o'clock, they closed. Zell and Devon cleaned up and left. Chelsea and Riza stood in the quiet cafe, the day's work done. "We have a date tonight," Riza said. "We do. Are you nervous?" "Completely." "You?" "Absolutely." They stood there for a moment, both of them clearly uncertain about what came next. "We should probably go home and change," Riza said. "Probably." Neither of them moved. "Chelsea?" "Yeah?" "Whatever happens tonight, whatever we figure out or don't figure out about this relationship, I want you to know that I'm really glad we're trying." "Me too." "Okay. Good. I'm going to go home and stress about what to wear for an hour, and then I'll meet you at the restaurant at 7. 7. I'll be there. Riza kissed her quickly, just a brush of lips, nothing more, and then headed for the door. Chelsea stood alone in the café for another moment, letting herself feel the weight of the day. The investor meeting that had gone well but not perfectly. The coffee tasting that had solved one crisis and created a new budget consideration. The date that was happening in less than 2 hours and terrified her in ways she didn't fully understand. She pulled out her phone, looked at the contract. All their careful clauses, their negotiated boundaries, their attempt to build something sustainable. In 10 days, they'd renegotiate. In 2 hours, they had a first real date. For now, she had proof that they could impress investors and solve problems and stay a team even when things got complicated. For now, that was enough. She locked up the cafe and drove home to figure out what you wore to a date with someone you were falling in love with for the second time, with intention and clear communication and a relationship contract that was either brilliant or absolutely insane. Probably both. Definitely both. Chapter 9, Accelerated Timeline. Day 20, Friday night. The restaurant was exactly what Riza remembered: warm lighting, exposed brick, the kind of intimate atmosphere that made conversations feel important. Chelsea was already there, sitting at a corner table with a glass of wine, dressed in dark jeans and a soft gray sweater that made her look both nervous and beautiful. Riza took a breath and walked over. "Hi," she said. Chelsea looked up, and her face did something complicated, nervousness melting into genuine happiness before settling on careful warmth. "Hi. You look amazing." "You too." Riza slid into the seat across from her. "Sorry I'm late. I couldn't figure out what to wear." "You're 2 minutes late." "That's not late. It's late for me. I'm usually early." "So am I. We're both punctual disasters." Riza laughed, and just like that, some of the nervous tension dissolved. The server came by, took Riza's drink order, left them alone with menus and the weight of what this actually was: a real date, not a business meeting that happened to involve food, not a working session that turned personal. An actual, intentional, we're trying this out date. "So," Chelsea said. "This is weird, right?" "That it feels weird?" "Extremely weird. We've spent every day together for 3 weeks, but sitting here feels like a first date." "It kind of is a first date. The first intentional one, anyway." Riza thought back to their actual first date, years ago. Coffee that turned into dinner that turned into walking around the city until midnight, both of them talking fast and laughing and discovering how easy it was to be together. "The first time was easier," she said. "The first time we didn't know what we were risking. And now we do." Chelsea set down her menu. "Do you want to do the thing where we pretend this is just a normal date and make small talk about our days? Or do we want to actually talk about what we're both thinking?" "What are you thinking?" "That I'm terrified this won't work. That I'm terrified it will work and I'll mess it up anyway. That I can't believe we're sitting here trying again after how badly I handled things the first time. That I really, really want this to work and that wanting it this much makes me want to run." Riza reached across the table, took Chelsea's hand. "I'm scared too. Different specifics, but same general terror." "What are your specifics?" "I'm scared that I'm going to fall harder than you do. That I'm already more invested and I'm going to end up hurt because I'm always the one who loves more." Riza took a breath. "And I'm scared that I'm going to do what I did last time, push for more than you're ready to give, and you'll leave again because I asked for too much too soon." "You didn't ask for too much. You asked for what you needed, and I wasn't capable of giving it yet. Same outcome, though. Not this time." Chelsea squeezed her hand. "This time we have a contract. And check-ins. And the ability to say, I need to slow down, instead of just running. Have you wanted to run since we started this?" Chelsea was quiet for a moment, considering the question honestly. "A few times," she admitted. "When Vivian asked about the relationship today. When I got the job offer. This morning when I woke up and realized I was falling in love with you again and couldn't pretend anymore that this was just a business arrangement with benefits." Riza's breath caught. You're falling in love with me? I never stopped being in love with you. I just ran away from it for 3 years. Chelsea's hand was trembling slightly. Is that too much? Too fast? Should I not have said that? No. I mean, yes, you should have said it. Because I'm falling in love with you too. Or still in love with you. I'm not sure there's a difference. They sat there, holding hands across the table, having just admitted things that felt too big for a first date but also exactly right for two people who were trying again with intention. The server came back, and they ordered without really looking at the menu. Riza got her usual, Chelsea got hers, and they both knew what the other was ordering because they'd been here before, in another life. After the server left, Chelsea pulled out her phone. What are you doing? Riza asked. Checking the contract. We just escalated emotionally pretty fast. I want to make sure we're both okay with that. You're checking the relationship contract in the middle of our date. We said we'd maintain check-ins. This feels like a check-in moment. Riza couldn't help but smile. Okay. What does the contract say? It says we give ourselves permission to explore this intentionally. It doesn't say anything about love declarations on the first official date. Should we add a clause? Maybe. Or maybe we just acknowledge that feelings are happening faster than we planned and we're both okay with it. I'm okay with it, Riza said. Are you? Chelsea set down her phone. I'm terrified but okay with it. Which seems to be my default state these days. Mine too. Their food arrived. They ate and talked, about the café, about Vivian's visit, about the coffee tasting and Lionel's friends' passionate opinions about roasting temperatures. Easy conversation, the kind they'd always been good at. But underneath it, Riza could feel the weight of what they'd said. The love that they'd both admitted to, that was still there, that had survived 3 years of separation and was maybe stronger for having been tested. Halfway through dinner, Chelsea's phone buzzed. She glanced at it, frowned. Everything okay? Riza asked. Email from Russell. He wants to meet Monday morning. Chelsea read further, and her expression shifted. The building sale is happening faster than he expected. The buyer is taking possession in 3 weeks instead of the original 6. Riza's stomach dropped. 3 weeks? Yeah. Which means, Chelsea was already calculating, we have 10 days left in our trial period, and then less than 2 weeks to secure financing or alternative space or figure out what the hell we're doing. Can we do that? I don't know. Maybe. If Vivian commits. If we can negotiate with the buyer. If a lot of variables align that we can't control. Chelsea set down her phone. Sorry. This is not first date conversation. This is our life. It's okay to talk about it. I don't want this, Chelsea gestured at the table, to always be about the café. About business and stress and crisis management. But it is about the café right now. We're building something together, and that's part of what we are. Riza paused. We can be people who go on dates and also people who problem solve together. Those things don't have to be separate. Chelsea looked at her for a long moment. You're right. I'm just used to compartmentalizing. Work is work, personal is personal, and never the two shall meet. We're not compartmentalized people. We're integrated. The café is part of our relationship, and the relationship is part of the café. That's okay. Is it though? What if the café fails and we lose both? Then we lose both. And it will hurt. And we'll figure out what comes next. Riza leaned forward. But we can't protect ourselves from that by keeping things separate. We're already all in. The only question is whether we admit it or keep pretending we have an exit strategy. Chelsea's hand went to her collarbone, then dropped. I declined the job offer. I know. You told me. No, I mean, I deleted the email thread. All of it. The offer, my response, everything. So I wouldn't be tempted to keep it as a backup plan. Riza felt something warm bloom in her chest. That's big. It's terrifying. I always keep backup plans. Always. But I realize that having an exit strategy means I'm always a little bit leaving, even when I'm staying. And I don't want to be a little bit leaving anymore. I want to be all the way here. All the way here with an accelerated timeline and a building sale and 10 days until we have to renegotiate our entire relationship. Yeah. All the way here with all of that. They finished dinner. Dessert came, tiramisu they split, both of them using the same fork without thinking about it. When the check arrived, they split it evenly, the way they split everything. Outside the restaurant, the night was cool and clear. They walked toward where they'd parked, taking the long way, not ready for the evening to end. What happens Monday? Riza asked. When we meet with Russell? We find out exactly how bad the timeline is. Then we make a plan. Contact Vivian, see if she can expedite her decision. Look at alternative financing. Figure out if we can negotiate with the buyer. Chelsea stopped walking. We handle it together. Together. Is that okay? I know I tend to go into crisis mode and try to solve everything alone. Chelsea. Yes. It's okay. It's more than okay. That's what partners do. They were standing in the middle of the sidewalk, people walking around them, the city alive with Friday night energy. I had a really good time tonight, Chelsea said. Me too. Even with the crisis email. Especially with the crisis email. Because we talked about it instead of pretending everything was fine. Riza stepped closer. Can I kiss you? You're asking permission again. Clear communication, remember? Then yes. You can absolutely kiss me. This kiss was different from the first one, less tentative, more certain. A kiss that tasted like tiramisu and red wine and the decision to be all the way in, even when everything was uncertain. When they pulled apart, Chelsea was smiling. I should take you on dates more often, she said. You should. But maybe with less existential crisis next time. I make no promises. Crisis seems to be our baseline state. They walked the rest of the way to their cars. At Riza's door, Chelsea caught her hand. Hey, she said. About what we said. The being in love thing. Riza's heart kicked. Yeah. I meant it. I just wanted to make sure you knew that. It wasn't the wine talking or the moment or the romance of the restaurant. I'm in love with you. Still. Again. However that works. I meant it too. And I'm okay with being scared about it as long as we're scared together. Scared together. I can do that. They said goodnight, and Riza drove home with her heart full and her mind racing. 3 weeks until they had to be out of the building. 10 days until the contract ended and they had to renegotiate everything. At home, she pulled out her laptop and looked at the community event proposal she'd presented to the neighborhood association. They'd loved it. Wanted to move forward with the first event in 3 weeks. 3 weeks that they might not have a cafe for. Her phone buzzed. Chelsea, thank you for tonight. For all of it. For being patient with my process and for calling me on my shit when I need it. Riza, thank you for being all the way here. Even when it's scary. Chelsea, especially when it's scary. Riza, we're going to figure this out, right? The building thing? Chelsea, we're going to try. And if we can't, we'll figure out what comes next. Together. Riza, together. Chelsea, get some sleep. We have a crisis to manage on Monday. Riza, looking forward to it. Good night. Chelsea, night. Riza set her phone down and stared at the ceiling. They'd just had their first real date. They'd both admitted to being in love. And they'd gotten news that their timeline had just been cut in half. It should feel like disaster. Instead, it felt like clarity. They were all in. No exit strategies, no backup plans, no pretending they could keep the cafe separate from the relationship or the relationship separate from the cafe. They were integrated, complicated, deeply imperfect, and trying anyway. In 10 days, they'd renegotiate. In 3 weeks, they might lose everything. For now, she had proof that love declarations and crisis emails could happen on the same date, and it could still be perfect. For now, that was enough. Chapter 10, Community Chest. Day 23, Monday morning, Chelsea. Russell's office was small and cluttered with 30 years of property management paperwork. He sat behind his desk looking apologetic and tired, like he'd been dreading this conversation. "I'm sorry to do this to you girls," he said. The buyer moved up their timeline. They want possession by the 15th of next month. Chelsea did the math instantly. That's 22 days from now. I know. I tried to negotiate more time, but they're planning renovations and they want to start immediately. Renovations meaning they're tearing the building down? Not tearing down. Converting to mixed-use residential. Ground floor will stay commercial, but they're gutting and rebuilding the upper floors. Riza leaned forward. So we could potentially stay? If we negotiate a lease with the new owners? Maybe. They haven't committed to keeping current tenants. They're reviewing each lease individually. Chelsea pulled out her tablet, started taking notes. Who do we contact? What's the process? What do they need to see from us? I'll send you the property management company's information. They're the ones handling the transition. Russell pulled off his glasses, rubbed his eyes. For what it's worth, I told them you two have been excellent tenants. That you've improved the space, that you're building something the neighborhood needs. I don't know if it'll matter, but I tried. Thank you, Riza said. That means a lot. After they left Russell's office, Chelsea and Riza sat in the car, both of them processing. Okay, Chelsea said. We have 22 days. Our contract ends in 7 days. We need to contact the new owners, prepare our case, secure commitment from Vivian, and figure out alternative locations in case they say no. And we need to not panic, Riza added. I'm absolutely panicking. I know. But we're panicking together, right? Not separately. Not with you trying to solve everything alone while I pretend I'm fine. Chelsea took a breath. Together. Right. What do you need from me? I need you to handle the formal stuff, the lease negotiation, the financial projections, all of that. I'll handle the community angle. If we can show them that we're not just tenants but an actual community asset, that might matter. How do you plan to do that? Riza pulled out her phone. I'm going to call in every favor I've built over the past 3 weeks. And I'm going to ask our people to show up. Day 24, Tuesday afternoon, Riza. The neighborhood association meeting room was packed. Riza had expected maybe 15 people. She'd put the word out through the café, through Lionel's network, through Bex's social media. She'd asked people to come if they cared about keeping the café in the neighborhood. 47 people showed up. Lionel and his entire retired teachers' crew. Bex and a dozen other students from the university. The woman who ran the bookstore down the street. The guy from the corner bodega. Parents with small children who'd been using the café as a meeting spot. Even Harlow, Riza's ex, showed up, offering quiet support. Chelsea stood next to her at the front of the room, tablet in hand, looking simultaneously overwhelmed and determined. Thank you all for coming, Riza said. I know it's short notice. But we need help, and I'm hoping we can ask for it directly instead of trying to manage this alone. She explained the situation, the building sale, the accelerated timeline, the need to prove to the new owners that the café was worth keeping. What we need, she continued, is evidence that we matter. Letters of support, testimonials, anything that shows we're not just a business but part of what makes this neighborhood work. What's the timeline? Someone called out. 6 days, Chelsea answered. The new property management company wants our proposal by Monday. 6 days? Lionel's friend, the food scientist, shook her head. That's not much time. No, Chelsea agreed. It's not. But it's what we have. So we're asking for help. Anyone who's willing to write a letter, to share their experience with the café, to help us make the case that we belong here, we'd be grateful. I'll write a letter, Lionel said immediately. And I'll get the rest of the crew to do the same. I can organize the student response, Bex offered. Get testimonials, photos, social media presence. Make it clear this is where we study, where we meet, where we build community. I'll coordinate with the other business owners, the bookstore owner said. Show that we support each other, that we're part of an ecosystem. Riza felt tears prick unexpectedly. Thank you. All of you. This means, thank you. After the meeting, people stayed to talk strategy. Chelsea pulled out her laptop and started organizing the campaign, who was doing what, deadlines, how everything would come together. Riza found Lionel at the edge of the room, writing notes on a legal pad. You don't have to do this, she said quietly. We appreciate it, but... Young lady, he interrupted gently. You gave me a place to bring my late wife's recipes. You listened to me talk about Baldwin for 3 hours last week. You remembered that I take my coffee with oat milk because regular milk bothers my stomach. That cafe is more than a business to me. It's where I see my friends, where I feel useful, where I remember what it's like to be part of something. Of course I'm going to help. Riza hugged him without asking permission. He hugged back. We're going to fight for this, she said. For all of us. I know you will. And we'll fight with you. Day 26, Thursday night, Chelsea. Chelsea had been up for 20 hours straight. The proposal was due Monday. That gave them 4 more days to finalize everything, the business case, the community testimonials, the financial projections, the lease terms they were proposing. She was in the cafe office, surrounded by documents and coffee cups and the kind of focused exhaustion that made everything feel both urgent and surreal. Riza appeared in the doorway with fresh coffee and a sandwich. Eat, she said. I'm almost done with the cash flow analysis. Eat first. Then finish. Chelsea took the sandwich. Riza sat down across from her, looking tired but not defeated. How's the community side coming? Chelsea asked. We have 32 letters of support. Bex put together a social media packet showing our engagement numbers. The neighborhood association is writing an official endorsement. The bookstore owner got 5 other businesses to co-sign a letter about local economic ecosystem. Riza pulled out her phone, showed Chelsea the running list. We're making a case. That's incredible. You're doing the impossible part. Making the numbers work, structuring the proposal, figuring out how to present this so they actually say yes. I'm doing what I'm good at. You're doing what you're good at. We're a team. We are. Riza paused. Chelsea, when's the last time you slept? I slept. For how long? 3 hours? 4? That's not sustainable. Neither is losing the cafe because I took a nap. Riza reached across the desk, took the tablet out of Chelsea's hands. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to go home. You're going to sleep for at least 6 hours. Then you're going to come back tomorrow and finish this with a clear head. Riza. I'm not asking. I'm invoking the contract clause about checking in when one of us is being self-destructive. You're being self-destructive. I'm calling it. Go home. Chelsea wanted to argue. The proposal wasn't done. There were still variables to account for, scenarios to model, contingencies to plan for. But Riza was right. She was running on adrenaline and caffeine and the kind of panic that made her feel productive while actually being counterproductive. Okay, Chelsea said. 6 hours. Then I come back. Deal. At home, Chelsea set an alarm and collapsed into bed. She expected to lie awake, mind racing through all the things that still needed to be done. Instead, she was asleep in minutes. When the alarm went off 6 hours later, she felt almost human. She showered, ate actual food, and drove back to the cafe with a clearer head than she'd had in days. Riza was there, working on her own laptop. She looked up when Chelsea walked in. "Better?" she asked. "Much. Thank you for making me leave. Thank you for actually leaving when I asked instead of fighting me on it." They worked side by side for the next several hours, building the proposal piece by piece. Chelsea handled the financial sections, Riza handled the community narrative. They reviewed each other's work, made suggestions, refined until it was as strong as they could make it. At midnight, they finished. "This is good," Chelsea said, reading through the final version. "This is really good," Riza agreed. "Do you think it's enough?" "I don't know. But it's the best we can do. It's honest, it's comprehensive, and it shows them exactly what we're offering." Chelsea saved the document, backed it up in 3 different places. Then she closed her laptop and looked at Riza. "Thank you," she said. "For calling me on the self-destructive work spiral. For making me sleep. For being the person who tells me the truth even when I don't want to hear it. That's what partners do. We're really good at this. The partnership part. We are." Riza reached across the table, took Chelsea's hand. 5 days until the contract ends. 5 days until renegotiation. Are you nervous? Terrified? You? Same. But also excited? Is that weird? To be excited about renegotiating a relationship contract? Chelsea laughed. If it is, we're both weird. They locked up together. In the parking lot, Chelsea pulled Riza into a hug. "We're going to be okay," she said into Riza's hair. "Whatever happens with the proposal, with the café, with the renegotiation, we're going to be okay." "You believe that?" "I'm choosing to believe it." "That's very brave of you." "I'm learning from the best." Day 28, Saturday morning, Riza. The café was busier than usual for a Saturday morning. Word had gotten out about the building sale, about the proposal, about the fight to stay. People kept coming up to ask if there was anything else they could do. "You've already done so much," Riza told them. "The letters, the testimonials, the support, it matters. It all matters." Lionel arrived with his crew, plus 3 new people he'd recruited. "Reinforcements," he said. "We're staging a letter-writing campaign. Right here, right now. Anyone who wants to help save this place, we're going to make it easy for them." By noon, they'd collected 15 more letters. Bex had set up a photo wall where people could share their cafe memories. Devon made special pastries shaped like hearts with "Save Our Cafe" written in icing. It was chaotic and beautiful and exactly the kind of community response Riza had hoped for but hadn't expected. Chelsea was behind the counter, helping Zell manage the rush. Riza caught her eye across the room, and Chelsea smiled, tired but genuine. They were doing this together. Building something worth fighting for, worth staying for, worth risking heartbreak over. Noor showed up around 1, looking skeptical but supportive. "So this is the cafe," she said. "This is the cafe." Noor looked around, at the crowded tables, at Lionel's letter-writing campaign, at the photo wall of memories, at Chelsea expertly making lattes while managing the register. "She stayed," Noor said. "She did. And you're happy?" "Terrified and happy. Those seem to go together these days." "Good." Noor squeezed her shoulder. "You deserve to be both. Just promise me if she runs again, you'll actually let yourself be angry instead of just understanding." "I promise." "Good. Now introduce me to your staff. I want to meet the people who've been keeping my sister functional." The rest of the day blurred together, customers and letters and conversations and the constant hum of community showing up when asked. By closing time, Riza was exhausted in the best possible way. "We did good today," Zell said, counting out her tips. "Not just business good. Human good." "Yeah," Riza agreed. "We did." After everyone left, Chelsea and Riza sat in their usual booth, looking at the collection of letters and photos and testimonials. "We submit this on Monday," Chelsea said. "And then we wait. And in 2 days, we renegotiate the contract. Are you ready for that?" Chelsea was quiet for a moment. "I think so. I think I know what I want to say. What I want to ask for. What I want to offer." "Me too." They sat in the quiet café, their café, surrounded by evidence that they'd built something that mattered. Not just to them, but to the people who'd shown up, who'd written letters, who'd fought alongside them to keep this place alive. "Whatever happens," Riza said, "we did this right. We built something worth saving." "We built something worth staying for," Chelsea corrected. "Yeah. We did." In 2 days, they'd renegotiate. In 2 days, they'd figure out what came next. For now, they had proof that asking for help worked, that community showed up when invited, that staying was braver than running. For now, that was everything. Chapter 11, Cracks in the Foundation. Day 29, Sunday night. The job offer email sat in Chelsea's trash folder like evidence of a crime she hadn't committed yet. She'd deleted it Thursday. Emptied the trash Friday. But her former company had sent a follow-up Sunday afternoon, a personal note from her old manager saying they really hoped she'd reconsider, that the offer was still open, that they'd be willing to negotiate terms. It was currently 9 p.m. The cafe proposal was submitted. The contract expired tomorrow at midnight. And Chelsea was sitting in her apartment staring at an email she'd already said no to twice, wondering why she couldn't just block the sender and move on. Her phone buzzed. "Phoebe. You're spiraling," Phoebe said without preamble. "I'm not. I can feel it through the phone." "What happened?" Chelsea closed her laptop. "They reached out again. About the job. My old manager sent a personal email. And you're considering it?" "No. I'm not considering it. I already said no." "But you're thinking about it." Chelsea pressed her fingers to her collarbone. "I'm thinking about the fact that I have a backup plan disappearing. That's different from actually wanting it." "Is it?" "Yes. Having an exit strategy is smart. That's just good risk management." "Or," Phoebe said gently, "it's you keeping one foot out the door even though you said you were all in." Chelsea stood up, started pacing. "The contract ends tomorrow. We submit the building proposal tomorrow. Vivian hasn't committed. We have no guarantee the new owners will even consider keeping us. Everything is uncertain. And when isn't everything uncertain? Life is uncertain, babe. That's how it works. But I could have certainty. I could have the job, the salary, the clear path forward. I could have something I know instead of something I'm hoping for. You could also have Riza." Chelsea stopped pacing. "That's not fair." "It's completely fair. You're sitting there cataloging all the ways the cafe might fail, but you're not talking about what you'd be giving up if you left." Phoebe's voice softened. "Have you told Riza about the follow-up email?" "No." "Why not?" "Because telling her makes it real. Makes it something we have to deal with instead of just something in my head." "Chelsea. I know. I know. The contract says we communicate. I'm violating the terms by not telling her. So tell her." "I will. Tomorrow. After the proposal meeting. I don't want to make her worry about this when she needs to focus on the pitch." "That's very considerate," Phoebe said. "It's also very controlling. You're deciding what she can handle instead of letting her make that choice." Chelsea sat back down heavily. "I'm doing it again, aren't I? The thing where I make unilateral decisions to protect people and it actually just hurts them." "Yeah. You are." "Fuck. Call her," Phoebe said. "Right now. Tell her about the email and about the fact that you're spiraling and about whatever else is going on in that catastrophizing brain of yours. That's what the contract is for." After Phoebe hung up, Chelsea sat with her phone in her hand for a full 5 minutes before she finally called Riza. Riza answered on the second ring. Hey. I was just thinking about you. Good thoughts or nervous thoughts? Both. Big day tomorrow. Chelsea took a breath. I need to tell you something. And I need you to not reassure me immediately. I just need you to hear it first. There was a pause. Okay. I'm listening. My old company reached out again. Third time. My manager sent a personal email saying the offer is still open and they'd negotiate terms. Chelsea forced herself to keep talking. I'm not taking it. I've said no twice. But I can't stop thinking about the fact that I have an exit strategy that's about to disappear, and that's making me panic in ways I don't fully understand. Riza was quiet for a moment. Chelsea could hear her breathing, processing. Thank you for telling me, Riza said finally. That's it? That's all you're going to say? You said not to reassure you immediately. So I'm not. I'm just acknowledging that you told me something scary and I heard it. Chelsea felt tears prick unexpectedly. I don't want the job. But you want the safety of knowing you could have it. Yes. Exactly yes. Okay. So what do you need? Right now, from me, what would help? Chelsea thought about it, really thought about it instead of just defaulting to, I'm fine, or nothing. I need to know that you're not going to leave when I admit I'm scared, she said. I need to know that being honest about the fact that I'm terrified doesn't mean you'll decide I'm not worth the risk. I'm not leaving, Riza said immediately. I'm scared too. Different specifics, but same general terror. And I'm still here. Even though the contract expires tomorrow and we have no guarantee about the building and everything is falling apart. Especially then. That's literally the point of staying. We don't leave just because it's hard. Chelsea's throat felt tight. I'm going to tell them to stop contacting me. Delete the email, block the sender, remove the option entirely. You don't have to do that right now. Yes, I do. Because having it as an option means I'm always thinking about it. And I don't want to be thinking about leaving when I'm trying to stay. Okay. Then do that. But Chelsea? Yeah. You're allowed to be scared. You're allowed to admit you want safety and certainty. That doesn't make you weak or uncommitted. It makes you human. After they hung up, Chelsea opened the email one more time. Read through the offer, the salary, the benefits, the promise of stability and predictability. Then she hit reply. I appreciate you reaching out again, but my answer hasn't changed. I'm committed to a different path now, and I need you to respect that. Please remove me from any future contact about this position. I wish you all the best. She sent it before she could second guess. Then she blocked the sender. Then she emptied her trash folder and deleted the deleted items permanently. No backup plan. No exit strategy. No safety net. Just the choice to stay. Her phone buzzed immediately. Riza. Proud of you. Chelsea, terrified. Riza, that means you care. Chelsea, contract ends tomorrow. Riza, and then we renegotiate. We've got this. Chelsea, together? Riza, together. Chelsea set her phone down and stared at her ceiling. In 24 hours, the contract would expire. They'd have to decide what came next, whether to renew it, revise it, or walk away. In 12 hours, they'd find out if the new building owners would even consider keeping them. Everything was uncertain. Everything was terrifying. And for the first time in her life, Chelsea was choosing to stay anyway. Day 30, Monday morning, Riza. The property management office was aggressively corporate, glass and chrome and the kind of sleek impersonality that made Riza's community-built café feel even more precious by contrast. She and Chelsea sat in the waiting area, the proposal printed and bound, both of them too nervous to talk. Chelsea's leg bounced. Riza put her hand on Chelsea's knee, stilling it. We've got this, Riza said quietly. We don't know that. Then we've got each other. That's enough. They were called in at exactly 9 o'clock. The conference room held 3 people, a woman in her 40s who introduced herself as the property manager, a younger man from the development company, and someone from the legal team. No Russell. No Vivian. Just the people who would decide their fate. Thank you for coming in, the property manager said. We've reviewed your proposal. It's comprehensive. Chelsea straightened. We wanted to demonstrate not just financial viability but community impact. The cafe has become an anchor for. I'm going to stop you there, the property manager interrupted. We're not keeping the ground floor commercial. Riza's stomach dropped. The development plans have changed, the woman continued. The building is being fully converted to residential. High-end units. No retail space. But Russell said, Chelsea started. Mr. Russell's information was outdated. The plans were revised last week. The property manager slid a folder across the table. This is our final offer. Buyout of your lease, relocation assistance, and a letter of recommendation for future landlords. Riza looked at the numbers. They were fair. Generous, even. Enough to relocate, to start over somewhere else. Enough to give up. Can we have a moment? Chelsea asked, her voice tight. Of course. We'll step outside. After they left, Chelsea and Riza sat in the conference room surrounded by glass and chrome and the death of everything they'd built. This is it, Chelsea said. We're done. We could relocate. The money they're offering. Relocating means starting over. New space, new community, no guarantee we could rebuild what we had. Chelsea's hands were shaking. And we'd have to do it all without Vivian's investment, because I guarantee she's not backing a cafe that doesn't have a location yet. Riza felt tears building. So we just give up. I don't know what else to do. We made the best case we could. We brought the community. We had the numbers. And it doesn't matter because they changed the plans. There has to be something. There isn't. Chelsea stood up, paced to the window. This is what I was afraid of. We did everything right and it still wasn't enough. Riza watched her, the panic in her movements, the defeat in her voice. This was the moment. The crisis that would determine whether Chelsea stayed or ran. Okay, Riza said. Chelsea turned. Okay, what? Okay, we lost the building. That's real. That hurts. But we haven't lost everything. Riza stood up, went to Chelsea. We still have 32 letters of support. We still have a community that showed up. We still have each other. Riza. Let me finish. You're spiraling right now. You're seeing this as total failure, and you're about to either run or make some grand gesture about how you were right to keep an exit strategy. But I need you to hear me when I say, this is hard, but it's not over. Chelsea's hand was at her collarbone. What do you want me to do? We don't have a building. We can't run a cafe without a physical location. No. But we can figure out what comes next. Together. Riza took Chelsea's hand, pulled it away from her collarbone. The contract expires tonight. We were always going to have to renegotiate. This just means we're renegotiating under different circumstances than we thought. Worse circumstances. Different circumstances. Chelsea looked at their joined hands. I deleted the job email. Blocked the sender. Removed the exit strategy. I know. You told me. And now we don't have a cafe. We have each other. That's what we've been building. The cafe was the container, but we're what matters. Chelsea's eyes were wet. You're very good at perspective in the middle of a crisis. One of us has to be. You handle the numbers, I handle the feelings. That's the deal. The property manager knocked, stuck her head in. Have you had enough time? Chelsea looked at Riza. Riza saw the question there, do we give up? One more minute, Riza said. Please. After the door closed again, Chelsea took a shaky breath. Okay, she said. What do you want to do? I want to take the buyout. I want to tell Vivian what happened and see if she's willing to back a mobile operation while we find new space. I want to call Zell and Devin and figure out how to keep them employed. I want to go home tonight and renegotiate our contract like we planned, because the cafe might be ending but we're not. That's a lot of wants. I'm practicing asking for things. Riza squeezed her hand. What do you want? Chelsea was quiet for a long moment. I want to stop being terrified that every setback means total failure. I want to trust that we can handle this even though I have no idea how. I want to stay instead of run. Then stay. Okay. 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 We stay. We figure it out. We renegotiate tonight like we planned. Chelsea took a breath. Together. Together. They went back to the table. They took the buyout. They signed the papers. They shook hands with people who were very polite about destroying their dreams. In the parking lot afterward, Chelsea sat in her car with her hands on the steering wheel, not moving. Riza got in the passenger side. We should call Zell, Chelsea said. And Devin. They need to know. We will. In a minute. Riza reached over, took her hand. How are you doing? Honestly? I have no idea. I feel like I should be having a breakdown, but instead I just feel numb. That's shock. It'll hit later. Great. Something to look forward to. They sat in the parking lot, holding hands, processing the fact that in 30 days they'd have to be out of the cafe completely. Contract expires tonight, Chelsea said. At midnight. Yeah. That's 9 hours from now. Yeah. We should probably talk about what we want from the renegotiation. Riza turned to look at her. Chelsea, we just lost the cafe. We don't have to do the renegotiation tonight if you're not ready. But what if I am ready? What if losing the cafe made me realize that the only thing that actually matters is whether we're together? Then we talk about it. Tonight. Like we planned. Okay. Chelsea started the car. I'm going to call Phoebe. You should call Noor. We should probably have our people for a few hours before we try to adult our way through a relationship renegotiation. That's very emotionally intelligent of you. I'm learning from the best. They drove separately, Chelsea to meet Phoebe, Riza to meet Noor. Both of them knowing that in 9 hours, everything would change again. The cafe was ending. The contract was expiring. And somehow, they were still choosing to stay. Chapter 12, The Midpoint. Day 30, Monday afternoon, Riza. Noor's apartment was exactly what Riza needed, familiar and safe and full of the kind of unconditional support that came from someone who'd known you since you were in diapers. Tell me everything, Noor said, handing Riza a mug of tea. So Riza did. The property meeting, the changed plans, the buyout offer. The fact that in 30 days, the cafe would be gone. I'm sorry, Noor said when she finished. That's awful. Yeah. But you're okay? I don't know. I think so. Riza wrapped her hands around the warm mug. I should be devastated. And I am, sort of. But mostly I just feel clear. Clear how? Like all the uncertainty got stripped away and what's left is what actually matters. Riza looked at her sister. The cafe was amazing. But it was also the container for the real thing I was building, which was me and Chelsea learning how to actually be partners. And you still have that? Yeah. I do. Noor sat down next to her. Okay, so I'm going to ask you something, and I need you to be really honest with yourself when you answer. Okay. If Chelsea had taken that job, if she'd decided to leave instead of staying, would you be okay right now? Riza thought about it. Really thought about it. No, she admitted. I'd be destroyed. Because that would mean she chose safety over us. But she didn't. She deleted the email, blocked the sender, removed the exit strategy. And then this morning, when we lost the cafe and had every reason to give up, she stayed anyway. That's different than last time. Completely different. Last time she ran at the first sign of difficulty. This time she chose to stay even when staying meant figuring out something impossible. Nor was quiet for a moment. I owe her an apology. What? I'd been holding on to what she did 3 years ago. Treating her like she's still that person. But she's not. She's doing the work. And you're happier than I've seen you in years. Riza felt tears prick. I am happy. Even with the cafe closing. Even with everything being uncertain. I'm happy because I'm with someone who's actually trying. So what happens tonight? The contract thing? We renegotiate. Figure out what comes next. Riza paused. I think I know what I want to ask for. Which is commitment. Real commitment. Not just a 30-day trial, but actual we're in this together whatever comes commitment. Riza set down her tea. I know it's scary. I know it's fast. But we've been doing this for 30 days and I'm more sure now than I was at the beginning. I don't need another trial period. I need to know she's all in. And if she's not ready for that? Then we figure it out. But I'm not going to protect her from the question by not asking it. That's what I did wrong last time. I never actually asked for what I needed. I just hoped she'd figure it out. Growth, Noor said. Terrifying growth. The best kind. They sat together for another hour, talking through scenarios and feelings and all the ways Riza's life had just changed. By the time Riza left, she felt steadier. Ready. The contract expired in 6 hours. She knew what she wanted to say. Day 30, Monday afternoon, Chelsea. Phoebe's living room was full of houseplants and natural light and the kind of calm energy that Chelsea desperately needed. You deleted the job email, Phoebe said. I did. And then you lost the cafe. Yep. And you're still here instead of spiraling alone in your apartment. Progress? Chelsea offered weakly. Phoebe smiled. Massive progress. How are you really doing? Chelsea leaned back into the couch. I have no idea. This morning we had a plan. We had a proposal. We had everything organized and ready to present. And then it just didn't matter. They changed the plans and nothing we did made a difference. That must feel terrible. It feels like I did everything right and it still wasn't enough. Which is basically my whole fear about life summarized in one meeting. Okay, but let's examine that. Phoebe turned to face her fully. You did everything right for the cafe. You built a solid business, you got community support, you made a compelling case. The fact that they changed their development plans isn't a reflection on you. It's just bad luck. I don't believe in luck. I believe in variables you can control and variables you can't. Exactly. This was a variable you couldn't control. So the question is, can you accept that you did your best and it still didn't work out, without deciding that means you're fundamentally broken? Chelsea pressed her fingers to her collarbone, caught herself, dropped her hand. I'm trying to. Good. What about Riza? How's she handling it? Better than me, honestly. She was the one who kept us from spiraling in the meeting. Reminded me that we still have each other even if we don't have the cafe. That's very healthy. It's very her. She's good at perspective when I'm good at panic. Phoebe leaned forward. Chelsea, I'm going to say something and I need you to hear it without immediately arguing. Okay. You and Riza work. Not perfectly, not without problems, but fundamentally you work. You complement each other. You make each other better. And you've done more growing in the past 30 days than I've seen you do in the past 3 years. Chelsea felt her throat tighten. But we lost the cafe. You lost the building. The cafe was the thing you built together. The partnership, the teamwork, the showing up for each other, that's still here. That's what matters. The contract expires tonight. I know. What are you going to ask for? Chelsea had been thinking about this since she left the property management office. Turning it over in her mind, trying to find the right words for what she wanted. I'm going to ask her to commit, she said finally. No more trial periods. No more 30-day contracts that expire and force us to renegotiate. Just being together. Actually together. That's big. Terrifying. But you're going to ask anyway. Yeah. I am. Chelsea looked at her best friend. What if she says no? What if she says yes? That's scarier, honestly. Phoebe laughed. That's very you. But seriously, you've spent 30 days proving you can stay when things get hard. You deleted the exit strategy. You showed up this morning even though everything fell apart. Don't you think you've earned the right to ask for what you want? Maybe. Definitely. Phoebe squeezed her hand. And for what it's worth, I think she's going to say yes. How do you know? Because I've watched you two for the past month. She's just as invested as you are. Maybe more. They talked for another couple hours, about logistics, about feelings, about what came next for the cafe and for Chelsea's career. By the time Chelsea left, she felt less numb and more terrified, which Phoebe assured her was progress. The contract expired in 3 hours. Chelsea drove to her apartment, changed into clothes that felt more like armor than comfort, her good jeans, a soft sweater that Riza had once said she liked. She stared at herself in the mirror and practiced saying what she wanted to say. I want to commit to this. No more trial periods. Just us, actually together. It sounded both too simple and too complicated at the same time. Her phone buzzed. Riza, where should we meet? Your place? Mine? The cafe? Chelsea thought about it. The cafe felt wrong, they were losing it, and negotiating their relationship there would just make the loss sharper. Their apartments felt too private, too intimate for something this important. Chelsea, the coffee shop where we had our first meeting? Full circle. Riza, perfect. 8 p.m. Chelsea, see you there. Chelsea had 2 hours to prepare. 2 hours to figure out exactly what she wanted from the renegotiation. 2 hours to get ready to ask for everything. Day 30, Monday, 8 p.m., Chelsea. The coffee shop was quieter than it had been that first Saturday. Chelsea arrived 10 minutes early, claimed their old booth, ordered 2 lattes even though the barista definitely wasn't Zell and the coffee definitely wasn't as good. When Riza walked in at exactly 8 o'clock, Chelsea's heart did something complicated in her chest. Hey, Riza said, sliding into the booth. Hey. They sat in silence for a moment, both of them clearly nervous. So, Chelsea said. Contract expires in 4 hours. Technically 3 hours and 57 minutes. You're counting? I've been counting since this morning. Riza took a sip of her latte, made a face. This is terrible. I know. But it felt right to be here. Where we started. Full circle. Yeah. Riza set down her coffee. Should we do this in order? Like, structure the conversation the way we structured the original contract? If we do that, we're going to spend 3 hours negotiating clauses and never actually say what we mean. Fair point. Okay, new plan. We just say it. Whatever we're thinking. No filtering, no protecting each other from hard truths. Chelsea took a breath. I want to commit. Actually commit. No more 30-day trials, no more expiration dates, no more renegotiations every month. I want to be with you, and I want that to be a real thing that we're building together. Riza's eyes widened slightly. That's very direct. You said no filtering. I did. Okay, my turn. Riza leaned forward. I want the same thing. I want commitment. But I also want to be really clear that I'm not asking you to be perfect. I'm not asking you to never be scared or never want to run. I'm just asking you to tell me when you feel those things instead of acting on them alone. I can do that. Can you? Because this morning when we lost the cafe, my first thought was, this is when she leaves. And I hated that I thought that, but I also know that's my trauma talking. So I need to know, when things get hard again, and they will get hard again, you're not going to run. Chelsea reached across the table, took both of Riza's hands. I'm not going to run. I'm going to be scared, I'm going to spiral, I'm going to catastrophize. But I'm not going to run. That's the promise I can make. Okay. Okay? Okay. Riza squeezed her hands. So we're doing this. We're committing. We're committing. No more trial periods. No more trial periods. We still need some structure, though. Some agreements about how we handle things. Absolutely. I'm not suggesting we abandon the contract entirely. I just think it should be different. Chelsea pulled out her phone, opened their existing contract document. What if instead of an expiration date, we have a check-in schedule? Once a month we sit down and talk about how things are going, what's working, what needs to change. I like that. It feels less like we're auditioning for each other and more like we're actively maintaining something. Exactly. Chelsea started typing. And we keep the core clauses. The communication protocols, the conflict resolution, the asking for what we need. They worked through it together, keeping what worked, removing what didn't, adding new clauses that reflected what they'd learned over the past 30 days. We commit to each other without an expiration date. We maintain monthly check-ins to assess how we're doing. We're allowed to be scared, to struggle, to not have all the answers. We ask for help instead of trying to protect each other from hard truths. We celebrate wins before moving to the next crisis. We give ourselves permission to fail and try again. At 11:30, they finished. The new contract was shorter than the original, less focused on managing every contingency, more focused on principles and intentions. This feels right, Riza said, reading through the final version. It does. Should we sign it? Make it official? Chelsea looked around the coffee shop. The same barista from earlier was cleaning up, clearly ready to close. A few other customers were packing up to leave. Not here, Chelsea said. This is where we started, but I don't want to sign the new contract in the same place as the old one. I want it to be different. Where, then? Chelsea thought about it. The cafe. Our cafe. We're losing the building, but it's still ours for another 30 days. I want to sign it there. Okay. Let's go. They drove separately to the cafe. Chelsea unlocked the door at 11:45, and they stood in the space they'd built together, quiet now, empty, but still holding all the evidence of what they'd created. Riza found a napkin, one of the cafe's branded ones they designed together. Chelsea found a pen. At 11:50, they sat at Lionel's booth and wrote out the final contract by hand. Not on cardstock this time, but on the napkin. Something temporary made permanent by choice. They both signed it at 11:58. 2 minutes, Chelsea said. Until the old contract expires. And the new one begins. They sat in the quiet cafe, holding the napkin between them, watching the clock tick toward midnight. At exactly 12 o'clock, Chelsea leaned across the table and kissed Riza, not tentative like before, but certain. A kiss that tasted like commitment and coffee and the choice to stay. When they pulled apart, Riza was smiling. Contract renewed, she said. Actually, Chelsea corrected, contract upgraded. This one's better. How do you figure? Because this one we wrote as people who actually know what we're doing. Or at least people who are willing to admit we don't know what we're doing and are trying anyway. Riza laughed. That's very romantic. I'm working on it. They sat there for another hour, talking about next steps. The cafe closing, what to do about Zell and Devon, whether to try again in a new location or pivot to something different entirely. We don't have to figure it all out tonight, Riza said eventually. No. But we're figuring it out together, right? Always together. They locked up the cafe together. In the parking lot, Chelsea caught Riza's hand. Hey, she said. Thank you. For what? For asking me to come back. For giving me another chance. For staying even when I gave you every reason to leave. Thank you for actually coming back. For choosing to stay. For being brave enough to try again. They stood there in the parking lot, holding hands, both of them knowing that everything had just changed and also that nothing fundamental had changed at all. The cafe was ending. The contract was renewed. They were committed. Day 31, Tuesday morning, Riza. Riza woke up to 3 text messages. Vivian, I heard about the building. I'm sorry. Are you free for coffee this morning? Zell, is it true we're closing? Need to know if I should be job hunting. Bex, just saw on the neighborhood forum that the building's being redeveloped. Does that mean the cafe is done? Riza stared at her phone. The reality of what they'd lost was hitting, not just the physical space, but everything it represented. The community they'd built. The routines they'd established. The future they'd planned. Her phone rang. Chelsea. You saw the messages too? Chelsea asked. All of them. We need to tell Zell and Devon in person. I'll text them. Emergency meeting at the cafe at 10? Yeah. And I'll respond to Vivian. See what she wants to talk about. It's probably her withdrawing the investment offer. Maybe. Or maybe she has ideas. Riza sat up, rubbed her eyes. We don't know until we ask. Okay. 10 a.m. for staff. You handle Vivian after? Together. We handle Vivian together. Right. Sorry. Together. After they hung up, Riza responded to Vivian, coffee sounds good. Noon. There's a place 2 blocks from where the cafe is. Vivian, see you there. Then Riza called Bex, who answered immediately. Is it true? Bex asked. Yeah. Building's being redeveloped. We have 30 days left. That's bullshit. Yeah. It is. What can we do? Is there a petition or a protest or? Nothing. The deal's done. But thank you for wanting to help. Bex was quiet for a moment. What happens to you and Chelsea? We're figuring it out. But we're okay. We're staying together. Good. Because you two are relationship goals and I would be devastated if you broke up because of this. Riza smiled despite everything. We're not breaking up. Promise? Promise. At 10 a.m., Riza and Chelsea met Zell and Devon at the cafe. They explained the situation, the changed development plans, the buyout offer, the 30-day timeline. So we're done, Zell said flatly. With this location, yes, Chelsea said. But we're working on next steps. We're not just abandoning this. What does that mean? Working on next steps. We don't know yet, Riza admitted. But we have a meeting with our potential investor this afternoon. We're going to see if there's a way forward. Devon spoke up for the first time. Will you keep us updated? Even if there's nothing immediate? Of course, Chelsea said. You two are part of this. If we rebuild, we want you with us. If you rebuild, Zell said. That's a big if. It is, Riza agreed. But we're going to try. After Zell and Devon left, both clearly processing, neither optimistic, Chelsea and Riza sat in the empty cafe. That went about as well as could be expected, Chelsea said. They're scared. We're all scared. Do you think Vivian has good news or bad news? I think she has Vivian news, which is probably pragmatic and honest and not what we want to hear but what we need to hear. You're very wise. I'm very caffeinated. There's a difference. At noon, they met Vivian at a coffee shop that wasn't theirs. She was already there, laptop open, looking like she'd been working all morning. Thank you for meeting me, Vivian said. I heard about the building development. I'm sorry. Thank you, Riza said. We appreciate that you reached out. I'll be direct. The investment I was considering was specifically for that location. Without it, the terms changed significantly. Chelsea's expression stayed neutral, but Riza saw her hand move toward her collarbone before stopping. We understand, Chelsea said. However, Vivian continued, I've been thinking about your model. What you built in 30 days. And I have a proposal. Riza leaned forward. We're listening. Pop-ups. Rotating locations. You build community and prove concept for a month or two, then move. Keep overhead low, build reputation, create buzz. Eventually, when the right permanent location comes up, you'll have proven market and community support. That's a completely different business model, Chelsea said. It is. It's also more sustainable in this real estate market. Less risk, more flexibility. What would you invest in? Riza asked. If not a physical location? Equipment. Marketing. Operating capital for the first year. Enough to let you focus on building the brand without being stressed about immediate profitability. Chelsea was already calculating. Riza could see it in her eyes, the numbers running, the scenarios being modeled. What do you need from us? Riza asked. A new proposal. Business plan for a mobile/pop-up model. Market analysis. Budget projections. Give me something to present to my investment committee. Timeline? Chelsea asked. 2 weeks. Can you do that? Chelsea looked at Riza. Riza saw the question there. Is this what we want? Can we have a day to think about it? Riza asked. This is a big pivot from what we planned. Of course. Take 2 days. Let me know by Thursday. After Vivian left, Chelsea and Riza sat with their coffee. A pop-up model, Chelsea said. That's different. Completely different. But possible? Chelsea was quiet for a moment. Maybe. The economics actually make sense. Lower overhead, more flexibility to test markets. We could try different neighborhoods, build relationships across the city instead of just in one place. But it's not what we built. It's not the cafe with Lionel's booth and Bex's corner. No. It's not. They sat with that truth for a moment. What do you want to do? Chelsea finally asked. I don't know. What about you? I don't know either. But I think we should go home, sleep on it, and talk tomorrow. Make a decision when we're not both exhausted and grieving. That's very mature of you. I'm learning. They walked to their cars together. Before they separated, Riza pulled Chelsea into a hug. We're okay, Riza said into her shoulder. Whatever we decide about the cafe, we're okay. Yeah. We are. New contracts working. So far. That's all we can ask for. Chelsea drove home to her apartment. For the first time in 30 days, she didn't immediately start making spreadsheets or planning contingencies. She just sat with the uncertainty, let herself feel it without trying to solve it. The cafe was ending. A new opportunity was beginning. And for once, Chelsea didn't need to have all the answers right now. She just needed to be willing to figure it out. Together. Chapter 13, The Price of Permanence. Day 32, Wednesday morning, Chelsea. Chelsea woke up with a business plan already half-formed in her head. She'd dreamed about it, literally dreamed about spreadsheets and market analysis and the logistics of running a mobile cafe operation. When her alarm went off at 6, she was already reaching for her laptop. An hour later, she had the skeleton of a proposal. Pop-up locations, revenue models, equipment needs. It was rough, but it was there. The numbers actually worked if they were careful. Her phone buzzed. Riza. Morning. Coffee? Chelsea, your place or mine? Riza, mine. I made breakfast. Chelsea, be there in 30. Riza's apartment smelled like fresh bread and coffee. Chelsea found her in the kitchen, still in pajamas, pulling muffins out of the oven. You stress bake, Chelsea observed. I process bake. There's a difference. Riza set the muffin tin on the counter. Did you sleep? Some. I also spent an hour building a preliminary business plan for the pop-up model. Of course you did. Want to see it? After breakfast. And after we talk about whether we actually want to do this. They sat at Riza's small kitchen table, the same table where they drafted the original contract 33 days ago. It felt like a lifetime and also like yesterday. Okay, Riza said. Honest conversation. What do you actually want? Chelsea thought about it, really thought about it instead of just defaulting to what seemed logical. I want to keep building what we started, she said finally. Not the physical cafe specifically, but the partnership. The team. The thing where we work together and make something that matters. She paused. The pop-up model lets us do that. Just in a different way. But do you want to do it in a different way? Or are you just saying that because it's the only option? I don't know. Both, maybe. Chelsea set down her coffee. What about you? What do you actually want? Riza was quiet for a moment, gathering her thoughts. I want community, she said. I want to build relationships with people. I want to create a space that matters to folks, where they feel welcome and seen. The cafe was a vehicle for that, but it wasn't the only possible vehicle. So the pop-up model could work. If we're intentional about it. Maybe. But Chelsea, I need you to be honest with me. Are you doing this because you want to, or because you're afraid that if we don't have the business partnership, the relationship won't work? Chelsea blinked. What? I'm asking if you're using the cafe as a reason to stay together. Like, if we're not business partners, do you still want to be relationship partners? Yes. Absolutely yes. Chelsea leaned forward. The cafe was never the point. You're the point. We're the point. The business is just what we're building together. Okay. Good. I needed to hear that. Did you think I was just? No, I didn't think that. But I also know that work is where you feel safest, so I needed to make sure we were separating the relationship from the business in your head. Chelsea took a breath. Fair. And for the record, I do want to do the pop-up thing. Not because it's the only option, but because I think it could actually be better than what we had. More flexible, more creative, more aligned with building community across neighborhoods instead of just in one spot. Okay. Then let's look at your business plan. They spent the next 2 hours going through Chelsea's preliminary work. Riza added the community building piece, thinking through how to maintain relationships when they were moving locations every month or two. We'd need a strong social media presence, Riza said. So people can follow us location to location. Bex, Chelsea said immediately. We bring her on as a social media coordinator. Part-time to start, but she knows the community and she's good at that stuff. I like that. What about Zell and Devon? Core team. They travel with us. We can't do this without them. By noon, they had something solid. Not finished, but enough to show Vivian they were serious. Chelsea sent it over with a note, preliminary proposal. Would love to discuss in person when you have time. Vivian responded within an hour, looks promising. Can you meet tomorrow morning? My office, 9 a.m. The rest of Wednesday was logistics. Chelsea called Zell and Devon, explained the new plan. Zell was skeptical but interested. Devin asked smart questions about kitchen equipment and food safety regulations for mobile operations. Send me what you're proposing, Devin said. Let me look at the kitchen setup and tell you if it's workable. That evening, Chelsea and Riza met at Riza's apartment again for their official monthly check-in, the first one under the new contract. How are we doing? Riza asked, pulling out the napkin they'd signed 2 nights ago. Better than I expected. I thought losing the café would break us, but it kind of clarified things. Same. I think because we had to separate the relationship from the business. We couldn't hide behind the café anymore. Were we hiding behind it? A little. It was easier to focus on making the business work than on making us work. Riza paused. But now we don't have that option. It's just us, figuring out what comes next. And we're doing okay. We're doing great, actually. I mean, objectively we're in the middle of a professional crisis. But relationally, we're solid. Chelsea smiled. Relationally solid. I like that. Anything you need from me? Anything I'm doing that's not working? Honestly? No. You've been amazing through all of this. Keeping me grounded, calling me on my shit, being the perspective I need when I'm spiraling. Okay. What about you? Anything you need to adjust? I need to remember to ask for help instead of just trying to solve everything alone. I'm getting better at it, but it's still my default. I've noticed. But you're doing better. They updated the contract with one new clause: we separate relationship health from business outcomes. We can fail professionally and still succeed personally. That feels important, Chelsea said. Essential, actually. Day 33, Thursday morning, Riza. Vivian's office was impressive, high floor, city views, the kind of space that communicated success without being obnoxious about it. She gestured them to a conference table, pulled up their proposal on a large screen. This is good, she said. Creative, adaptable, solid financial foundation. I have questions, but the concept is sound. Chelsea pulled out her laptop. We're ready. They spent 90 minutes going through details. Equipment costs, location scouting strategy, partnership structures with temporary spaces. Vivian asked hard questions. Chelsea had answers for most of them. Riza filled in the community building strategy. What about staff? Vivian asked. How do you maintain quality with a rotating team? We don't rotate the team, Riza said. Zell and Devin are core. They move with us. We might bring on local help for each location, but our foundation stays consistent. That's expensive. It's worth it, Chelsea said. Consistency is our brand. We're building relationships, not just selling coffee. Vivian made notes, asked follow-up questions, challenged their assumptions. By the end, Riza felt wrung out but hopeful. I'm going to present this to my investment committee next week, Vivian said. They'll have questions. Be prepared to defend your numbers and your model. We will, Chelsea said. One more thing. Vivian leaned back. You two are different than when we first met. Different how? Riza asked. More integrated. You were presenting as separate people trying to coordinate. Now you're presenting as an actual unit. It's notable. Riza and Chelsea exchanged a glance. We had to renegotiate some things, Chelsea said. After we lost the building. Figured out what we were actually building together. Whatever you figured out, it's working. Partnerships are about trust and communication. You two have that now in a way you didn't a month ago. After they left Vivian's office, Chelsea and Riza stood on the sidewalk outside. Did that go well? Riza asked. I can't tell if that went well. I think so. She's presenting to her committee. That's a good sign. But not a guarantee. Nothing's a guarantee. They started walking toward where they'd parked. Halfway there, Chelsea stopped. What? Riza asked. I just realized something. A month ago, I would have been catastrophizing right now. Running worst-case scenarios, building contingency plans, preparing for failure. And now? I'm just okay with the uncertainty. Like, we did our best. We presented a solid plan. Now we wait and see. And whatever happens, we'll figure it out. That's growth. It's weird. But yeah. Growth. They kept walking. At Riza's car, Chelsea caught her hand. Thank you, she said. For what? For not giving up on me. On us. Even when I gave you every reason to. You never gave me a reason to give up. You gave me reasons to be scared, but that's different. Still. Thank you. Riza kissed her, quick and sweet, there on the sidewalk, not caring who saw. We're going to make this work, Riza said. The cafe, the relationship, all of it. How do you know? Because we're choosing to. That's enough. Day 35, Saturday, Chelsea. The final Saturday at the cafe arrived too fast. They'd announced the closure on social media, and the response had been overwhelming. Regulars showed up in droves. People brought flowers, cards, memories of what the cafe had meant to them. Lionel arrived at opening with his entire crew, plus 3 other groups of retired teachers he'd recruited over the past month. We're staging a protest, he announced. A gentle protest. We're going to sit here all day and remind you what you built. Lionel, you don't have to, Riza started. We want to. You gave us a place that mattered. The least we can do is be here at the end. Bex showed up with a camera, documenting everything. For the archive, she said. So when you reopen somewhere else, people can see what this was. Zell worked the bar with fierce efficiency, making perfect drinks and accepting compliments with her usual dry humor. Yeah, we're good at this. That's why it sucks that we're closing. Devon brought out special pastries, every recipe she'd made over the past month, all of Lionel's late wife's adaptations, everything people had loved. By noon, there was a line out the door. Chelsea handled it like she handled everything, with spreadsheets and logistics and ruthless efficiency. But Riza noticed her eyes were red. Noticed her taking breaks in the office. Noticed the way she kept touching her collarbone before catching herself. At 2 o'clock, during a brief lull, Riza pulled her aside. You okay? She asked quietly. I'm holding it together. You don't have to. If I start crying, I won't stop. So I'm holding it together until close. Okay. But after close, you're allowed to fall apart. Deal. The afternoon continued. More people, more stories, more evidence of what they'd built in 30 days. Chelsea kept the register moving, kept the flow steady, kept everything under control. At 5 o'clock, they ran out of milk. Then coffee beans. Then pastries. They were down to basics, drip coffee and whatever Devon could scrape together from pantry items, but people kept coming. At 6, they officially sold out of everything. That's it, Zell announced. We're done. Out of supplies, out of inventory, officially closed. The cafe erupted in applause. Chelsea looked at Riza across the crowded space. Riza saw it then, the grief, the loss, the weight of what they were giving up. But also something else. Pride. Satisfaction. The knowledge that they'd built something worth grieving. After everyone left, after Lionel hugged them both and promised to find them wherever they landed, after Bex took one final photo, after Zell and Devon helped them clean up and said goodbye to the space, Chelsea and Riza stood alone in the empty cafe. We did good here, Riza said. Yeah. We did. Ready to go? Chelsea looked around one more time, at the plants in the window that had thrived, at the chalkboard menu they'd updated daily, at Lionel's booth where they'd signed their contract renewal. Yeah, she said. I'm ready. They locked up for the last time. In the parking lot, under the security lights, Chelsea finally let herself cry. Riza held her, saying nothing, just being present. I know it was just 30 days, Chelsea said through tears. But it mattered. It mattered so much. And now it's over. This version is over. But we're building a new version. Different, but ours. Chelsea pulled back, wiped her eyes. You're very wise when I'm falling apart. I'm very invested in you not falling apart alone. They stood there for another moment, both of them grieving, both of them already thinking about what came next. Vivian's committee meets Monday, Chelsea said. I know. We should hear something by Tuesday. Probably. And if they say yes? Then we start planning. Location scouting, equipment orders, all of it. And if they say no? Riza took Chelsea's hand. Then we figure out plan B. Together. Together. They drove home separately. Chelsea to her apartment, Riza to hers. Both of them exhausted, grieving, hopeful. The café was over. But they weren't. And somehow, that was enough. Chapter 14, The Waiting. Day 37, Monday evening, Riza. The waiting was the worst part. Vivian's investment committee had met that afternoon. She'd texted at 4, committee meeting concluded. We'll have decision tomorrow morning. Either way, I'll call you by 10 a.m. It was currently 8 p.m. Riza had stress cleaned her entire apartment, made enough food for a week, and reorganized her closet. Now she was sitting on her couch, pretending to watch TV, actually just staring at her phone. It buzzed. Chelsea. Can I come over? Riza, please. 20 minutes later, Chelsea was at her door with takeout from the Thai place they both loved. I figured you stress cooked and need someone to help you eat all of it, Chelsea said. You're not wrong. They ate on the couch, both of them too nervous to really taste the food. What do you think they'll say? Riza asked. I think the proposal is solid. The numbers work. The model makes sense. Chelsea set down her fork. But that doesn't mean they'll say yes. There are 1,000 variables we can't control. Very reassuring. I'm being realistic. You're catastrophizing. Realistically catastrophizing. Riza leaned against her. What happens if they say no? We find another investor. Or we scale back and self-fund. Or we pivot to something completely different. Chelsea put her arm around Riza. But whatever we do it together. That's the only part that matters. When did you get so wise about relationships? About 3 weeks ago. I'm still very new at this. They finished eating. Chelsea did the dishes while Riza made tea. They ended up back on the couch, Chelsea's laptop open, both of them pretending to work but actually just being together in the uncertainty. Can I ask you something? Chelsea said. Always. When you decided to reach out to me, that first message, 3 months ago, what made you actually do it? Riza thought back. Honestly? I was tired of being careful. I'd spent 3 years protecting myself, and I realized I didn't want to be safe anymore. I wanted to try. Even though you knew I might leave again? Even though. Because not trying felt worse than trying and failing. Chelsea was quiet for a moment. I'm glad you tried. Me too. They sat in silence, the TV playing something neither of them was watching, both of them just existing in the space between what was and what might be. I should probably go home, Chelsea said around 11. Let you sleep. Or you could stay. Chelsea looked at her. Yeah. I don't want to be alone tonight. And I don't think you want to be either. I don't. Chelsea stayed. They got ready for bed with the easy domesticity of people who'd done this before. Chelsea borrowed a t-shirt. Riza gave her the left side of the bed because that's where she'd always slept. They lay in the dark, not sleeping, both of them thinking about tomorrow. Chelsea? Riza said quietly. Yeah. Whatever happens tomorrow, we're okay. You know that, right? I do. But thank you for saying it. I love you. It was the first time Riza had said it directly, not falling in love, not in love with, just simple present tense. I love you. Chelsea turned toward her. I love you too. They fell asleep wrapped around each other, the certainty of that feeling more stable than any business plan or investment committee decision. Day 38, Tuesday morning, Chelsea. Chelsea woke up at 6, Riza still asleep beside her. She checked her phone, no message from Vivian yet, but it was only 6 a.m. She had 4 hours to wait. She got up carefully, not wanting to wake Riza, and went to the kitchen. Made coffee. Tried to distract herself with email. Riza appeared around 7, looking soft and sleep-rumpled in a way that made Chelsea's chest tight. Morning, Riza said. Morning. Coffee? Please. They sat at the kitchen table, scene of so many negotiations and conversations and decisions. For hours until they'd know. What do you want to do while we wait? Riza asked. Something that's not staring at my phone. Walk? Park is nice this time of day. Okay. Walk. They got dressed, left their phones behind deliberately, and walked to the park 3 blocks from Riza's apartment. The morning was cool and clear, the city waking up around them. Can I tell you something? Riza said as they walked. Always. I've been thinking about the café closing. About losing the space. Riza paused, gathering her thoughts. And I realized that I'm sad about it, but I'm not devastated. Because what we built wasn't just the physical space. It was the partnership. The team. The community connections. And we still have all of that. Even if Vivian's committee says no. Especially if they say no. Because then we'll figure out something else, and we'll do it together. Chelsea felt something loosen in her chest. I've been catastrophizing about the committee decision because I was making it mean more than it does. Like, if they say no, it means we failed. But that's not what it means. What does it mean? It just means we need to find a different path. The destination is still the same, building something together. We just might take a different route. Look at you, being all philosophical. I'm learning from the best. They walked for another half hour, easy and comfortable, both of them more settled than they'd been the night before. Back at Riza's apartment, it was 9:30. Half an hour, Chelsea said, looking at her phone. Want to make predictions? Morbid or optimistic? Realistic. Chelsea thought about it. I think they'll say yes, but with conditions. Probably a smaller initial investment than we proposed, with milestones for additional funding. I think they'll say yes because Vivian believes in us and she doesn't present things to her committee unless she's confident. That's very optimistic. I'm an optimist. You're a pessimist. We balance. I prefer realistic. Of course you do. At 9:47, they were both staring at their phones. At 9:52, Chelsea started pacing. At 9:58, Riza made herself put her phone face down on the table. At exactly 10 a.m., Riza's phone rang. Vivian. Riza looked at Chelsea. Chelsea nodded. Riza answered on speaker. Hi Vivian. Good morning. Do you have Chelsea there too? I'm here, Chelsea said. Good. I wanted to talk to you both together. Vivian paused. The committee voted to approve the investment. Riza felt her breath catch. Chelsea's hand found hers across the table. With conditions, Vivian continued. We're starting with a smaller amount than you requested, enough for equipment and 3 months of operating capital. After those 3 months, if you hit your targets, we'll release the rest of the funding. That's more than fair, Chelsea said. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. The targets are aggressive. You'll need to prove consistent traffic, positive community response, and a clear path to profitability. This isn't a charity investment, it's a business decision. We understand, Riza said. When can we start? Paperwork will be ready by Friday. You can start equipment orders immediately. I'd suggest launching your first pop-up location within 6 weeks. 6 weeks, Chelsea repeated. That's tight but doable. I know it is. That's why I invested. Vivian's tone warmed slightly. For what it's worth, I think you two are going to do well. You've got the skills, the partnership, and the resilience. That's a rare combination. After they hung up, Riza and Chelsea sat in stunned silence for a moment. We did it, Riza said. We got the funding. We're actually doing this. Chelsea started laughing, bright and surprised and a little bit hysterical. Riza joined her, both of them releasing the tension of the past 2 days. Okay, Chelsea said when they'd recovered. We need to call Zell and Devon. Then we need to start location scouting. Then equipment orders. Then. Chelsea. What? Can we celebrate for 5 minutes before we start planning? Chelsea stopped, took a breath. Right. Yes. Celebrating. How do we do that? Like this. Riza pulled her in for a kiss, deep and grateful and full of promise. When they pulled apart, Chelsea was smiling. Okay. That was a good celebration. We're good at this. The celebrating or the kissing? Both. Also the partnership. Also the staying when things get hard. We are getting better at that. They spent the rest of the morning making calls and plans. Zell was excited in her understated way. Devon asked practical questions about equipment and kitchen setup. Bex agreed to help with social media and took the news as personal validation of her faith in them. By noon, they had a rough timeline. 6 weeks to launch. Equipment orders going out this week. Location scouting starting tomorrow. Everything was happening fast. Everything was uncertain. And they were doing it together. Day 38, Tuesday evening, Riza. That evening, Noor insisted on taking them to dinner to celebrate. You did it, Noor said, raising her glass. You actually pulled it off. We got funding, Riza corrected. We haven't pulled anything off yet. You stayed together through a complete business crisis, renegotiated your relationship contract, and convinced an investor to back you anyway. That's pulling it off. Chelsea smiled. When you put it that way, it does sound impressive. It is impressive. I'm proud of you both. Noor turned to Chelsea. And I owe you an apology. What for? I've been holding on to what happened 3 years ago. Treating you like you're still that person who left. But you're not. You've done the work. And you're making my sister happy in a way she wasn't before. Chelsea looked genuinely touched. Thank you. That means a lot. Don't make me regret it by leaving again. I won't. Good. After dinner, walking back to their cars, Riza caught Chelsea's hand. That was nice, Chelsea said. Noor doesn't give approval lightly. She likes you. She just needed to see that you're serious about staying. I am serious. I know. They stood in the parking lot, neither of them quite ready to go home yet. 6 weeks, Chelsea said. That's not much time. We can do it. I know we can. Chelsea paused. I'm excited. Terrified, but excited. Same. This is really happening. Yeah. It is. Riza leaned in, kissed her softly. I love you. I love you too. They drove home separately, Chelsea to her apartment, Riza to hers. In a few weeks, they'd need to talk about living arrangements, about what their relationship looked like when they were both fully committed and building a business together. But for tonight, they were just basking in the win. They'd gotten the funding. They were launching the pop-up. They were staying together. Everything else, they'd figure out as they went. Chapter 15, The First Pop-Up. Week 6, Launch Day, Chelsea. The community center kitchen smelled like fresh paint and possibility. 6 weeks. They'd done it in exactly 6 weeks, sourced equipment, negotiated the space rental, hired temporary local help, planned the menu, built the social media presence, and coordinated everything with Zell and Devin. Now it was 5 a.m. on launch day, and Chelsea was having a complete crisis about whether they'd ordered enough milk. We ordered enough milk, Riza said for the 3rd time. But what if we didn't? What if we have a rush and we run out by 9 and then we have to close and everyone thinks we're incompetent? Anne. Chelsea. Riza put her hands on Chelsea's shoulders. Breathe. We have enough milk. We have backup plans for the backup plans. You made a spreadsheet. I made 3 spreadsheets. Exactly. We're prepared. Zell arrived at 5:30, took one look at the space, and nodded approval. Good equipment. Decent layout. This'll work. Devin showed up at 6 with boxes of pastries she'd been baking since 3 a.m. First day specials. We're going to be great. Bex arrived at 6:30 with her camera. Documenting everything. This is history. By 7, they were ready. The space looked perfect, plants in the windows, Riza's insistence, the menu board Chelsea had designed, photos on the walls showing the community they'd built at the original café. At 7:15, the doors opened. Nobody came. 7:30. Still nobody. Give it time, Riza said, but Chelsea could hear the worry in her voice. At 7:45, Lionel walked through the door. Had to find the place first, he said. But here I am. Latte, please. And whatever Devin made that smells like heaven. He was followed by 3 of his friends. Then Bex's study group. Then people from the neighborhood association who'd supported them before. By 8:30, there was a line out the door. Chelsea worked the register, watching Riza move through the crowd, greeting people, remembering names, making connections. This was what they did. Chelsea handled the logistics, Riza built the community. Together, they made it work. At noon, they ran out of oat milk. Chelsea didn't panic. She sent their backup person to get more while they offered alternatives. Crisis managed. At 2, the espresso machine made a concerning noise. Zell handled it without even calling Chelsea over. Team functioning. At 5, they closed. Sold out of pastries, low on supplies, exhausted but triumphant. We did it, Riza said, collapsing into a chair. Day 1, Chelsea corrected. We have 29 more days here. Let me have this moment. Okay. We did it. Day 1 was a success. Zell was already cleaning the espresso machine. Devin was doing inventory, making notes for tomorrow's bake. Bex was editing photos for social media. Your team is solid, someone said from the doorway. Chelsea turned. Vivian stood there, looking pleased. You came, Riza said. I wanted to see the first day. You had a line. That's a good sign. We got lucky, Chelsea said. A lot of our community from before followed us. That's not luck. That's relationship building. That's proof of concept. Vivian pulled out her phone, showed them something. Saw this on social media. Bex's work? It was a photo of Lionel in his corner spot, coffee in hand, looking content. The caption, Day 1 of the new adventure. Same heart, new location. She's good, Vivian said. You should keep her on. We're planning to, Riza said. Officially, once we have more stable funding. About that. Vivian glanced at Chelsea's phone. You should have an email from my accounting team. First month's numbers need to be submitted by the 30th. Make sure they're accurate. They will be. I know they will. That's why I invested. After Vivian left, Chelsea checked her email. There it was, the reporting template, the metrics they needed to hit, the timeline for the next funding release. Reality check, Chelsea said, showing Riza. We can handle it. Can we? We need to sustain this level of traffic for 30 days, then move to a new location and do it all again. That's Chelsea. Riza took her hand. What did we talk about? What's the clause? We separate relationship health from business outcomes. Right. So even if this is hard, even if we struggle, we're still okay. The business stress doesn't break us. Chelsea took a breath. Right. Okay. We're okay. We're better than okay. We launched. We had a line. Lionel found us. We're doing this. That night, Chelsea and Riza went back to Riza's apartment. Both of them were too exhausted to cook, so they ordered pizza and collapsed on the couch. My feet hurt, Riza said. My everything hurts. Worth it? Absolutely. They ate pizza and debriefed the day. What worked, what didn't, what to adjust for tomorrow. It felt natural, this rhythm of working together and then processing together. Can I say something? Chelsea asked. Always. I'm really happy. Like, genuinely happy in a way I haven't been in years. And it's scary because I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop, but also I'm just letting myself feel it. Riza smiled. That's growth. Everyone keeps saying that. Because it's true. Riza leaned against her. I'm happy too. Tired, stressed about the next 29 days, worried about the logistics of moving to the next location, but underneath all that, I'm happy. Because of the business? Because of us. The business is great, but you're the point. Chelsea kissed the top of her head. You're very good at perspective. I'm very good at reminding you what matters. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the TV playing something neither of them was watching. We should talk about living arrangements, Chelsea said. At some point. What about them? I mean, I'm at your place most nights anyway. And we're committed. And it seems inefficient to be paying for 2 apartments when. Are you suggesting we move in together? Maybe. Is that too fast? We lived together before. That was different. How? That was us falling into it without planning. This would be us choosing it intentionally. Riza turned to look at her. Do you want to live together? Yeah. I think I do. If you do. I do. But let's get through the first pop-up cycle before we make big life changes. One thing at a time. That's very reasonable of you. I have my moments. Week 7, halfway through, Riza. 2 weeks into the first location, they'd found their rhythm. Mornings were busy, the local crowd, people grabbing coffee on their way to work. Afternoons were quieter, more students and remote workers. They'd adjusted the schedule, brought in temporary help for the rush times, gave Zell and Devon breaks in the slower periods. The numbers were holding. Not spectacular, but solid. They were on track to hit Vivian's targets. But Riza could feel Chelsea starting to spiral. It was subtle at first, the extra spreadsheets, the midnight emails, the way she'd wake up at 3 a.m. and immediately start running scenarios. You're doing the thing, Riza said one morning when she found Chelsea already at the community center at 5 a.m., having clearly not slept. What thing? The catastrophizing thing. The, if I just work harder everything will be perfect thing. I'm not catastrophizing. I'm being thorough. Chelsea. Chelsea set down her tablet. Okay. Fine. I'm catastrophizing a little. But we're halfway through and I keep thinking about all the ways this could still fail. What if the second half doesn't maintain the same traffic? What if we can't replicate this at the next location? What if? What if we give ourselves credit for the fact that we're doing really well right now instead of borrowing anxiety from the future? That's not how my brain works. I know. But maybe we can work on that. Riza sat down next to her. What do you need? Actually need, not what you think you should need. Chelsea was quiet for a moment. I need to feel like I'm doing enough. Like I'm not going to let everyone down. You're doing more than enough. You're doing amazing. And you're not going to let anyone down. You don't know that. I know you. I know how hard you work. I know how much you care. That's enough. What if it's not? Then we'll figure it out. But Chelsea, you need to stop trying to control everything. Some things are going to be outside your control, and that's okay. Chelsea leaned into her. I hate it when you're right. I know. It's very inconvenient for you. Can we add a clause to the contract? Something about not letting the business consume us? We can absolutely do that. That evening, at their apartment, Riza's apartment that was slowly becoming their apartment, they pulled out the contract. Added a new clause: we maintain boundaries between work and life. We're allowed to stop working, to rest, to not have all the answers. That's good, Chelsea said. I need that reminder. We both do. I can overfunction just as much as you can catastrophize. We're a disaster. A functional disaster. Getting there. Week 9, final days at Location 1, Chelsea. The last Saturday at the community center felt both familiar and strange. They'd been there for 30 days. They'd built routines. People knew where to find them. And now they were moving again. Location 2 was already secured, a library community room in a different neighborhood. They'd start there in a week, giving themselves time to move equipment and rest. How are you feeling about the move? Riza asked as they closed up. Nervous. Excited. Worried we won't be able to replicate what we did here. We will. Maybe not exactly the same, but we'll build something. How are you so sure? Because that's what we do. We build community wherever we are. They locked up the community center for the last time. Lionel had promised to find them at the new location. Bex was already promoting it on social media. Their core community would follow. But there would be new people too. New relationships to build. New rhythms to find. Ready for this? Riza asked. Ready as I'll ever be. They drove home together, to Riza's apartment that was now functionally their apartment, even though Chelsea hadn't officially moved her stuff over yet. We should probably make the living together thing official, Chelsea said. After Location 2. Let's prove we can do this again first. Always so practical. One of us has to be. That night, they updated their monthly check-in. How are we doing? Riza asked. Professionally, we're hitting our targets. The first location was a success. We're ready for Location 2. And personally? I'm in love with you. I'm learning to manage my anxiety instead of letting it consume me. I'm getting better at asking for help and not trying to control everything. Chelsea paused. But I'm still terrified something will go wrong. That's okay. Fear doesn't mean failure. What about you? How are you doing? I'm in love with you too. I'm learning to ask for what I need instead of just accommodating. I'm getting better at setting boundaries. Riza smiled. And I'm also terrified, but in a good way. The kind of scared that means we're building something that matters. Growth, Chelsea said. So much growth. They sat together in the quiet apartment, looking at their contract. All the clauses they'd written, revised, and lived by. The proof that intentional communication and clear agreements could actually work. You know what's wild? Chelsea said. What? We're doing this. We're actually building the thing we said we'd build. Together. We are. And we're okay. Better than okay. Yeah. Better than okay. Location 2 started in 7 days. They'd do it all again, the setup, the community building, the proving themselves in a new space. But this time, they'd do it with the confidence of people who'd already succeeded once. This time, they'd do it knowing they could handle whatever came. Together. Chapter 16, The Dark Before Dawn. Week 12, Location 3, Chelsea. The third pop-up wasn't working. Chelsea stared at the numbers on her tablet, running the calculations for the fifth time, hoping they'd somehow change. They didn't. Traffic was down 30% from Location 2. Sales were off target. They were bleeding money. It was Tuesday, day 18 of 30 at this location, and Chelsea was sitting in the tiny office space they'd been given, trying to figure out how to tell Riza they were failing. Her phone buzzed. Vivian. Need to see updated numbers. Committee meeting Thursday. Chelsea's stomach dropped. Thursday. 2 days. She'd have to present numbers that showed they were failing to meet targets, and Vivian's committee would have to decide whether to pull funding. She typed back, "We'll have them ready." The office door opened. Riza, carrying 2 coffees and looking concerned. "You've been in here for an hour," Riza said. "What's going on?" Chelsea turned the tablet around, showed her the spreadsheet. Riza looked at the numbers, her expression shifting. "Oh. Yeah. Oh. What happened?" Locations 1 and 2 were solid. Wrong neighborhood, maybe. Or we peaked and people are losing interest. Or we're not as replicable as we thought. Chelsea rubbed her face. Vivian wants updated numbers by Thursday. For her committee. And we're not going to hit targets. Not even close. We'd need to double our daily traffic for the next 12 days just to break even on the month. Riza sat down heavily. "Okay. What do we do?" "I don't know. I've been trying to figure that out for the past hour and I don't have an answer." "Can we pivot? Different marketing? Special events to drive traffic?" "Maybe. But we're already halfway through the month. Even if we pivot successfully, we might not recover enough to satisfy the committee." They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of potential failure settling over them. "We should tell Zell and Devon," Riza said quietly. "They need to know this might not work out." "I know. Chelsea's voice cracked. "I don't want to let them down. I don't want to let anyone down." Riza reached across the small desk, took her hand. "Hey. Look at me." Chelsea looked up. "We're not letting anyone down. We tried something ambitious. We had 2 successful locations. This one isn't working the way we hoped. That's not failure, that's data. Data that says we're going to lose our funding. Maybe. Or data that says we need to adjust our model. We don't know yet." Chelsea pulled her hand back, stood up. Started pacing. "I knew this would happen. I knew we'd hit a wall eventually and I wouldn't know how to fix it." "Chelsea. No, I'm serious. This is what I do. I build something, it starts to work, I get comfortable, and then it falls apart because I'm fundamentally not capable of sustaining things." "That's not true. Isn't it? I left you 3 years ago because I couldn't handle commitment. I almost left again a few weeks ago when I got scared. And now I'm about to tank our business because I can't figure out how to make this location work." Riza stood up, came around the desk. "Okay, you need to stop spiraling and listen to me." "I'm listening." "You didn't tank the business. We made a calculated bet on a model, and 1 location isn't performing. That's not a personal failing, that's just how businesses work sometimes." "But..." "No. Let me finish." Riza's voice was firm. "You have stayed through every hard thing for the past 3 months. You deleted the job offer. You renegotiated the contract. You committed without an expiration date. You've done the work. 1 struggling pop-up doesn't erase all of that." Chelsea felt tears building. "I'm scared we're going to lose everything. We might lose the funding. We might have to pivot again. But we're not losing each other. That's what the contract says, remember? We separate relationship health from business outcomes." "I'm trying to remember that." "Then let me help you remember." Riza pulled her into a hug. "We're going to figure this out. Maybe not in the next 2 days, maybe not before Thursday's meeting. But we will figure it out. Chelsea let herself lean into Riza, let herself be held instead of trying to solve everything alone. What if I can't fix this, she whispered. Then we figure out what comes next. Together. They stood there for a long moment before pulling apart. Okay, Chelsea said, wiping her eyes. We need a plan. What can we realistically do in the next 12 days? Emergency community event? Riza suggested. Invite everyone from locations 1 and 2. Make it a reunion. See if we can drive traffic that way. That could work. What else? Partner with local businesses. Cross-promotion. Get them to send their customers our way. Good. I can run numbers on what we'd need to hit to satisfy the committee. Best case, worst case, most likely. They worked for the next hour, building a plan. It wasn't perfect, but it was something. At 5, they closed up. Zell and Devon stayed behind. You two look stressed, Zell said. Want to tell us what's going on? Chelsea and Riza exchanged a glance. Numbers are down, Chelsea said. Significantly. We might not hit our targets for this location. Which means what? Devon asked. Which means the investment committee might pull funding. Zell crossed her arms. So we could be done. We could be. Or we could pivot again. We don't know yet. When will you know? Thursday. After I present to Vivian's committee. Zell was quiet for a moment. Okay. What can we do? Chelsea blinked. What? You heard me. What can we do to help? We're part of this team. If we're going down fighting. Devon nodded. I can do a special menu. Something that'll draw people. Use my social media to promote it. I can optimize our workflow, Zell added. Speed up service, handle more volume if we can drive traffic. Chelsea felt her throat tighten. You two are incredible. We're invested, Zell said. Not just in the business. In you too. You gave us something good. We want to help keep it alive. That night, back at the apartment, their apartment now, Chelsea had finally moved her stuff in last week. Riza found Chelsea staring at her laptop. Still working? Riza asked. Trying to make the numbers work. Come to bed. I need to. Chelsea. Come to bed. The numbers will still be there tomorrow. Chelsea closed her laptop. Riza was right. In bed, in the dark, Riza spoke quietly. You know what I realized today? What? This is the first time we've faced a real crisis where you didn't try to leave. Chelsea thought about it. Huh. You're right. 3 months ago, you would have been looking for exit strategies. But tonight, you were looking for solutions. I'm terrified. I know. But you're staying terrified instead of running scared. That's different. Is it enough? It's everything. They fell asleep wrapped around each other, both of them knowing Thursday's meeting could change everything. Week 12, Wednesday, Riza. Riza spent Wednesday doing what she did best, building community. She called every regular from locations 1 and 2. Invited them to a special event Saturday. Posted on social media. Reached out to the neighborhood association. By noon, she had 40 confirmed attendees. By 3, Bex had created a social media campaign that was actually getting traction. By 5, local businesses were agreeing to cross-promote. It wasn't enough to fix the fundamental problem, wrong location, wrong neighborhood, but it was something. Chelsea emerged from the office at 6, looking exhausted. How's it going? Riza asked. I have 3 scenarios modeled. Best case, we hit 75% of target. Worst case, we hit 40%. Most likely, we land somewhere in the middle. And that's enough to keep funding? I don't know. Vivian's committee wanted us to prove consistency. Hitting targets at 2 locations and failing at 1 is inconsistent. But we're learning. Adapting. That has to count for something. Maybe. Chelsea sat down heavily. I keep thinking about what we do if they pull funding. We can't self-fund this operation. The equipment costs alone are too high. So we'd scale back. Go smaller. Figure something out. Or we'd close. Admit it didn't work. Is that what you want? Chelsea was quiet for a long moment. No. I want to fight. I want to figure out how to make this work. I just don't know if fighting is enough. Fighting is always enough. As long as we're fighting together. That night, Noor called. How bad is it? She asked. Pretty bad. We might lose funding. And how are you two doing? We're okay. Stressed, scared, but okay. Chelsea's not running? Chelsea's staying. Completely. Which is kind of amazing given how terrified she is. That is amazing. Noor paused. I'm proud of you both. Whatever happens with the business, you've done the hard thing. You've stayed a team. Thanks, Noor. Let me know how Thursday goes. I'll be thinking of you. After hanging up, Riza found Chelsea on the couch, staring at nothing. What are you thinking about? Riza asked. I'm thinking about how 3 months ago, I would have already left. I would have seen the numbers, panicked, and found a rational reason to exit. Probably would have convinced myself I was protecting you by leaving. But you're not leaving. No. I'm not. Even though part of me wants to run so badly I can taste it. Riza sat down next to her. What's keeping you here? You. Us. The fact that I promised I wouldn't run. The contract. Chelsea turned to look at her. And also, weirdly, I don't want to miss what comes next. Even if what comes next is failing. I'd rather fail with you than succeed alone somewhere else. That's very romantic for someone who claims to not be good at romance. I'm learning. Week 12, Thursday morning, Chelsea. Vivian's office felt different this time. More formal. More intimidating. The investment committee sat around a conference table, 5 people Chelsea had never met, all looking at her presentation materials with expressions that gave nothing away. Vivian sat at the head of the table. Chelsea, Riza, thank you for coming. Please walk us through your updated numbers. Chelsea opened her laptop, pulled up the presentation she'd revised 17 times last night. Locations 1 and 2 exceeded targets, she began. Location 3 is underperforming. Current trajectory has us at 60% of target by month end. One of the committee members spoke up. What's the cause? Wrong neighborhood demographic. Location 1 and 2 were near universities and business districts. Location 3 is primarily residential. Less foot traffic, different customer patterns. So the model isn't as replicable as you claimed. Chelsea felt the criticism land. The model works in the right locations. We made an error in site selection for location 3. How do we know you won't make similar errors in the future? This was Riza's cue. She leaned forward. We've learned what to look for. Foot traffic patterns, nearby anchors, community density. We have data now. Location 4, which we've already secured, fits the profile of our successful locations. If we continue funding, another committee member said. That's the question on the table. Vivian spoke up. I'd like to hear about your pivot strategy. What are you doing differently in response to Location 3's performance? Chelsea walked them through it. The emergency community event. The cross-promotion partnerships. The adjusted marketing. The lessons learned. We're not asking you to ignore the failure, Chelsea said. We're asking you to see it as part of the learning curve. We took a risk, got data, adjusted course. That's what startups do. The committee members asked more questions. Some were hard. Some felt designed to trip them up. Chelsea answered with data. Riza answered with heart. Together, they made the case. After 45 minutes, Vivian called for a break. We'll deliberate and get back to you by end of day. Out in the hallway, Chelsea leaned against the wall. That was brutal, she said. But we did well. We were honest, we had answers, we showed we're learning. I don't know if that's enough. It has to be enough. We gave them everything we have. They went to a coffee shop to wait. Neither of them could work. They just sat, holding hands across the table, waiting for the phone to ring. At 3 p.m., Vivian called. Chelsea answered on speaker. Hi Vivian. The committee has made a decision. Chelsea's hand found Riza's. They're willing to continue funding, Vivian said, with conditions. Chelsea's breath caught. What conditions? Location 3 ends early. You cut your losses and move to location 4 immediately. You have one location to prove you can replicate success. If location 4 meets targets, funding continues. If it doesn't, we pull out. That's fair, Riza said. There's one more condition, Vivian continued. I want monthly check-ins. Not just numbers, actual strategic conversations about what's working and what isn't. You two are good at pivoting, but you need outside perspective to do it effectively. We can do that, Chelsea said. Good. Congratulations. You're still in business. After they hung up, Chelsea and Riza sat in stunned silence. We did it, Riza said. We got a reprieve. One more chance. That's all we need. Chelsea felt tears building, relief and terror in equal measure. I thought we were done. But we're not. We get to keep fighting. Together. Always together. They sat in the coffee shop for another hour, processing. Making plans. Figuring out how to move equipment early, how to pivot to location 4 faster than planned. By evening, they had a timeline. 2 weeks to wrap location 3, move everything, and launch location 4. It was aggressive. It was ambitious. It was possible. That night, lying in bed, Chelsea spoke into the darkness. Thank you, she said. For what? For not giving up on me. On us. For staying even when I was spiraling. That's what partners do. I know. But I'm still grateful. Me too. For you staying. For you fighting instead of running. For you being all the way here even when it's terrifying. It's so terrifying. I know. But we're doing it anyway. Yeah. We are. They fell asleep knowing they'd survived another crisis. Not perfectly. Not without scars. But together. And that was everything. Chapter 17, The Renegotiation. Week 16, Location 4, Day 28, Chelsea. Location 4 was working. More than working, it was thriving. Traffic was up 20% over their best location. Community engagement was strong. The numbers were solid. They had 2 days left in the month, and they'd already exceeded targets. Which meant Vivian's committee would approve continued funding. Which meant the business was sustainable. Which meant they'd done it. Chelsea should have felt relieved. Instead, she felt numb. It was 11 p.m. on a Saturday. The pop-up had closed 3 hours ago. Chelsea had come back to do paperwork, to finalize the month's reports, to prepare for Monday's call with Vivian. She'd expected to be alone. But Riza was there, sitting at one of their folding tables, looking at something on her phone. Hey, Chelsea said. Didn't know you'd be here. Riza looked up. I was hoping you would be. Something in her tone made Chelsea pause. Everything okay? I don't know. Is it? Chelsea set down her bag, walked over. What's going on? Riza put her phone down. Chelsea, when's the last time we did a real check-in? Not a business update. An actual relationship check-in. Chelsea thought about it. Our monthly one was 2 weeks ago. Try 4 weeks ago. We skipped last month's. We've been so focused on the business that we haven't actually checked in on us. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Riza's voice was gentle but firm. We're about to hit a major milestone. We're going to secure ongoing funding. We're going to make this business work. And I need to know, are we okay? Chelsea sat down across from her. What do you mean? I mean, you've been distant for the past 2 weeks. Not leaving, not pulling away exactly, but not fully present either. And I'm scared that you're going to hit this milestone and realize you don't actually want this life. That's not. Let me finish. Riza took a breath. I'm scared that you've been running on adrenaline and crisis management for 4 months, and when things stabilize, you're going to get bored. Or you're going to realize that the emergency was the only thing keeping you engaged. And I need to know, right now, before we lock in this funding and commit to another year, do you actually want this? Chelsea felt like she'd been punched. Of course I want this. Do you? Because from where I'm sitting, it feels like you want the challenge. The problem solving. The proving yourself. But I don't know if you want the aftermath. The boring, stable, actually having a life part. Where is this coming from? It's coming from 4 months of watching you work 16-hour days. 4 months of you falling asleep on the couch instead of coming to bed. 4 months of feeling like I'm in a relationship with someone who's always thinking about the next crisis instead of being present in the moment. Chelsea's hand went to her collarbone. I'm trying to make this work. For us. For the business. For everyone who's counting on us. I know you are. But Chelsea, we're going to make it work. The business is going to survive. So the question is, what happens after? When we're not in crisis mode anymore? Do you still want to be here? Yes. Absolutely yes. Then show me. Riza's voice cracked slightly. Because right now, I feel like I'm in a relationship with your ambition and your anxiety, and I'm getting whatever's left over. And that's not enough. Chelsea felt tears building. I don't know how to do this. The stable part. The not being in crisis part. Every time things start working, I panic because I don't know how to maintain success. I only know how to fight for it. Then we need to figure out how to maintain it. Together. Because I can't do another 4 months like this. I love you, and I'm committed, but I need you to be committed to more than just the business. I need you to be committed to us having an actual life together. I want that. I just don't know what it looks like. Riza pulled out a napkin, one of their branded ones from the very first café. Remember this? The contract napkin. Yeah. We signed this 6 months ago. Said we'd do monthly check-ins. Said we'd separate relationship health from business outcomes. Said we'd maintain boundaries between work and life. Riza looked at her directly. We've broken almost every clause in here. I know. So I think we need to renegotiate. Not because the contract failed, but because we need a new version. One that accounts for the fact that we're not in survival mode anymore. One that helps us build a life, not just a business. Chelsea looked at the napkin, at their 2 signatures, at the promises they'd made when everything was uncertain. Okay, she said. Let's renegotiate. Riza pulled out a pen. Found a fresh napkin. What do you actually want, Chelsea? Not what you think you should want. What do you actually want? Chelsea took a breath. Let herself think about it, really think about it. I want to build a life with you, she said finally. Not just a business. I want mornings where we're not rushing to open. I want date nights that aren't also strategy sessions. I want to go to bed at the same time and wake up together and have lazy Sundays where we don't check the numbers. Okay. What else? I want to stop being terrified that if I'm not constantly working, everything will fall apart. I want to trust that we've built something sustainable. I want to be present instead of always planning 3 moves ahead. Good. Keep going. I want us to hire someone to help with operations so we're not doing everything ourselves. I want actual days off. I want to remember what it feels like to just exist without an agenda. Riza was writing. My turn? Please. I want you to come home at a reasonable hour at least 4 nights a week. I want us to cook dinner together instead of eating takeout at 10 p.m. I want to plan a vacation, a real vacation, where we're not working remotely or checking in constantly. We've never taken a vacation. Exactly. I want one. Riza kept writing. I want Sunday mornings in bed. I want to meet your family, not over the phone, but actually meet them. I want us to have couple friends who aren't also business associates. Those are all very specific. I've been thinking about this for weeks. I have a whole list. What else is on the list? I want you to go to therapy. Real therapy, not just the couple sessions we're supposed to do per the contract that we've been skipping. Chelsea winced. Fair. I want us to set actual boundaries. Work hours. Days off. Time that's just ours, not the business's. I can do that. Can you? Because Chelsea, I need you to hear me. I love you. I'm committed to you. But I can't do this anymore, the version where you're always working and I'm always waiting for you to have space for us. It's not sustainable. Chelsea felt the truth of it land. She'd been so focused on making the business work that she'd forgotten to make the relationship work. And Riza had been holding it together, accommodating, managing, all the things they'd promised not to do. I'm sorry, Chelsea said, and meant it. You're right. I've been using the business as an excuse to avoid being present. Because being present is scarier than problem solving. Why is it scarier? Because when I'm present, I have to feel things. I have to acknowledge how much I love you and how terrified I am of losing you. And it's easier to just work than to sit with that. Riza reached across the table, took her hand. You're not going to lose me by being present. You're going to lose me by being absent. I know. I'm sorry. I'll do better. I don't need you to be perfect. I just need you to try. Actually try, not just say you'll try and then keep doing the same thing. Okay. What does trying look like? Riza pulled the napkin over, showed her what she'd written, new contract, version 3.0. Work ends at 7 p.m. 4 nights a week. No exceptions. 1 full day off per week. Together. No business talk. Monthly check-ins are mandatory, not optional. We hire help. We don't do everything ourselves. Chelsea goes to individual therapy. We both go to couples therapy. We plan a vacation within the next 3 months. We build a life, not just a business. Chelsea read through it. Every clause felt both reasonable and terrifying. This is going to be hard for me, she admitted. I know. But is it worth it? Yes. Absolutely yes. Then let's try. Riza added one more clause. We check in weekly, not monthly. We catch problems early instead of letting them build. Weekly, Chelsea repeated. That's a lot of check-ins. That's the point. We stay connected instead of drifting and hoping it works out. Okay. Weekly check-ins. They both signed the new napkin. It was 11:47 p.m. Chelsea noticed the time, remembered the first contract renewal, the way they'd signed at midnight. 13 minutes, she said. Riza looked confused. Until what? Until the day changes. The first time we renewed the contract, we signed it at midnight. Right at the transition. It felt significant. You want to wait until midnight to make this official? Yeah. I do. Because this is the same kind of moment, choosing to stay, choosing to commit, choosing to build something better than what we had. So they sat in the quiet pop-up space, holding the napkin between them, watching the clock tick toward midnight. At 11:52, Chelsea spoke. I need to tell you something. A fear I haven't said out loud. Okay. I'm afraid that if we're not in crisis mode, you'll realize I'm boring. That the only interesting thing about me is my ability to solve problems, and when there aren't problems to solve, there's nothing left. Riza looked at her for a long moment. Chelsea, you know that's not true, right? Intellectually, yes. But emotionally, I'm still working on believing it. What if I told you that my favorite version of you is the one who makes bad jokes while doing dishes? The one who falls asleep during movies and then insists she was awake the whole time? The one who remembers my coffee order and brings me flowers for no reason? I don't bring you flowers for no reason. You did last week. When I was stressed about the community event. Oh. Right. My point is, the crisis-solving version of you is impressive. But the just existing version of you is the one I fell in love with. And I miss her. At midnight, they signed the napkin. Held it up between them like a declaration. Contract renewed, Riza said. Contract upgraded, Chelsea corrected. Version 3.0. What made version 2.0 then? Version 2.0 was when we committed without an expiration date. This is version 3.0, when we committed to actually living, not just surviving. Riza kissed her then, soft and certain, there in the pop-up space that would be gone in 3 days, under fluorescent lights that flickered slightly, surrounded by folding tables and borrowed equipment. When they pulled apart, Chelsea was smiling. I'm going to mess this up sometimes, she said. The boundaries, the work hours, the being present thing. I'm going to slip back into old patterns. I know. And I'm going to call you on it. That's what the weekly check-ins are for. Are we really doing this? The whole building a life thing? We really are. They packed up together. Locked up the pop-up. Walked to their car. They'd started driving together, carpooling to save time and gas and because it meant more time together. You know what we should do tomorrow? Riza asked as they drove home. What? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Sleep in, make breakfast, stay in pajamas all day. No work, no business talk, no planning. Just existing. That sounds terrifying and amazing. That's the whole point. At home, they're home now, officially, Chelsea's name on the lease, her stuff integrated with Riza's stuff. They got ready for bed with the easy rhythm of people who'd been doing this for months. In bed, in the dark, Riza spoke quietly. Thank you. For what? For staying. For being willing to renegotiate. For choosing this even when it's hard. Thank you for calling me on my shit. For not letting me hide and work. For asking for what you need. We're getting good at this. The relationship part? All of it. The relationship, the business, the life we're building. Yeah. We are. They fell asleep wrapped around each other, the new contract signed, version 3.0 official, both of them knowing that the hardest work wasn't the business, it was the daily choice to stay present, to build a life, to be partners in all the ways that mattered. The pop-up was almost over. The funding was secure. And they were just beginning. Chapter 18, The Decision. Week 18, Monday morning, Riza. The call with Vivian and her committee was scheduled for 9 a.m. Riza sat at their kitchen table, watching Chelsea pace while waiting for the video call to connect. They'd submitted the final numbers for location 4 yesterday. Everything looked good on paper. But this was the decision point, whether to continue the pop-up model or pivot to something more permanent. Vivian's face appeared on screen, along with 2 of her committee members. Good morning, Vivian said. Congratulations on location 4. The numbers are excellent. Thank you, Chelsea said, sitting down next to Riza. Which brings us to the strategic question we need to address today. Vivian pulled up a document on her screen. The pop-up model has proven viable. You've demonstrated you can build community and drive traffic in the right locations. The question is, what's next? We've been thinking about that, Riza said. I'm sure you have. But before you share your thoughts, I want to present an opportunity that's come up. Vivian switched screens. A property owner approached me last week. He has a ground floor commercial space in the neighborhood where your first café was. He's looking for a long-term tenant. Stable, community-focused, proven track record. Chelsea's hand found Riza's under the table. He's offering a 5-year lease at below market rates, Vivian continued. It's a smaller space than your original café, but it's permanent. Real roots. No more moving every 30 days. That's unexpected, Chelsea said carefully. One of the committee members spoke up. We've run the numbers. The fixed costs would be higher than the pop-up model, but revenue potential is also higher. You'd have the ability to build consistent community, establish routine, create the kind of anchor you had briefly at your first location. What's the catch? Riza asked. No catch, Vivian said. But it's a different commitment. The pop-up model gives you flexibility. You can adapt, move, respond to market conditions. A permanent location means you're betting on one neighborhood, one community, one vision. It also means we can't run if it gets hard, Chelsea said quietly. Exactly, Vivian agreed. Which is why I'm asking, what do you want? Not what's most practical or most profitable. What do you actually want to build? Chelsea looked at Riza. Riza saw the question in her eyes. What do we want? Can we have a few minutes to discuss? Riza asked. Of course. We'll step away. Take your time. The video cut off. Chelsea and Riza sat at their kitchen table, the weight of the decision settling over them. Permanent, Chelsea said. That's big. Really big. The pop-up model is working. We know how to do it now. We're good at it. But is it what we want? Riza asked. Or is it just what we've been doing? Chelsea stood up, started pacing again. A permanent location means we could have Lionel's booth back. We could build real relationships with regulars. We could plan more than 30 days ahead. It also means we're betting everything on one location. If it fails, we'd be stuck. No flexibility to move. Just us, committed to making it work. They were both quiet for a moment. What are you afraid of? Riza asked. I'm afraid of committing to permanent and then realizing I made the wrong choice. I'm afraid of being stuck. I'm afraid of, Chelsea stopped herself. Actually, that's not true. That's my old fear talking. What's your real fear? I'm afraid I'll mess it up. That I'll get the permanent location and somehow ruin it because I don't know how to maintain things, only how to fight for them. But you've been maintaining us for 6 months. Maintaining the business. Maintaining the team. You know how to do this now. Do I? Yeah. You do. Riza stood up, went to her. Chelsea, 6 months ago, you would have picked the pop-up model because it has an exit strategy built in. But what do you actually want? If you take fear out of the equation? Chelsea closed her eyes, let herself actually feel it. I want permanent. I want to stop moving. I want to build something that lasts. I want Lionel to have his booth and Bex to have her corner and us to have a space that's actually ours. Okay. What else? I want to prove I can do it. The permanent thing. The staying thing. Not just in the relationship, but in the business too. I want to show myself I'm capable of that. Riza pulled her into a hug. You are capable of it. And you don't have to prove anything. But if you want to try, I'm with you. What do you want? I want community. Real, lasting community. I want to watch people's lives unfold. I want to know their coffee orders and their kids' names and what they're stressed about this week. The pop-up model is fun, but it's shallow. Every time we start building something real, we have to leave. So we both want permanent. Yeah. We do. That's terrifying. Completely. But also right. They called Vivian back. All 3 committee members were on screen now. We've made a decision, Chelsea said. We want to take the permanent location. Vivian smiled, actually smiled, which Riza had rarely seen. I was hoping you'd say that. Really? Chelsea asked. The pop-up model was a good testing ground. It proved you could execute. But you two are community builders, not nomads. You need roots to do your best work. Vivian pulled up another document. Here's what we're proposing: full funding for the permanent location. Equipment, build out, 3 months of operating capital. In exchange, we want a minority stake in the business. How minority? Chelsea asked, slipping into negotiation mode. 20%. Non-voting. We're investors, not operators. You run the business, we provide capital and strategic advice. Chelsea looked at Riza. Riza nodded. We accept, Chelsea said. One of the committee members spoke up. We'll need updated financials, a detailed build-out plan, and projected opening date by next Monday. We can do that, Chelsea said. There's one more condition, Vivian added. You two need to hire an operations manager. Someone to handle day-to-day so you're not working 80-hour weeks. This only works if you have support. We were already planning to, Riza said. We've been talking to Zell about stepping up to that role. Perfect. Get her official, put her on salary, and make sure you're actually delegating. Vivian paused. I mean it. You two burn out, the business fails. Take care of yourselves. After the call ended, Chelsea and Riza sat in stunned silence. We're doing this, Riza said. We're opening a permanent café. In our old neighborhood. With actual roots. No more moving. No more temporary. They looked at each other and started laughing, the kind of slightly hysterical laughter that came from relief and terror and joy all mixed together. I need to call Zell, Chelsea said. Offer her the operations manager position officially. I need to call Lionel. Tell him he's getting his booth back. We need to find the space. See what it looks like. Start planning. We need to do all of that. But first, Riza pulled Chelsea back down to the couch. First we're going to sit here for 10 minutes and just let this be real. No planning, no next steps. Just feeling it. That's very hard for me. I know. Try anyway. So they sat on their couch, holding hands, letting themselves feel the weight of what they'd just committed to. A permanent location. A 5-year lease. A bet on themselves and their ability to stay. Week 18, Wednesday, Chelsea. The property was perfect. Smaller than their original café, yes. But the bones were good. High ceilings, natural light, a kitchen space that Devon walked through and immediately started planning for. It was 3 blocks from where the first café had been. Lionel could walk there. Bex's university was close enough. The neighborhood association was thrilled. This is really happening, Riza said, standing in the empty space. We can have the booth here, Chelsea said, pointing. Lionel's booth. In the corner by the windows. And Bex's spot there, where the light is good for her art. Plants in the windows. Always plants in the windows. Zell walked through the space with the confidence of someone who knew exactly what she was doing. I'll need to hire 2 more baristas. Maybe 3. And we should cross-train everyone so we have flexibility. You're the operations manager, Chelsea said. You make those calls. You're really going to let me run this? We're really going to let you run this. That's the whole point of hiring you. Zell nodded, already making notes on her phone. Okay. I'm in. But I want equity. What? If I'm going to help you build this, I want a piece of it. Not a lot. But something. Skin in the game. Chelsea looked at Riza. Riza shrugged. Makes sense to me. Okay, Chelsea said. Let's talk numbers. They spent the next hour negotiating. Zell was sharp, knew her worth, asked for reasonable terms. By the end, they had a deal: salary plus 2% equity, vesting over 4 years. Welcome to ownership, Riza said, shaking Zell's hand. Don't make me regret this, Zell said, but she was smiling. Devon arrived with her partner, walked through the kitchen, took measurements. I can work with this, she said. Actually, I can do amazing things with this. The oven placement is perfect. You're staying with us, right? Riza asked. For the permanent location? Are you kidding? I've been waiting for you two to stop moving around. I'm in. That evening, Chelsea and Riza stood in the empty space after everyone had left. This is ours, Chelsea said. For 5 years. Minimum. That's longer than any commitment I've ever made. Except to you. How does it feel? Chelsea thought about it. Terrifying. Amazing. Right. Yeah. All of those. They walked through the space together, planning where everything would go. The counter. The seating. The community board where people could post events and notices. We should have an opening event, Riza said. Invite everyone from all 4 pop-up locations. Show them this is where we're landing. That's a lot of people. That's the point. We built community across neighborhoods. Now we're giving them a home base. Chelsea pulled out her phone, started making notes. Then stopped herself. What? Riza asked. Contract says no work talk after 7 p.m. It's 7:15. Riza smiled. We can make an exception for tonight. This is exciting. No. You were right. We need boundaries. The planning will still be there tomorrow. Chelsea put her phone away. What should we do instead? Go home. Make dinner. Celebrate that we just committed to a 5-year lease without having a panic attack. I'm having a small panic attack. But you're staying through it. Yeah. I am. They locked up the empty space, their permanent space, and drove home. At home, they made dinner together. Actual cooking, not just heating up takeout. Pasta with vegetables. A salad. Wine. To permanence, Riza said, raising her glass. To staying, Chelsea added. They clinked glasses, and Chelsea felt something settle in her chest. This was real. They were building something that would last. And for the first time in her life, that didn't make her want to run. It made her want to stay. Chapter 19, The Rebuild. 3 months later, opening week. Chelsea woke up to sunlight streaming through the windows and Riza already awake, watching her. What? Chelsea asked, voice still rough with sleep. We open in 3 days. I know. Are you freaking out? Completely. You? Absolutely. Riza kissed her forehead. But we're freaking out together, so it's fine. They'd spent the past 3 months transforming the empty space into something beautiful. Riza had handled the design, plants everywhere, warm lighting, comfortable seating that invited people to stay. Chelsea had managed the build-out, contractors, permits, equipment installation, timeline management. Together, they'd created something that felt like home. Zell had hired a solid team. Devon had finalized the menu. Bex had built their social media presence to the point where they had people asking about opening day weeks in advance. Everything was ready. Chelsea just had to not sabotage it with anxiety. Contract check-in? Riza suggested. They'd been doing weekly check-ins religiously since the version 3.0 renegotiation. It had been hard at first, Chelsea kept wanting to skip them, to say everything was fine. But Riza held the line, and now Chelsea actually appreciated the structure. Okay, Chelsea said. How am I doing with the boundaries? Better. You've been home by 7 at least 3 nights a week. You're getting better at delegating to Zell instead of trying to do everything yourself. What am I still struggling with? You stress check your email at like 5 in the morning. I can hear your anxiety breathing from across the room. Chelsea laughed despite herself. Anxiety breathing. That's new. It's a thing. You do this little sharp inhale when you're spiraling. Okay. I'll work on that. What about you? How are you doing? I'm good. Excited, nervous, but good. I've been taking Wednesdays completely off like we agreed. No business talk, no checking in on things. That must be hard for you. It is. But it's also nice. I read a whole book last week. When's the last time I did that? Before we started this whole thing. Exactly. They got up, made breakfast together. This was part of their new routine, leisurely mornings at least 3 days a week, no rushing, no working through meals. Chelsea's phone buzzed. She ignored it. You can check it, Riza said. Contract says no business before 9 a.m. on non-opening days. I'm impressed. I'm trying. The phone buzzed again. Then again. Okay, that's a lot of buzzing, Riza said. Maybe check it. Chelsea picked up her phone. 7 missed texts from Phoebe. Turn on the news. Turn on the news. Chelsea, seriously, turn on the news. It's good news, I promise. Okay, it's about you guys. Turn on the local news right now. Chelsea turned on the TV, found the local morning news. And there, on screen, was their café. What? Riza started. The news anchor was talking, local business that started as a pop-up and is now opening a permanent location this Friday. The Renegotiation Clause, named after the owner's unique approach to business and partnership, has become a neighborhood favorite. They were running footage from their pop-up locations. Interviews with Lionel. With Bex. With people from the community talking about what the cafe meant to them. How did this happen? Chelsea asked. Her phone rang. Bex. Did you see it? Bex asked immediately. We're watching it now. How? I pitched the story to the local news last month. Didn't want to say anything in case they didn't bite. But they loved it. The whole community building angle, the relationship contract, the second chance narrative, they ate it up. On screen, the anchor continued, the cafe opens Friday morning at 7 a.m. According to their social media, they expect significant crowds for opening day. Bex, Chelsea said carefully, how significant are we talking? Well. The story's been picked up by a few other outlets. And we might have gone a tiny bit viral on social media. So, maybe prepare for a lot of people? After they hung up, Chelsea and Riza stared at each other. We're going to be slammed, Chelsea said. Completely slammed. We're not ready for this level of traffic. We'll figure it out. Riza pulled out her phone. I'm texting Zell. We need to call in the whole team, maybe hire day of help, definitely order more supplies. Chelsea's crisis management mode kicked in. I'll call our suppliers, see if we can get emergency inventory. We'll need to set up a line management system. Maybe rope off sections to control flow. Chelsea. What? Breathe. This is good news. Overwhelming, but good. Right. Good news. We're going to have a massively successful opening day. If we don't panic. I'm going to panic a little. That's fine. Just panic productively. The next 3 days were chaos. Controlled chaos, but chaos nonetheless. Zell brought in extra staff, including 2 people she'd worked with at previous jobs. Devon baked around the clock, preparing frozen backup inventory. Chelsea built contingency plans for the contingency plans. Riza focused on the community side, making sure their regulars knew they'd be prioritized, that Lionel's booth was reserved, that this was still their cafe even with the crowds. Phoebe showed up Wednesday evening with wine and takeout. "Intervention time," she announced. "You're spiraling, and I'm here to stop it." "I'm not spiraling," Chelsea protested. "You sent me a 17-page contingency plan at 2 in the morning. You're spiraling." Chelsea sat down heavily. "Everything has to be perfect. We're getting this huge opportunity and I can't mess it up. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be good. And you're already good at this. But what if? No what ifs. You've done the work. You've hired a good team. You've built systems. Trust them." Riza emerged from the bedroom where she'd been taking a deliberately scheduled break. "Thank you for this," she said to Phoebe. "She's been going non-stop for 3 days. I'm doing an intervention." "You're welcome." Phoebe poured wine, handed glasses to both of them. "Now. We're going to eat, drink, and talk about literally anything except the cafe." They tried. They really tried. But within 20 minutes, Chelsea was back to talking about traffic flow patterns. "Okay, new rule," Phoebe said. "Every time either of you mentions the cafe, you have to tell me something good that happened in your relationship this week that has nothing to do with work." "That's manipulative," Chelsea said. "It's effective. Go." Chelsea thought about it. "We went to the farmer's market on Sunday. Just walked around, bought vegetables, didn't talk about work at all." "Good. Riza. Chelsea brought me coffee in bed yesterday. Not because I asked, just because." "Excellent. See? You're still people. Not just business owners." It helped. By the time Phoebe left, Chelsea felt more settled. Still nervous, but not spiraling. That night, doing their weekly check-in, Riza added a new clause to the contract. "We remember we're people who happen to run a business, not a business that happens to involve people." "That's good," Chelsea said. "I need that reminder." "Me too." Friday morning arrived too fast and too slow. Chelsea woke at 4 a.m., unable to sleep. Riza woke at 4:15, clearly having the same problem. "We don't open until 7, Riza said. "I know. We could try to sleep more." "We could." Neither of them moved. "Want to just go?" Chelsea asked. "Yeah. Let's just go." They arrived at the cafe at 5 a.m. to find Zell already there, doing prep work. "Couldn't sleep either?" Zell asked. "Not even a little," Chelsea admitted. Devon showed up at 5:30. Then the extra staff. By 6:30, they were ready. At 6:45, there was already a line outside. Chelsea looked at Riza. Riza took her hand. "Ready?" Riza asked. "No. But let's do it anyway." At exactly 7 a.m., they unlocked the doors. The cafe filled immediately. Lionel walked straight to his booth, sat down with a satisfied smile. "Finally. A place I can count on staying." Bex claimed her corner, started photographing everything. "This is perfect. Actually perfect." The first hour was chaos. The line never stopped. Zell and her team moved with practiced efficiency. Devon kept pastries flowing from the kitchen. Chelsea handled the register, watching the numbers climb. Riza moved through the crowd, greeting people, making connections, remembering names. By 9 a.m., they'd already exceeded their optimistic projections for the whole day. By noon, they were sold out of half the menu. By 3 p.m., they had to start limiting what people could order because they were running low on supplies. At 5 o'clock closing, they locked the doors behind the last customer and all just stood there, exhausted and triumphant. "We did it," Zell said. "We survived," Devon corrected. "We thrived," Riza added. Chelsea was too tired to speak. She just nodded. The team helped clean up, restocked what they could, prepared for tomorrow. By 7 p.m., it was just Chelsea and Riza. They sat at Lionel's booth, both of them too tired to move. "That was insane," Chelsea said. "That was amazing. Can we do that again tomorrow?" "We have to. We're booked solid for the next month." "Oh God. But we have Zell. And a team. And systems. We don't have to do it alone." "Right. We have help." They sat in the quiet café, their café, looking at the space they'd built. "You know what I realized today?" Chelsea said. "What?" "I didn't panic. Not once. I was stressed, I was tired, but I didn't spiral. I just did the work. That's growth. That's 6 months of therapy and a really good contract." Riza laughed. "Both of those things." They locked up together. Drove home together. Collapsed on the couch together. "We should eat," Riza said. "We should sleep. Also that." They ordered delivery, ate in bed, and were asleep by 9 p.m. The cafe was open. The business was sustainable. And they had done it together. 1 month later, Riza. The cafe had found its rhythm. Opening week had been chaos, but they'd adapted. Zell had refined systems. Devon had adjusted the menu to what actually moved. They'd hired another barista to handle the consistent traffic. Lionel came every morning at 8. Bex every afternoon at 2. New regulars were establishing their own patterns. It was working. Riza stood behind the counter, making a latte for a customer who came in every Thursday at 10, and felt something she hadn't felt in years: contentment. Not excitement. Not crisis mode satisfaction. Just quiet, steady contentment. Chelsea emerged from the office. They had an actual office now, with a door that closed, looking less stressed than she had in months. Zell handled the supplier negotiation, Chelsea said. "I didn't even have to do anything." "How does that feel?" "Weird. Good weird. Delegating weird. You're learning." Slowly. That evening, they had dinner with Noor and her partner. Actual dinner, at a restaurant, during normal hours. "You two look happy," Noor observed. "We are," Riza said, surprised by how true it was. "Tired, busy, but happy." "The cafe's doing well?" "Really well. Better than we projected." "And you too?" "Still doing the contract thing?" "Still doing the contract thing," Chelsea confirmed. "Weekly check-ins, monthly renegotiations, all of it." "Is it helping?" "It's keeping us honest," Riza said. "Making sure we're actually building a life and not just a business." After dinner, walking to their car, Chelsea caught Riza's hand. "I talked to my brother today," she said. "Yeah?" "Told him we couldn't come for Thanksgiving. That we're hosting here instead. At the cafe, for the community." "How'd he take it?" "He was weird about it. Asked when I was going to get a real job again." Chelsea shrugged. "I told him this is my real job. My real life. And if he wanted to be part of it, he was welcome to visit." That's big. It felt good. Setting that boundary. Claiming this as my life instead of apologizing for it. They drove home, their home, in the neighborhood where the cafe was, close enough to walk on good weather days. At home, they did their weekly check-in. "How are we doing?" Chelsea asked, pulling out the latest contract napkin. "We're good. You've been better about work hours. I've been better about asking for help instead of doing everything myself. The therapy's helping. Both kinds. Individual and couples. What do we need to adjust?" "I think we need to add something about vacation planning. We keep saying we'll plan one and then not doing it." "Okay. New clause, we plan a vacation by end of year. Actual vacation, minimum 1 week, no business talk." "Where should we go?" "Somewhere we've never been." Somewhere that has nothing to do with coffee or cafes or business building. Beach? Beach sounds perfect. They added the clause, both signed it. The napkin collection was growing, they had a drawer full of them now, tracking 6 months of renegotiations and growth. You know what's wild? Riza said. What? We've been together 6 months this time. Longer than we lasted the first time. And we're doing better. Not perfect, but better. So much better. They sat on their couch, in their apartment, in the life they'd built together. The cafe was 5 blocks away. Their team was solid. Their relationship was stable. Not perfect. Never perfect. But real, and growing, and theirs. I love you, Chelsea said. I love you too. Think we can keep doing this? The whole building a life thing? Yeah. I think we can. And for the first time, Chelsea believed it. Chapter 20, Contract version 3.0. 6 months later, December. The cafe was decorated for the holidays. Not overly, Riza had vetoed Chelsea's suggestion of themed everything, but enough. Lights in the windows. A small tree in the corner. Seasonal drinks on the menu. It was late, past closing. Chelsea was doing year-end books while Riza cleaned up the front. They'd sent the team home an hour ago, wanting the quiet to themselves. Contract's up for renegotiation next week, Riza said, wiping down the counter. I know. I have it on the calendar. Do we need to change anything? Chelsea closed her laptop, came out to the front. I don't know. Do we? They sat at Lionel's booth. It would always be Lionel's booth, even though technically anyone could sit there. But people knew. The regulars respected it. Lionel had his spot, just like Bex had hers, just like the neighborhood had claimed the cafe as theirs. Let me check, Riza said, pulling up the current contract on her phone. They'd digitized it months ago, though they still did the napkin signing for major revisions. The current version was detailed, comprehensive, the result of 6 months of weekly check-ins and adjustments. Contract version 3.0, updated. Weekly check-ins, mandatory and protected time. Work ends at 7 p.m. 4 nights a week. 1 full day off per week together. Monthly financial review with Vivian. Quarterly team review with Zell. Individual therapy for Chelsea, maintained. Couples therapy monthly, maintained. Vacation planned annually, first one scheduled for February. We hire help and delegate effectively. We separate relationship health from business outcomes. We maintain boundaries between work and life. We celebrate wins before moving to the next crisis. We're allowed to be scared, to struggle, to not have all the answers. We ask for help instead of protecting each other from hard truths. That's a lot of clauses, Chelsea observed. We've been busy. Do we need to add anything? Riza thought about it. Maybe something about the cafe anniversary? Making sure we mark milestones? Good idea. What else? I think we need to acknowledge that some of these clauses aren't working perfectly. Chelsea looked at her. Which ones? The work hours one. You're still going over 4 nights a week sometimes. But I'm getting better. You are. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying we should adjust the clause to reflect reality. Maybe 3 nights instead of 4. That feels like lowering the bar. Or it's being realistic about what we can actually maintain. Riza paused. I'd rather have a contract we follow than one that makes us feel like we're constantly failing. Fair point. 3 nights. What about you? Anything you want to change? Chelsea considered. The therapy clause. I think we should add something about being okay when one of us misses a session. Life happens, and I don't want us to feel like we're violating the contract if we have to reschedule. Okay. What else? I want to add something about boredom. Boredom? Yeah. Like, we're allowed to be bored sometimes. Not every day has to be exciting. Mundane is okay. Chelsea smiled. I'm getting better at mundane. I want to acknowledge that. Riza pulled out a napkin, they kept a stack at Lionel's booth now, just in case, and started writing. Contract version 3.5. Weekly check-ins remain mandatory. Work ends at 7 p.m. 3 nights a week minimum. We're allowed to miss therapy sessions if needed. We reschedule, not skip. We mark anniversaries and milestones. We're allowed to be bored. Mundane is okay. We adjust the contract to reflect reality, not ideals. That last one is new, Chelsea said. I think it's important. We spent so much energy trying to follow a perfect contract. But the point isn't perfection, it's staying connected and honest. When did you get so wise? When I stopped trying to manage everything and started just being present. They both signed the napkin. Not at midnight this time, it was only 9 p.m., and they weren't waiting for symbolic moments anymore. The contract was working. The adjustments were needed. They signed it and meant it. You know what I keep thinking about? Chelsea said. What? A year ago, we were strangers. Well, exes. Separated by 3 years and a whole lot of unprocessed feelings. And now, she gestured around the cafe, at the life they'd built. Now we have this. A cafe, a business, a team, a home. Each other. Yeah. That too. Riza leaned back against the booth. Do you ever think about what would have happened if I hadn't sent that first message? All the time. I'd probably still be in my old city, working a job I didn't care about, dating people I wasn't interested in, pretending I was fine. And I'd be here, running my catering business, telling myself I was happy alone, never actually trying again. We'd both be safe. We'd both be miserable. Chelsea reached across the table, took Riza's hand. I'm glad you sent the message. I'm glad you said yes. Even with everything that came after? The chaos, the crisis, the failed locations, the near bankruptcy, all of it? Especially with all of that. Because it meant we had to actually try. We couldn't just coast on chemistry and hope. We had to build something intentional. Exactly. They sat in the quiet cafe, holding hands across Lionel's booth, surrounded by evidence of the life they'd chosen. Through the window, Chelsea could see the neighborhood, the bookstore that partnered with them for events, the bodega that sent customers their way, the apartment building where half their regulars lived. They'd become part of something. Not just owners of a cafe, but members of a community. You know what we never did? Chelsea said. What? Added a clause about whose turn it is to take out the trash. Riza laughed. You remember that? From the ending document I showed you? I remember everything from the past year. Every conversation, every contract revision, every moment we chose to stay. That's very romantic of you. I'm getting better at romantic. You really are. Chelsea pulled out her phone, looked at the calendar. 1 year ago tomorrow, you sent me that first message. Hey. Quick question. Has it been a year already? Almost exactly. Should we celebrate? Definitely. But how? Riza thought about it. We close the cafe for the day. We spend it together. No work, no business talk, just us. Zell will kill us if we close without warning. Fine. We tell Zell tomorrow morning, give her a day's notice, and then we take the day. What will we do all day? Nothing. Everything. Whatever we want. Sleep in, make breakfast, go to the park, watch movies, just exist. Chelsea smiled. That sounds perfect. They finished cleaning up together. Locked up the cafe. Walked home together. They'd started walking when weather allowed, using the 20 minutes to decompress and transition from work to life. At home, they fell into their evening routine. Dinner, decompression, a shared shower, bed. In the dark, Riza spoke quietly. Are you happy? Yeah. I really am. Are you? More than I thought possible. Even with the hard parts? Especially with the hard parts. They make the good parts mean more. That's very philosophical. I'm very tired. Philosophy happens when I'm tired. Chelsea laughed, pulled her closer. I love you. I love you too. Think we'll still be doing this in another year? The contract revisions, the check-ins, the whole thing? I think we'll be doing it for as long as we're together. Which I hope is a very long time. Me too. They fell asleep wrapped around each other, the contract napkin on the nightstand, the café 5 blocks away, their life together exactly what they'd built it to be. Not perfect. Not without struggle. But theirs, chosen daily, maintained through intention and communication and the willingness to stay. The next morning, Chelsea woke before the alarm, watched Riza sleep for a moment before getting up quietly. She made coffee. Opened her laptop. Pulled up the message history from exactly 1 year ago. There it was. Riza's first message, hey. Quick question. Marcus, restaurant consultant we both know, mentioned your name when I told him about a project I'm working on. Month-long cafe pop-up with potential to go permanent if it works out. I need a business partner. Someone who knows the financial side, operations, investor relations. Wondering if you'd be interested in talking about it. No pressure. Just thought I'd ask. Chelsea had read that message 47 minutes before responding. Now, a year later, she read it again and felt overwhelmed by how much had changed. How that simple question had led to everything, the cafe, the contracts, the relationship, the life they'd built. Riza appeared in the doorway, still half asleep. What are you doing up? She asked. Reading the message you sent me a year ago. Riza came over, looked at the screen. Wow. Has it really been a year? 1 year ago right now, I was staring at this message, terrified to respond. What made you finally say yes? Phoebe told me I'd been miserable for 3 years and I should stop being scared and just try. Also, I realized I missed you more than I was afraid of getting hurt. Riza kissed the top of her head. I'm glad you said yes. Me too. Are we really closing the cafe today? I texted Zell last night. She said, and I quote, finally. You two need a life. She's not wrong. They spent the day exactly as planned. Slept in until 9, unheard of for them. Made a elaborate breakfast. Went to the park, walked around, sat on a bench and people watched. This is nice, Chelsea said. The nothing thing. You're getting good at nothing. I'm trying. They went to a movie, a matinee, something light and forgettable. Got dinner at a restaurant that wasn't theirs. Walked home slowly. At home, Riza pulled out a box from the closet. What's that? Chelsea asked. Contract archive. All the napkins, all the versions, everything we've written over the past year. She spread them out on the coffee table. Dozens of napkins, some carefully preserved, others crumpled and smoothed out, all covered in their handwriting. That's a lot of renegotiations, Chelsea observed. That's a lot of staying. Every time we could have given up, we chose to revise instead. Chelsea picked up the very first one, the contract they'd signed at Riza's kitchen table, on cardstock, professional and careful. Then the second one, signed at midnight, on a napkin, in the original cafe. Then version 3.0, after the first renegotiation, when they'd committed without an expiration date. Version 3.5, from tonight. And dozens in between. Small adjustments, major overhauls, weekly check-in notes scribbled in margins. We really did this, Chelsea said. We really did. Think we'll keep doing it? I hope so. I like the ritual of it. The checking in, the adjusting, the choosing each other again every time. Chelsea pulled out a fresh napkin. Started writing. Contract version 4.0, 1-year anniversary edition. We keep doing this. The checking in. The renegotiating. The choosing to stay. Not because we have to. But because we want to. Every week. Every hard conversation. Every time. She showed it to Riza. Riza read it, smiled, added one more line, because staying is the bravest thing we've ever done. They both signed it. Not at a symbolic time. Not at the café. Just at home, on their couch, surrounded by a year's worth of contracts and choices and staying. Happy anniversary, Riza said. Happy 1 year of choosing each other, Chelsea corrected. Here's to many more. They put the new contract with all the others. Closed the box. Went to bed. And in the morning, they'd wake up and do it all again. The café, the partnership, the daily choice to stay. Not because it was easy. Not because it was perfect. But because they'd built something worth staying for. Something worth renegotiating. Something worth fighting to maintain. Each other. Every day. Every hard conversation. Every time. The end. Epilogue, 1 year later. The café was exactly as crowded as it should be on a Saturday morning in December. Not overwhelmingly packed, they'd learned how to manage flow, how to pay service, how to keep the space feeling welcoming instead of chaotic. But full. Alive. The sound of conversation mixing with the hiss of the espresso machine and the low hum of music Zell had curated for weekend mornings. Lionel sat in his corner booth, newspaper spread in front of him, latte going cold while he debated something with two of his retired teacher friends. His voice carried across the café. I'm telling you, Baldwin said it better than Morrison on this particular point. You say that about everything, one of his friends countered. Bex was at her table by the window, now a junior in college, laptop surrounded by art supplies and textbooks. Her teal hair had grown out to reveal dark roots, and she'd added a new nose piercing since last time. She looked up, caught someone's eye, waved them over to join her. The community board near the door was covered in flyers, neighborhood association meetings, art shows, a lost cat, someone offering guitar lessons, an upcoming open mic night at the café. Riza had insisted on the board from day one of the permanent location. People need a place to connect, she'd said. She'd been right. Behind the counter, a new barista, Maya, hired 3 months ago, worked alongside Devon's assistant baker, both of them part of the team that had grown as the café stabilized. They moved with the confidence of people who knew their roles, who'd been trained well, who were part of something that worked. Zell stood at the espresso machine, training another new hire, her voice patient but firm. Temperature matters. If you scorch the milk, you're starting over. We don't serve mediocre here. She'd grown into the operations manager role completely. Salary plus equity, a title that meant something, the authority to make decisions without checking with Chelsea and Riza for every detail. She'd cut her hair even shorter, added another tattoo to her sleeve, a coffee plant in bloom. Devon emerged from the kitchen with a tray of fresh pastries, her seasonal menu rotating with the holidays. The smell of cinnamon and cardamom filled the café. She'd brought her partner in to help with the early morning bake, and they worked together with the easy rhythm of people who'd found their groove. The café had expanded slightly, not the physical space, but the offerings. Weeknight events, poetry readings on Tuesdays, acoustic music on Thursdays, the open mic nights that Riza had pushed for and that had become neighborhood favorites. The community they'd built at the first café, scattered across 4 pop-up locations, had found its home here. And behind it all, visible through the window into the small office, Chelsea sat at a desk doing what she did best: spreadsheets, projections, planning. But not obsessively. Not compulsively. Just working. Riza moved through the café floor with practiced ease, stopping at tables to check in, to ask about someone's new job or their kid's school play or how their mother was recovering from surgery. She remembered details. She always had, but now she had the stability to build on those memories, to watch people's lives unfold over months and years instead of just weeks. She carried a coffee pot, offering refills, and paused at Lionel's table. How's the debate going? She asked. Terribly, Lionel said with obvious delight. These two refuse to concede when they're wrong. We're not wrong, one of his friends protested. You're just stubborn. I'm consistent. There's a difference. Riza topped off their coffees, moved on to the next table. A young couple with a baby, regulars now, had been coming since opening week. The baby was asleep in a carrier, and they were stealing a quiet moment together. More coffee? Riza offered. Please, the woman said gratefully. This is our 1 hour of peace this week. Take your time. Babies are welcome to sleep here as long as they want. At Bex's table, a small group had formed, other students, other artists, all of them using the café as a workspace and a meeting place. One of them asked Bex a question about a design project. Bex pulled out her sketchbook, started explaining, and Riza felt a warm glow of satisfaction. This was what they'd built. Not just a business, but a place that mattered to people. The door chimed. A family walked in, parents and 2 kids, maybe 8 and 10. They looked around with the uncertainty of first-timers. Riza went over immediately. Good morning. First time here? How did you know? The mother asked. I'm good at faces. Welcome. Can I get you started with some drinks while you look at the menu? She got them settled, took their orders, made recommendations. By the time they'd received their food and drinks, the kids were already eyeing the community board, asking if they could pin up a flyer for their school fundraiser. Absolutely, Riza told them. That's what it's for. Chelsea emerged from the office around 11, stretched, looked around the cafe with the expression of someone mentally calculating capacity and flow. Old habits. But then she caught Riza's eye and smiled, not the stressed smile of someone managing a crisis, but the genuine smile of someone who was actually enjoying where they were. She came around the counter, dropped a kiss on Riza's cheek without thinking about it. Public affection had gotten easier over time. They were just part of the cafe now, part of the fabric of the place. The owners who were also obviously in love. How's the floor? Chelsea asked. Good. Steady. We'll hit target for the day by early afternoon. Perfect. Chelsea poured herself a coffee. Zell has the afternoon covered, right? She does. Why? Because we have plans. Riza raised an eyebrow. We do. We do. I made reservations for lunch. Actual lunch, at a restaurant, during business hours while someone else handles the cafe. Look at you, delegating. I'm learning. Chelsea checked her watch. We should leave in 20 minutes. Where are we going? It's a surprise. They left at 11:30, walking out of the cafe together while Zell gave them a mock salute and took over. Outside, the neighborhood was busy with Saturday activity, people shopping, walking dogs, living their lives. Chelsea led them to a restaurant 3 blocks away, small and intimate, the kind of place that took reservations and served courses slowly. This is fancy, Riza observed. It's our anniversary. It should be fancy. Which anniversary? All of them. 1 year since we opened the permanent location. 2 years since you sent me that first message. 6 months since the last time we properly celebrated anything. They ordered wine. Food came slowly, a good thing, for once. They weren't rushing. How are we doing? Chelsea asked. Real check-in. We're good. Really good, actually. Riza took a sip of wine. The cafe is stable. The team is solid. We're both managing our boundaries better. I've only worked past 7 twice this week. And one of those times was because Devon wanted to go over the new menu, which you actually enjoy. I do enjoy that. What about therapy? Still going? Haven't missed a session in 2 months. You? Same. Dr. Martinez says I'm making progress on that asking for help thing. You are. You asked me to handle the neighborhood association meeting last week instead of trying to do it yourself. That felt very vulnerable. But you did it anyway. They ate, talked, existed in the space of being two people who'd built a life together and were actively maintaining it. What are you thinking about? Chelsea asked. I'm thinking about how different this is from 2 years ago. How scared we both were. How uncertain everything was. And now? Now we're here. Still scared sometimes, still uncertain about some things, but we're here. Together. Actually building a life instead of just surviving. The contract's working. Version 3.5, going strong. Should we do version 4.0 soon? Probably. There are a few things I want to adjust. Like what? Like adding a clause about taking lunch breaks together at least once a week. This is nice. I want to do it more often. Chelsea pulled out her phone, made a note. 1 weekly lunch date. Got it. What else? Maybe something about saying, I love you more often. I feel like we got comfortable and stopped saying it as much. I love you, Chelsea said immediately. Riza smiled. I love you too. But yes, let's add that. They finished lunch, walked back to the cafe slowly. Outside the window, they could see the weekend crowd, the cafe full but not overwhelmed, Zell and the team handling everything smoothly. They don't need us, Chelsea observed. They really don't. That's good, right? That's what we built for, a business that doesn't require us to be there every second. It's very good. Also a little weird. We could go home. Take the afternoon off. Actually use our day off for once. Or we could go in and be part of the community we built. Not as owners, just as people who like being here. I like that better. They went inside. Found seats at the counter, not their usual spots, not anywhere special. Just open stools. Maya made them both lattes without asking what they wanted. She'd learned their orders weeks ago. Bex looked up from her work, waved. Lionel called them over to settle his debate. The family from earlier stopped on their way out to thank them for the recommendation, to say they'd be back. This was their life now. Not perfect. Not without stress or challenges or moments when they had to actively choose to stay instead of run. But theirs. Built intentionally, maintained through weekly check-ins and monthly renegotiations and the daily practice of showing up for each other. As afternoons shifted toward evening, as the cafe started to slow down for the day, Riza found the napkin in her pocket, the one from their most recent contract update. She pulled it out, smoothed it on the counter. Chelsea saw it, smiled. What are you doing? Just looking at it. Remembering why we do this. Chelsea read over her shoulder. All their clauses, their agreements, their promises to each other. Think we'll still be doing this in another year? Chelsea asked. I hope so. I like the ritual. The choosing each other over and over. Me too. Someone asked them a question, a regular wondering about the open mic schedule. Riza answered, made a note to follow up. Someone else needed help with the community board. Chelsea went over, sorted it out. They moved through the cafe together, not as owners on duty but as people who belonged there. Part of the fabric of the space, woven into the community they'd built. At closing, after the last customer left, after the team cleaned up and said goodnight, Chelsea and Riza stood in the quiet cafe. The framed napkin hung on the wall behind the register, the first contract renewal, the one they'd signed at midnight in the original cafe. Customers asked about it sometimes. They always smiled and said, inside joke or operating agreement. But it was more than that. It was proof that intentional love and clear communication and the willingness to renegotiate could actually work. That choosing to stay, over and over, was enough. Ready to go home? Riza asked. Yeah. They locked up together. Walked home together. Tomorrow they'd do it all again, the cafe, the check-ins, the daily choice to build a life instead of just surviving one. Not because it was easy. Not because it was perfect. But because they'd found something worth staying for. Each other. Every week. Every hard conversation. Every renegotiation. Every single time. The end.